For the first time in the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series, we are about to go endurance racing. 6 hours upcoming for the drivers and the cars here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Across multiple classes, we have GT3s, Cup 2 Porsches, GT4s, and TCX cars, a bit of a catch-all class as well, out on the grid. And we are expecting a very compelling battle, I think, especially at the front among the GT3s. A healthy lineup of leading teams, be it Landgraf, Greystone GT, Resume More Than Racing, AKM Motorsport, and MJC, Porsches, McLarens, Bentleys, Mercedes, all at the sharp end of the field. A compelling battle sure to be in play throughout the 6 hours. A slow burn one as well, which is great always in endurance racing. Myself, Adam Weller, along with Andy McEwen here with you in the commentary box, and Izzy Browning will be down in pit lane for this one. It has been several days here at this 4.6 kilometre circuit already, of course. The Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, and we are all lined up and ready to go, hopefully in the next few minutes. The grid, the cars will soon release onto the circuit. But Andy, they've already had several days of running here. However, much of that has been, and I say it as if it's a negative, in the dry. We're expecting the rain to hopefully largely stay away across the race distance. However, this is potentially, in the early stages of the race, going to be quite a challenge for them.
I suspect so. Those of you who tuned in for the Formula Winter Series, an hour or so ago, will know exactly how challenging conditions are out there. We had a bit of a jumble of tyre selection for that race. Wet tyres, in the end, turned out to be the way to go. Well, that's one thing. That was a 30-minute race. This is not a 30-minute race. This is a 6-hour endurance race. So you're making decisions now that will affect you for the duration of the 6 hours. Of course, we will have pit stops for refueling, for driver changes, and crucially for tyre changes. So you're not locked into your tyre choice at the start of the race. What you are sort of locked into, though, a little bit more, is car setup. It's going to have to be a compromise. Always is in endurance racing, really, because you need a setup that will balance out across multiple drivers over a long period of time. The track conditions evolve anyway, even if it is a plain old dry circuit. But now starting on a damp track, moving into no doubt dry running later on, that is going to provide a bit of a headache for the teams when it comes to setting the cars up. We could see a bit of an ebb and flow maybe as conditions change over the course of the 6 hours. But yeah, fascinating racing prospect. The GT3 category, as Adam has already alluded to, should be a fascinating one with a good mix of not only GT3 teams but GT3 cars as well represented in that category. 4 different GT3 examples of GT3 machinery, including the 2 that you can see on screen right now, the number 48 Landgraf Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, and a real fan favourite, I'm sure, the MJC Bentley Continental GT3, a car you don't get to see as often these days as I'd like.
No, exactly. It's a cult car, isn't it? There's a following, a devout following for the Bentley Continental GT3, sometimes rather cruelly referred to as a Boatley. In these conditions, a Boatley might be exactly what you need, though. I'm noting that overall, a lot of these teams are seemingly going to be going with their experienced foot first out there on the circuit. Now, I grant you that yesterday we didn't know it would be like this weather-wise at the start of the race, but I was informed by MJC that they would have Whit Gamsky starting the car, and he has a bevy of racing experience. Equally, the Landgraf car that was next to them on the pit apron, Jörg Wiban will be starting that car, the 60-year-old as opposed to the 16-year-old in that particular lineup. Perhaps the fallacies of youth, maybe not what you need out on the circuit at the moment. We want some sure-footedness out on track in the early stages. You can see the Cup 2 cars out there as well, and the one that's closest to our camera, the 88 A-Works machine, that is the pole sitter in the Cup 2 class, and the driver of that car is someone we expect to be very quick indeed, former Porsche Carrera Cup Asia champion, Porsche factory driver in the form of Nico Menzel, someone who is always handy no matter what Porsche you put him in. And I think in the early stages, especially in these conditions, if it doesn't fully dry out by the time the race begins at 11:30 local time, I do suspect that someone like Menzel in a Porsche will be perhaps knocking on some overall door positions with the GT3s.
Yes, I suspect that will be the case. It's rather been the theme of the GT Winter Series, hasn't it, that so far this season? But over the course of 6 hours, raw pace isn't necessarily the most important aspect. You've got to have consistency, you've got to have strong reliability, mechanical reliability to keep the cars going over 6 hours. Got to avoid mistakes where possible, certainly minimise any serious mistakes, and play your strategy right as well. And that will be another really interesting element of this race, to see who can manage their fuel the best, who can look after the tyres the best over the course of the full 6 hours. Pretty open regulations as far as pit strategy is concerned, so you can do essentially what you want, pit when you like, however often you like. There will be, of course, pit stop regulations for the time that you are in the pit lane, but you are pretty free to use whatever strategy you like, and we'll do our best over the course of the race to keep you abreast of what everyone's doing.
Yes, we will. We've gotten the opportunity to speak to drivers throughout the week as well. Lots of drivers very excited to be in the paddock for this weekend. Some of them very, very, very aware indeed of the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Others, not so much. Learning something new on the fly for this weekend. A new track, a new challenge here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. I'm delighted to say I think we'll have some guests in the box during the race as well, as we variously take brief intermissions here in the main box up here. We're going to get some expert analysis, I'm sure. Oliver Webb is set to be starting that McLaren that you see rolling towards, looks like they're rolling towards the refueling area at the moment. If you do see a car pull off at the end of the pit lane towards seemingly the paddock, do not panic. That is where the refueling will take place. And that will no doubt be an interesting factor as well. They don't refuel, of course, down by the garages. They've got to consider all of this stuff well in advance. And mandatory pit stops in the race as well. So then, yesterday was qualifying here in the 6 Hour of Portimão weekend. Let's take a look at what happened on Saturday. So then, the sessions split into two. 3 sessions for the GT4s, 3 sessions for the GT3s and Cup cars out there on the circuit. We did have some lightning fast pace from several of the drivers. There's the AKM Motorsport Mercedes AMG GT3. As we got into the meat of the racing, unfortunately we would lose one machine. It would be the 42 Lion Speed GP Volkswagen Golf that would ultimately not make it through the quali session intact. Very well prepared car from Lion Speed GP, but one that unfortunately would find the barriers, and that car was too damaged to continue, and indeed too damaged to take the start today. So we are down that Volkswagen Golf. The other Lion Speed GP car, the number 24, also got a bit squirrely at one point down into the first corner. That machine lines up in position number 12 on the grid. And we'll see how they progress through the order. The starting driver in that car is to be Patrick Kolb. We expect him to be very fast. Montero Los Competiciones in the TCX class with their older BMW F82 GT4. That car we saw last week in the GT4 Winter Series in the Club class as well, or 2 weeks ago in the Club class in the GT4 Winter Series. That is to be started by Guillaume Oliveira. And I'm sure, despite being a TCX entry, mix it up with the GT4s out there on the circuit. The number 41 East Racing Motorsport Porsche Cayman. That car will be one to watch in the GT4 category, not the GT4 pole sitter, mind you, but East Racing, a very, very well experienced team, particularly in regards to Porsches and BMWs, a leading light with both of those cars in German motorsport. They have got a solid lineup at the wheel as well. Dag Bullen is set to start that car, per what they told me down in the pits just a few moments ago. MTech competition, the Swedish team who are responsible for a lot of the behind the scenes in Porsche Carrera Cup Scandinavia as well. They are to be started by Gustav Söderberg Krupp. The number 15 NM Racing team car. Ian Loggy is set to take the start of the race in this car at what is actually his local circuit, accent and passport notwithstanding. He lives just about 10 minutes away from the track. Number 15 NM Racing car, Nil Montserrat's team. We will see them leading off in the GT4 category. The A-Works Porsche will be very fast indeed. That car will be starting from 5th on the grid. The Steiner Racing number 45 will line up from P7. MJC Racing 6th on the grid with their Bentley Continental GT3 just behind the A-Works Porsche, which was actually ahead of them in the standings after qualifying. The average times from the drivers determining the grid. The MJC Bentley will be lining up on row 3 alongside this car. We understand it will be Whit Gamsky and Nico Menzel starting for those cars respectively, and I expect that Menzel will be playing with some of the GT3s early on. But he is an endurance race mindset guy. Maybe he'll take it easy. Oliver Webb will line up 4th on the grid, as we understand it, in this McLaren 720S Evo from Greystone GT. Going to, I'm sure, watch this 720S GT3 Evo fight for overall victory here. Strong lineup in this car. We might hear from Oliver Webb as well later on up here in the commentary box. All going well with this machine. 3rd position, AKM Motorsport, Marco Antonelli's team. The fastest driver in this lineup being Raffaele Giammaria, but a strong trio of drivers entered into that one. Strong duo in this Mercedes, Jörg Weiban and Tom Gallander, the reigning GT Masters champion, the latter 16-year-old competitor. Maybe got into it a little bit there with the Bentley during qualifying, but still lining up 2nd on the grid, the number 48 car. And I understand it will be Jörg Weiban that takes the start in that machine. But pole went to Simon Birch, Thomas Anderson, the Resoon More Than Racing Porsche 992 GT3R. This machine looked very fast 7 days ago in the hands of both drivers in the GT Winter Series. They are now here for the 6 Hours of Portimão. And let's see how the race unfolds for them. They start from the best position, but qualifying can only do so much for you in a 6-hour race. They do, however, have the glory of pole position after qualifying. Of course, the average times from both drivers making that possible for them. Meanwhile, down in the pit lane, we have Izzy Browning for the first of what I'm sure will be many appearances today, given the length of this race. And I believe she has Stefan Lerner from GEDLICH Racing alongside her.
Yes, indeed, many appearances during the next 6 hours. I'm down in the pit lane, as Adam said, with Stefan Lerner, who is our racing series coordinator here at GEDLICH. And we are just about to head out onto the grid for the first 6-hour race. Stefan, how excited are you for this race?
Obviously, we are very exciting. We've been working for this moment now the whole year. And finally, the first cars are getting out on track.
And why did you guys want to add this to the Winter Series package this year?
After so many years of doing sprint races, it was time to look into endurance racing as well. We have had in the last couple of years already some teams and drivers asking about it. So it was time to add endurance races to the Winter Series. Yeah,
so to give a new challenge for some of our drivers. So just explain to us kind of how the pit stop regulations are going to work in the race.
So during the 6 hours, each car has to be in the pit lane at least 35 minutes. And when they enter the refuel area at the back, they have to be in the refueling area for at least 4 minutes each time. And that is simply to keep it as safe as possible so that there's no rush when the refueling is going on.
And of course, with an endurance race, a lot can happen over the next 6 hours. A little bit of a game of survival, perhaps, and also potentially some weather coming in. We've just seen some very ominous looking clouds in the background. So what are you expecting for the next 6 hours?
I'm expecting a to be honest, difficult race start for the drivers. The conditions at the moment are looking pretty difficult. You mentioned the dark clouds there, but if you take a look over there, the sun is shining, blue skies, so it will be a tough start, I guess, for the drivers.
All right, well, we'll keep our fingers crossed, and I'm sure we're going to have a great race no matter what the weather does. We'll let you get off so you can get onto the grid and go and see some of those cars. And we are going to hear from another one of our drivers that we spoke to earlier in the weekend.
Down at AKM Motorsport, I'm delighted to see that Aaron Fahadi is part of their driver lineup for this weekend. Obviously, you've had a fair amount of GT experience so far in your career, but still, I think, getting used to Europe and taking on the challenge of Portimão for this 6 hour, how's it feeling so far?
Well, it's a nice track, completely different from anything that I've driven. So a lot of elevation change, many high-speed corners, and you're also getting used to the new cars, going from the Lambo to the Mercedes. It's pretty solid so far. Honestly, we're happy. Just working towards getting more settled in, familiarizing myself with the track, and otherwise it should be a good weekend.
And obviously, you've driven a GT2 car previously in America. In theory, a GT2 and a GT3 aren't meant to be that far different apart in speed, but obviously they make their time in very different places. How are you finding the comparison between the two cars right now?
Honestly, I enjoy driving the GT3. The GT2 is fun as well. They're both fun cars. They're just fun in their own ways. Obviously, the GT2, you have more power, less downforce. These cars, you have more downforce, so way more physical. It's all about just managing it and being able to find the right amount of speed, really. That's what it comes down to.
Now, I've been kind of arguing with myself over the last couple of days, trying to figure out what I think might happen in GT3. I can make a case for just about every lineup potentially winning the race. I take it, obviously, P1 is the goal, and how likely do you feel that is?
Well, obviously, that's what we hope. It's a long race. It's a 6 hour. We have a really good lineup, and at the end of the day, it's going to come down to those last 10, 15 minutes. I mean, look at Daytona. Daytona came down to a sprint race at the end. So, no, we have a good lineup, and I have faith in my team and myself, and hopefully we'll get the win done.
And lastly, of course, you're sharing the car with Marco Antonelli. I feel like he's one of those paddock sages, those deliverers of wisdom. How are you finding working with him? I've got to imagine he's a useful brain to pick.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's really an incredible opportunity. Raffaele as well. I mean, both of them are incredible drivers. It's so much information that you can just soak in. Yeah, it's truly a blessing.
Well, we're delighted to welcome you into the GEDLICH Racing paddock for the first time, and good luck on the track.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, that was Aaron Fahadi, the 19-year-old part of the AKM Motorsport lineup, along with Raffaele Gianmaria, 47, Marco Antonelli, 60. A very mixed lineup there in terms of racing experience. Speaking of which as well, Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch, of course, front row of the grid. Again, teenager and a bronze driver. I believe Thomas is in his middle 40s. I might be being a bit kind to him there, actually. I'm not sure. Tom Callender and Jörg Weibard, meanwhile, 16 and 60, as we said. So it's all about youth and experience in a lot of these lineups, Izzy. And speaking of the lineups, they are lined up down there with you on the grid right now.
It is indeed, and a fantastic lineup on our pole sitter car, the Razoon car. Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch next to me, the pole sitters, 4 hour, 6 hour race. Guys, pole position, congratulations. I mean, not the full job done just yet. You've got a very long race ahead of you, but a great place to start, of course.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be at pole. Of course, the conditions are tricky out there, so we have to survive and, you know, to be able to fight in the end of the race.
And Thomas, you're going to be starting the race, so you've just said to me it's going to be exciting with it potentially being wet and dry. We've seen some dark-looking clouds over there. So how are you going to manage that challenge?
Yeah, I would say my goal is to keep the car on the track. Of course, try to have the pace I can have, and hopefully hand it over to Simon, and he will go really, really fast, I hope.
And you guys were racing here last weekend in the GT Winter Series, so do you feel as though you might have a little bit of an advantage? You know the track well in race conditions?
We know the track good now, but I still think that the slicks on this condition is tricky no matter what.
Absolutely, and Simon, you've already done a 24-hour race, so definitely not new to endurance racing, but what are you expecting for this 6 hours that's ahead of us?
Yeah, for sure it's going to be challenging with the weather, but a 6 hour is a long race still, so yeah, just keep calm and see what it brings in the end.
And how do you prepare for something like this?
We just look into it with the whole team and prepare different things, and then in the end we find out what we do, so that's pretty good.
And you're a fantastic partnership together in this car, obviously put it on pole, so something's working well. Just take us inside that partnership of how you two are working together.
Yeah, it's really good. We have been driving together. This is the third season now we are going into. We drove also last year in GT2, European Series, which was also really good, where we ended third overall in the championship. So yeah, it's beginning to be really, really good. And as we can see, it's a good start to the season to start on pole. So yeah, let's see what it brings.
Absolutely, and I'm sure you'll be hoping to speak to me because that means you will have won in the 6 hours that we've got to come. I'm sure a lot going to be thrown at you. Thank you very much for speaking to us. We will let you get on with your preparations, and there are our pole sitters for the 6 hours of Portimão.
One of many familiar faces in the paddock for this Portimão 6 hour is Ian Loggy, who is with the NM Racing team for the first time. Obviously, we at GEDLICH are very familiar with Neil Montserrat and the team. How are you finding the experience so far?
Yeah, it's first time with the team, and we did a test yesterday. The test went very well. The car's properly hooked up. It's a good car. The NM definitely know what they're doing. They do a lot of GT4 racing, so it's a while since I raced any GT4. I think back in 2022, I did a 24-hour in the Mercedes GT3, and yeah, the car's really good. I think it's quick, and looking at the times, etc., we should be in the mix.
Absolutely should be. Obviously, a lot of your highest accolades have come in shorter races than a 6 hour, but do you have a preference on the sprint versus endurance debate?
Yeah, I like a sprint racing. Normally, I would be doing a 1 hour races, so doing a 1 hour stint's like not a problem. Be interesting to see what the team decide for tomorrow, whether they have me do a double stint, which is fine. Round this track, I know it really well. It's like it's my local track. I live only 40 minutes from here, so it'll be interesting just to see what the team's strategy is.
You say it's your local track, so how often do you ever pop here for leisure, for an odd track day or something outside of your racing commitments?
Yeah, I've gave up track days, to be honest, but I've did a lot of racing around here. I must have did thousands of laps around this circuit, and it's my local track, but it's also my favourite track. Like, there's no other track that has got these two compressions at turn. I think it's turn 8 and 9, which are absolutely fantastic. Last corner's awesome as well, but great, really good track.
Obviously, the GT4 cars may be a little bit softer than the GT3. It is a different driving experience, but I suppose, lack of power relative to the GT3, lack of downforce, it's still a very fun car to drive around a track, isn't it? Oh,
it's a superb car to drive. I mean, you go out there down the pit lane, and when I went out yesterday, the first few minutes, I thought, oh, this is really slow. But then you arrive at the first corner, and you don't have the same aero as you would have in, say, an LMP2, LMP3, or a GT3 car. So after 2 laps, the car feels really fast. Your brain just gets tuned into that particular car. So Yeah, after 5 laps, you forgot you've driven anything else, and you're back driving that.
Obviously, you're a very experienced driver at this point. You've raced for a long time. You've given up the track days, but from what I can tell, that you're still firmly locked into racing. It strikes me that you will, for the definitive future, race anything you can wherever you can.
Yeah, normally I just if it's got 4 wheels, I'm going to race it. This year, this is actually my first race. So we're at the end of January. It's my first race. Normally, I would have done maybe the Dubai 24 and stuff like that. Some Asian Le Mans, that kind of thing. But for sure, this is my first race. So let's see what I can do.
Sure, it's going to be the first of many. We're delighted that you've chosen us for your first race of the season. We wish you all the best of luck in the car this weekend, and have fun out there.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% looking forward to it, and the whole thing seems to be incredibly well organised. I was just down, I sussing out the fuel station, etc., how it was all laid out, and everything's fantastic. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
We appreciate that, and thank you for taking the time to talk to us.
Cheers. Many thanks.
Welcome back down to the grid. Great to hear from some of our drivers. I've now managed to nab another one of our drivers, Tom Callender, who will be driving second in the car next to us, the number 48 Mercedes, another of our GT3 cars starting on P2, so on the front row for this race. Tom, thanks so much for speaking to us. You'll be jumping in the car after Jörg's stint. How are you feeling ahead of this race?
I'm feeling quite relaxed still. It's an endurance race, so there's no need to push all the time. So we will keep it easy and see what we can do from second position.
And you've had a little bit of endurance experience in the GT World Challenge, but still relatively new to it. So how much are you learning with the team?
Yeah, of course, last year was my first year in GT3. I raced in ADAC GT Masters, so it was a sprint race pretty much all the time. I did one GT World Challenge race, 3 hours, but that's it. I don't have so much experience, so yeah, I'm still learning.
And of course, you are the youngest ever GT Masters champion, so congratulations on that, but a very strong driver lineup here. Take me into the partnership between you and Jörg and how much you've been kind of learning from each other.
I mean, Jörg has quite a lot of experience. He's a pretty nice guy. Of course, I'm on track, I'm faster than him now, but there are a lot of experience things that I can learn from him.
Absolutely, and we're potentially expecting some changing conditions over the next 6 hours. How comfortable are you going to be with adapting to those conditions?
We will see. Maybe it's going to rain, but no one knows.
And how much have you been enjoying driving around this track in the testing so far?
It's a really nice track. I've been here before for my first test in a GT4 car. A lot of fast corners, yeah. Pretty nice track.
Well, you'll be very familiar with it by the end of the 6 hours. We'll let you continue to do your preparations. Thank you very much for speaking to us, and good luck. We are going to go and see who else we can grab of the drivers on this grid.
It was rather a surprise to see a change in the entry list last minute for the Portimao 6 hour. The MJC Bentley gaining Matthew Graham as part of its lineup. And well, I understand, Matthew, it was last minute for me realising as it was for you getting the call. It's all a bit ad hoc this weekend.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I kind of remember it very well. It was not so long ago, and it was a Sunday. Ross, who's going to be driving the car, I just got a text through, oh, do you fancy driving a Bentley? And I was like, oh, Christ, yeah. I mean, ever since I've seen the Bentley on the GT scene, it's always been one of them cars that stands out so much amongst all the other stuff. I mean, they're all beautiful in their own rights, but that thing's just so different. So yeah, it didn't take much convincing for me to be out here this weekend.
And I understand it's your very first time racing a GT3 car. Obviously, very familiar with Porsche Carrera Cup cars and GT4 cars as well. How are you finding the GT3 so far? What have you learned already?
Yeah, I mean, each lap goes by, you learn something new about the car. But the Porsche does set you up so well for something like this. It's a very unforgiving championship, very competitive, no ABS or traction, and especially racing in the UK with tight, twisty circuits. You know, coming somewhere like this big open track, and you've got the car with ABS and traction, It just feels so nice, so comfortable. Don't get me wrong, when you push it on the limit, you know, it does try to bite back you, but I feel, you know, very well equipped for it, and just, you know, excited to see what I can do out there.
Is this your first time at the circuit as well?
Yeah, I believe I was here a long time ago, back in the old karting days, and had a little stint around here and had a look, but I guess, yeah, you could say it's the same. So there's a lot of firsts this weekend, and I'm hoping that extends onto the podium as well.
And how are you finding the track then on first impressions? Everyone says the same two phrases, which is up, down and roller coaster, and I think that's fair to say, but it is quite a challenging one, isn't it?
It is. I think the biggest challenge is probably all the blind corners you've got. You've got to really anticipate where to place the car and all that kind of stuff. So it has been a challenge. Me and Whit, we're both new to it, so we're kind of just muddling our way through it together. I know there's a couple of cars testing it yesterday as well, so we are in the back for a little bit, but as Whit likes to say, he just wants to get to the end and have a good time, basically.
And lastly, of course, you're joining the MJC team, which has so much experience in endurance racing generally, as does Whit Gamsky. How are you feeling about just inserting yourself into this operation? Because their resume speaks for themselves. They are a team that knows what they're doing in an endurance race.
Yeah, I think, again, but before I came here, I wasn't too sure what to expect, how to sort of fit into, you know, Ross's shoes a little bit and fit in amongst the team and how they work. But they've all been like incredibly welcoming, so easy to get on with. I mean, it helps that I've got thick skin as well. You know, there's a bit of banter in there, which is always nice. So no, you know, from my short experience so far, it's been an absolute pleasure and privilege to have, you know, raced with them and to just be working alongside them. So yeah, very happy for the opportunity.
Well, we're delighted to welcome you into the GEDLICH Racing paddock for this Portimao 6 hour, and we wish you the best of luck in your first GT3 experience.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Welcome back down to the grid. I've now come to the first of our GT4 cars, and I'm delighted to say that I'm joined by team owner Neil Montserrat. Neil, great to have you on the grid. Just tell us why you guys wanted to enter this race.
Hello everyone, thank you. It's always a pleasure to be here in Winter Series, and with the new format of endurance, it's amazing. I think it's a very good opportunity for all the drivers to warm up the season, to do the first laps and do a good prep for the 2025 season.
And a fantastic race that we've got ahead of us. Of course, it's lovely, nice skies at the moment, but you've just said, you know, hoping that it'll dry up a bit around the track.
Yeah, it's a difficult decision which tires to put now, but yeah, 6 hours endurance, so everything can happen. We will start with the slicks. We did that bet. Let's see the other teams, and yeah, we are very looking forward for the race.
Oh, well, we'll hope that gamble pays off for you. Just tell us about your driver lineup, because you've got a strong driver lineup in this car today.
Yeah, we're very happy to be here with Ian, John and Luis. There are 3 amazing bronze drivers, and we are very proud to have them with us. I hope we can do a lot of things together this season. They get really quickly on the pace. With the NM car, it's the first race for the 3 of them with NM, and we are super happy to work with them.
And you are the first of the GT4s on the grid, so pretty good place to start in class as well, but I'm sure you'll be wanting to fight up the front as well.
Yeah, for sure. The overall win is not an objective, but the GT4 class for sure is the objective, and we are working for it. The 3 drivers did an amazing job yesterday in quali, so we have the overall GT4 class pole together with the 3 times. So we are very excited to see where the race 6 hours we end on.
And on the outlap that they've just done to the grid, what kind of feedback were the drivers giving you?
At the moment, Ian is very calm and very conscious of what he have to do for the first laps. He have a lot of experience, tons of experience, so he perfectly knows what to do, and he's looking forward for that.
And how tricky is it to kind of manage your energy over a 6-hour race? Of course, not the longest endurance races that go on in the world, but still difficult to manage your energy between stints for the drivers, I'm sure.
Yeah, we have to feed them well with all the energy, with all the calm and psychologist in the box, and also hydrating and be ready for the next stint. It's very important. At the end, 1 hour stint is long here in Portimao, roller coasters, so it's a very nice track, but it's very, very, very difficult for the drivers, so it's always a challenge.
Yeah, you make a fantastic point. It's very physical around this track, isn't it?
It is. Last corner, and all the compression, so it's very physical, but all the drivers love it, so we are happy to be here.
Lots of fun and perfect for a 6-hour race. Thank you very much for speaking to us. We wish you the best of luck, and I'm sure we'll be speaking to you at some point during the race. We'll let you carry on with the team. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Right, we are going to continue a little bit up the grid. We've just had the 5-minute board, so very nearly getting this race underway, which is fantastic. Now, a little bit to tell you about some of the classes that we've got in this field today. Of course, we've spoken to the GT3s, we've spoken to someone from the GT4s. We've also got the Cup 2 Porsche 992 GT3 Cup cars and a TCX car as well. Alongside here, we've got the number 45. This is one of those Cup 2 classes. That's the Steiner Racing car. That we've got here. Beautiful car, beautiful livery, very plain livery, but a lovely colour on the car. We're going to continue up the grid just to give you a little bit of a look on the back half of the grid. Of course, we've already taken a look down at the front of the grid, but we will just give you the chance to have a little bit more of a look. Here comes the East Racing car of Ulf Hildberg, Dag Vollen and Joel Hoffman. Hopefully I've pronounced that right. Hopefully I haven't completely butchered that name, but there is the East Racing car, the number 41 there. Some of the drivers just standing around, just final preparations going on with the teams and drivers. And then the number 9, also a Cup 2 class of the M-Tech there as well. So this is a very fun livery. Very nice to get in there, Johnny, and have a little look around in the cars. Drivers just getting prepared and all strapped in for their first stints. And drivers, oh sorry, I should say teams just starting to leave the grid as we speak now. So we will be getting underway very, very shortly. A lot of anticipation ahead of this first of the 2 6-hour races that GEDLICH are putting on this week, sorry, not this week, this season. The 6 Hours of Barcelona coming up later in the season as well. Driver just getting into the number 24 car there. That is the Lion Speed GP car, another of the GT4. So they'll be fighting against the NM Racing car that we just spoke to, Neil Montserrat, of course. Fantastic to speak to a team boss as well and really get the insights of why the teams wanted to get involved in a race like this in Portimao, and fantastic as well to hear about the physicality around here, because really this is a tricky track. You know, we hear it time and time again. I'm sure the boys will say many, many times in commentary today that it is a roller coaster around this track. It really, really is. We've had the formulas out this morning, and fantastic to see them and welcome them onto this package this weekend. But it is a roller coaster, and just how physical that is going to be very intense over the next 6 hours. And we'll be hoping to speak to many drivers during the course of the 6 hours. I'll be jumping in and out of the pit lane to speak to them during as they've jumped out of the car after their stints, and talking a little bit to them about that physicality and just about how intense it is around this track. Right, we've come to the number 32 car, our final car on the grid, as I get out of the way so that Johnny can get a nice view of the driver. Driver just giving us a little bit of a wave there, and we are about to get the 1 minute board shortly. The 6 hour race is about to begin, so we are going to give you one final look down the grid. I say the view to turn 1, but you actually can't see turn 1 because it is, of course, down that hill. Engines are getting fired up. We are just about to have the 1 minute board for the inaugural 6 hours of Portimao. We hope you enjoy this race. I'm sure it is going to be a thriller.
So the grid is about to roll for the first of two GEDLICH Racing 6-hour races in 2025. And it's Thomas Anderson who will start from pole position. He expressed some trepidation towards these conditions and slick tyres, and as the sun beats down on the main straight, yeah, you can somewhat see why, can't you? He'll be joined by Jörg Wiebahn on the front row of the grid. A very experienced front row, both drivers, I'm sure, given they've competed in long distance before. They'll be taking a measure of trepidation in the early stages. Marco Antonelli lining up from third position. I've asked them repeatedly this weekend if the team boss would start. They weren't sure, but inevitably, yes, it is the boss first. Oliver Webb starting from fourth on the grid. Expect that car to be a contender for the early lead with Oliver at the wheel. His resume speaks for itself in that regard. Nico Menzel, another driver who might be very quick indeed in the number 88. He is alongside Whit Gamsky in the number 43. Gamsky, of course, the spearhead of Team MJC. And how great is it to see a Bentley on the grid. Anders Steiner is P7 alongside, well, strictly John Ian Loggy. John is his first name, but we all know him as Ian Loggy. Oh, and a spin for Lion Speed on the first formation lap. That's Patrick Kolb. He is the big boss round here, so I guess he can get away with a drift for the Lion Speed Porsche. That's not how you want to start things off. Gustav Soderberg-Krö lines up from P9 in the number 9, the M-Tech Motorsport machine, the M-Tech Porsche. That car should be competitive. Dag Vullin starting from P10 for East Racing in the GT4 class, second among the GT4s. Of course, a GT4 car not running in GT4, the out of homologation F82 BMW M4 running in TCX, but I suspect we might consider it an informal part of the GT4 class as well as it battles with some of its younger cohorts. And Patrick Kolb from the rear of the field, I'm expecting that car to ascend quite rapidly early on as well, especially since Patrick has just tested the limits of grip. He's now found them and will act accordingly. So then, the cars are rolling 2 formation laps, but the clock will officially start on this race as they come across the line this time by. So the 6 hours will begin in a matter of seconds here, and I wait for the leading car to come across the line now. Our safety car comes past us, and indeed, the Resoon Porsche crosses the line to break the clock on the inaugural GEDLICH Racing 6 Hours of Portimão. And in 1 lap until they start driving with considerable amount more anger, getting some heat into these tyres. We've heard slicks for Resoon. We're not sure about some of the others, I don't think, but I think it's going to be a compelling beginning. I think there's going to be some shuffling of the deck early doors.
I would probably put some money on the Lion Speed Cayman having slick tyres on. Patrick Kolb has thoroughly warmed up the rear tyres on his Cayman now, so no excuses for Patrick when the race gets going. But I think, look, we've got this wrong once already today, but I think slick tyres are the way to go. There's a definitive dry line around most of the track, and what you really don't want to do is end up having to pit 20 minutes into the race, and that will completely mess up your pit strategy, which will have been quite carefully thought out by all the teams ahead of time. You know, they don't just put the car on the track, send a driver on their way until they feel like coming into the pit lane. They will have planned all of this ahead of time, and having to make an extra unscheduled stop for a tyre change won't be something they're keen to do. That being said, Patrick Kolb has come into the pit lane now, perhaps screaming for wet tyres, although at the moment the team not all that keen to give him any. He's sat there for reasons unknown.
Now, given the regulations of this event, I'm assuming this actually would count towards, as long as it's a minimum of 90 seconds, the 35 minutes total that these cars must spend in the pit across the race distance. If you elect to go and refuel the car, you have to be in there for at least 4 minutes to ensure safety around the pumps. And it's 35 minutes across at least 5 pit stops during the race distance. So I'm assuming Patrick Kolb I don't know whether the strategy is to simply burn the clock while everybody else is going around at safety car speed. But nonetheless, as long as they do keep the car in for 9 seconds, and I think they have already done so, then the Patrick Gold line speed GP car is going to burn some of that 35 minutes early.
Well, yes, because this is essentially a safety car period, right? And we always say that it's better to make a pit stop under safety car because you lose less track position, less time to those that are crawling around at safety car speed than you would if they were going flat out. So could be a really smart call, that, actually, and we'll see whether they do elect to do any driver changes. Probably not, just to try and use up some of that 35 minutes that they must spend in the pit lane within the first 5.5 hours of the race. This is interesting, though. He's being held at the end of the pit lane, not allowed, therefore, to simply rejoin the track, because, of course, the race is about to start. I know it's already started, but we're now about to get the ceremonial 2x2 start, and they don't want the Porsche Cayman popping out of the pit lane in front of the pack.
No, I think burning a couple of minutes wise, dropping a lap at the start, I don't think that was part of the plan, if it was a plan at all, of course. Didn't look like there was a tyre change in the brief time they were parked outside their garage, but we can speculate about that over the next almost 6 hours. The Resoon number 14 Porsche of Thomas Anderson is our pole sitter right now, and we'll be hoping to lead into the first corner. This is the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, the circuit that has been revered as one of the best racing destinations in Europe ever since it opened in 2008. It is therefore a worthy place to welcome the GEDLICH 6-hour concept into the world. The first GEDLICH 6 Hours of Portimão has begun, and it's a drag race to the line between Mercedes and Porsche, as it is going to be the Resume Porsche that leads it, or is it? No, Marco Antonelli having a look to the inside, but can't quite get it done, gets a bit out of shape going through the first apex, and that allows Jörg Wiebahn back through into second place. Oliver Webb now to the inside of Marco Antonelli, a spin further back. That is the Porsche 992 Cup from Steiner Racing that has had a spin very, very early doors. Oliver Webb now challenging for third place, and here comes Nico Menzel in the fast-starting Cup 2 Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car. Webb is trying to get past what is a very, very wide Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. He'll be despairing as he watches Anderson and Wiebahn disappear up the road. But for now, Antonelli, after making a bid for the lead, does not want to give up third place.
Yeah, Marco went to the inside into turn 1, seemingly the best place to be, but of course it's wetter offline than it is online, and he just didn't have the purchase when he got to the corner, slid out wide, and that's created this bit of separation. Webb is to the inside, right up over the curb as they crest the hill, and Marco Antonelli, having absolutely none of it, slams the door in his face and hangs on to third place for now. Jörg Wiebahn, meanwhile, looks a little bit quicker in the early stages than Thomas Anderson, doesn't he? Thomas did initially build a bit of a margin after the moment for Antonelli, but Jörg has bridged that gap and is all over the Porsche as we come towards the conclusion of what has been a very frenetic opening lap of racing. Ollie Webb out wide to the outside of Marco Antonelli. The leading 6 cars, though, under a very small blanket at the conclusion of the first lap at racing speed.
Not 6 laps, guys. Oliver Webb with a good run out of turn 15 now draws alongside the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Greystone GT's team will be watching on with bated breath, and Oliver Webb has indeed got it done going into the first corner of the lap, and Nico Menzel getting himself unsettled, and that hands the Cup 2 lead to Kröhr for MTech Motorsport. So there we go. The MTech competition, as I should say, Carl Gustav Sundberg Kröhr is up ahead of Nico Menzel, and that is quite a scalp to claim in a Porsche, an identical Porsche nonetheless. Jörg Wiebahn is now coming under threat from Oliver Webb, and Anderson doing a good job here of keeping himself just about out of harm's way as the battle pack unfolds behind.
To describe Nico Menzel's turn 1 as unsettled is the understatement of the day. All 4 wheels off the ground as he hammered the curb on the inside, very lucky if he's not damaged anything actually on that Porsche 992. Cup car side by side for second place. Meanwhile, Ollie Webb to the outside of Jörg Wiebahn as they drop down the hill. That would have been the inside when they got to the top of the hill, but the move was made already, and Ollie Webb is doing Ollie Webb things at the moment, charging towards the front of the field as we sort of expected. But it's interesting to me, Adam, that Thomas Anderson, who was under all sorts of pressure a lap ago, suddenly has got away from Jörg Wiebahn. Don't know whether Jörg maybe made a mistake whilst I was being distracted by the acrobatics of Nico Menzel, but that lead gap has definitely increased.
Jörg Wiebahn, I think, will take the considered and measured approach to this race. He has been racing for a long time, seen it all and done it twice, and we'll have to see quite how this unfolds. He is a former champion in the GT4 Europe class. By no means does he hang around at the wheel of a car. A class winner as well at Bathurst 12 Hours, and of course that also took place this weekend, and a deluxe weekend of endurance GT racing, as Kreuer and Menzel still fighting out for 5th overall and the Cup 2 lead. But here is potentially the first bid for a new leader. Our pole sitter Thomas Anderson charging Oliver Webb in his wake. Good luck, Thomas.
Yeah, Ollie's had a good run out of turn 4. He will look to the inside, surely. A late lunge to the inside, downhill into the 5th corner. A bit damp on the middle of the road, but he gets the car stopped well, and Oliver Webb to the lead. So Oliver Webb with a brilliant opening stint in this race. The Greystone GT car that started outside of row 2 is now in position number 1, and now Oliver's job is to get away, pull the pin, pull a gap, so that when he does eventually hand the car over in the best part of an hour's time, he will do so with a healthy lead. That's the plan. We'll see, though, whether now that Thomas Anderson's got Oliver Webb to follow, he is able to get a little bit closer to the times of the new race leader. Meanwhile, third place still very much being debated. Jörg Wiebahn and Marco Antonelli, the pair of Mercedes AMG GT3 Evos, nose to tail with the Cup 2 leaders right behind. It is still Gustav Söderberg-Kröger ahead of Nico Menzel after that moment for Nico at the start of the previous lap, and those two running nose to tail behind some of the GT3 runners. On board here then with Oliver Webb as we round the penultimate turn, head towards the final corner, and Anderson way wide up over the curb. We saw them doing that last week. If it does remain a little bit damp off track, that is a risky place to be.
It is. They're extending like that in qualifying as well. We saw that in the highlights of quali earlier on. So then, a good Porsche battle going on at the moment, and it is Menzel with a nose ahead this time as they approach the first corner. That's front bonnet flapping in the wind as he gets the car stopped and moved into the lead of the Cup 2 class. So the 88 is back through. Gustav Söderberg-Kröger will be so comforted, I think, by this performance. Only graduated from karting in 2021, second in the 2023 Porsche Sprint Challenge Scandinavia, and he is going blow for blow, toe to toe with one of the leading Porsche drivers out there in Nico Menzel. So a really exciting showing for Nico as he continues to, or for Kreuer, as he continues to stay on the back of Menzel. But Menzel is now through, at least for the time being. Marco Antonelli, meanwhile, who I believe is just a couple of days the senior of Jörg Wiebahn. Jörg Wiebahn, Marco Antonelli and Bernd Schneider all within a week of each other in age. Bernd Schneider, of course, being the Landgraf, part of the team boss structure there at the Landgraf team, the 48 car of Wiebahn. So some very weird coincidences there on that front. They're neighbouring garages and they're all very much of the same age. If only it was this weekend, we could have had them a cake.
Yes, I would vote for that, most definitely. Brilliant battle, though, going on here, isn't it? It's Thomas Anderson sort of slipping back towards the Mercedes now. So a sort of, well, 5-way battle for second, but a 3-way battle for second in GT3 perhaps in the offing. We're about to get another new fastest lap for Oliver Webb. I suspect we'll see lots of improvements over the first 20 minutes or so as the track conditions come to the drivers. A 1:44.380, about 2.2 seconds, no, about 2.5 seconds off the pole position time set yesterday. And it was, of course, number 14 Porsche, quickest in qualifying, but different driver in the car most likely for that session. So we know that this will ebb and flow through the race. As close and exciting as the racing is now, once we get through the pit stops, that's when we'll see some big shifts in performance between the cars, and that for me is going to be the most interesting element of this race.
Yeah, I agree with you on that front. We're going to see a lot of cars ascending or descending at various points of the race. This battle continues on then, now with Menzel pressuring the rear of Marco Antonelli. This is for 4th overall, of course. There's also a compelling scrap going on with Anders Steiner, Wittgamski and Dag Woolen, which goes across the GT4, GT3 and Cup 2 classes back in 9th, 10th and 11th place, although they have now spread out, so this is by far the closest battle on circuit for the time being, and it is Menzel who of course is in that ever, let's say, treacherous situation where he can attack the car ahead of him, but in doing so he might end up losing his class lead, and I suspect that the class lead supersedes 4th overall in this early stage of the race. It's not like the GT Winter Series necessarily, where you know you can make that overtake and gain that position possibly permanently. It's too early to be considering, well, yes, I could get 4th overall here and we could stay in 4th overall. Menzel will be playing the long game, I think, mentally speaking, for now. Oliver Webb in the 144s already. That has translated to a near 5-second gap at this stage of the race. And then there's 5 seconds covering 2nd through 6th.
Yeah, bodes well this, doesn't it? Because this group of drivers, Anderson, Viban and Antonelli, next to nothing to choose between them at the moment. A couple of little mistakes creeping in for Anderson and Viban, I've noticed. Maybe a little bit of late braking, a bit too late braking maybe into a couple of corners. Interestingly, actually, I watched a bit of the qualifying session, a fair chunk of it yesterday, from just here at turn 5, and that number 48 Mercedes did not want to stop then. And I noticed on the previous lap, Jörg Viban was a bit wide of the apex down here. Difficult to get the front end of the car in on the front engine Mercedes, but once you get it into the corner, generally mid-corner speed is that car's strength. The Porsche, of course, polar opposite. It's really strong on corner exit, maybe goes a bit wayward through the middle of some of the medium to high speed corners with next to no weight over the front of the car, and that is of course one of the great things about GT racing. You can design a car completely different to the other cars out on track, and through the magic and the dark art of balance of performance, we get close racing like this.
Yes, indeed. It is quite the amazing thing to see how cars of such different characters, 4.2-litre rear-engined Porsche being pursued by 6.2-litre front-engined Mercedes, and yet they are on an even keel. And then up ahead of them, of course, is a turbocharged V8 mid-engined McLaren, which, yes, at the moment Oliver Webb is driving a little bit quicker than any of the cars behind him. But again, Oliver Webb things, possibly a bigger part of the diagnoses there than the actual speed of car. A word as well for Patrick Kolb. Of course, he is a lap down after starting the race from the pit lane there, albeit perhaps with some of that pit stop time scrubbed off as a result of that visit. In fact, it isn't counted towards his total pit time either, so we'll have to suss that out. He was definitely in the pits more than 90 seconds after the race started, but he has almost unlapped himself from John Loggy, the GT4 class leader. So Loggy under threat, as it were, there to be unlapped, or have himself seeing the car who is a lap down go past him. And another word as well, I must say, to the number 32 BMW team, Monteros Competicios, the TCX car, the expired homologation BMW M4 GT4, and Guillaume Oliveira is currently leading in the kind of invisible GT4 car. He's ahead of all the actually GT4 class machines.
I think for the purposes of this afternoon, we can refer to it. It is a GT4 car, just not a currently homologated one, and yes, going rather quickly, isn't it? So again, running really, really strongly. Patrick Kolb, though, is the fastest GT4 spec car on the track, so it's a shame really that he's lost that lap, but at least, as you sort of alluded to, he's actually gaining a lot of that time back. So yeah, working quite well for him. He's not in any particularly clean air either, as we've documented, so doing that running that sort of pace at the moment is fairly impressive. Another new fastest lapping coming from Oliver Webb. No, actually lost quite a bit of time in the final sector. A 144.1 though is still going to be the best part of a second quicker than Thomas Anderson in second. Thomas though seems to now have an answer for Jörg Viban, I would say. Jörg hasn't been quite as close as he had been a lap or so ago. Marco Antonelli there, the blue Mercedes, slipping backwards ever so slightly as well. And one thing they are doing, these three, is now dropping the Cup 2 leading pair, aren't they? Menzel and Kröh a little bit further back now. Not a bad thing really for Nico and Gustav, because that means they can just focus on their own private battle rather than tripping over the GT3s.
Yes, indeed. They are 3 cars strong in that Cup 2 class. We were meant to have an additional entry in the form of Ricard Motorsports, number 911, Leandro Martins and Dieter Sveps. Of course, that car was actually here in the paddock. However, there was a gearbox issue on Friday evening, and it was determined that that could not be rectified on site. So unfortunately, we did lose Martins and Sveps, who would have been a very strong combination within the Cup 2 class. I have zero doubt of that. But I think they might be back with us for the 6-hour Barcelona as well, where we are expecting a bevy of new entries as well. No championship across these 6-hour races, of course. They are stand-alone events, but a great way to start the season and early doors. A great race that we're witnessing as well. 2nd, 3rd and 4th place, all much of a muchness out there on the circuit. Anderson around the outside there. Jörg Wiebahn still pursuing very closely. Now, funnily enough, when I spoke to Jörg Wiebahn down in the pits on Friday, he identified that Razoon Porsche as the primary competition to him and Anton Callender for the victory overall here. So that's interesting, perhaps overlooking the McLaren that currently leads the way. Of course, Tom Callender, quite the hot shoe at age 16, and then slightly his senior, Simon Birch, also very fast indeed. If we get those two on the same bit of track at the same time, that will be very compelling. And you could throw Aaron Farhadi into that mix as well for Antonelli Motorsport, and Raffaele Giammaria as well, who is vastly experienced and very quick. Marco Antonelli says, oh wait, don't forget me though. Dives to the inside for 3rd position. Jörg Wiebahn sees it coming, allows it to happen, and I think Antonelli might have successfully pulled that off. Let's see if he can challenge Anderson.
Yeah, that sort of came out of nowhere, didn't it? Antonelli, you almost get the feeling, had dropped back a bit just to cool everything off and settle into a rhythm, and then Jörg maybe had a moment through turn 4. I think maybe just as he came over the hill, there was a snap of oversteer. He was slower over the hill therefore than Marco, and Marco Antonelli needed no second invitation. So now he goes after Thomas Anderson. They head up through turn 7 and 8, where, by the way, there have been spots of rain reported, I'm hearing, from a couple of laps or so ago. Not enough yet to affect track conditions too much, but a bit of psychological rain on the windshield might just be holding them back. Not holding back Marco Antonelli, though, who suddenly looks very racy, launches to the inside of Anderson into the penultimate corner. Does the Mercedes emerge ahead? Well, no, they both do, really. They're absolutely level. Oh, bit of door banging between the two of them. Antonelli on the inside for the final corner, and Thomas Anderson, I think, could do worse than to wave him on by, which in the end he sort of does. Antonelli, 2 places gained in half a lap, and a little bit of red paint perhaps on the left-hand side of his Mercedes.
I'm not sure Thomas Anderson is done. The red mist descends from the red headlighted Porsche. Anderson around the outside now of Antonelli. Antonelli may end up deep into turn 1, just about gets it stopped. What about turn 3? Can't afford to overextend his braking zone there. He's got the Bentley of Whit Gamsey, who is going to go down a lap down early on in this race. I know Whit's philosophy here is first to finish, because I don't think that car has done much finishing in its brief tenure with the MJC team so far. And Antonelli, thankfully for him, manages to just about negotiate that well. Anderson then has to remain behind, and now has to consider perhaps Jörg Wiebahn. Very good traction out of the corner, though, from Anderson at turn 5. But Marco Antonelli, as you said, kind of just suddenly stirred and started moving up the order. That he hasn't pitted, so it's not Andrea Kimi taking the car over, but clearly the tree can be just as good as the apple.
Thomas Anderson, big moment there, dipping a wheel into the gravel. We've not missed the memo that they've shortened this race, have we? Because this is sprint racing at its best. Fantastic stuff. Really clever driving there from Antonelli as well, because he came out of turn 4 still very much alongside Thomas Anderson, saw Whit Gamsky's Bentley in the distance, you can't miss it really, can you, and used it as a pick, sort of blocked Anderson behind the Bentley heading to turn 5, and that meant there was no retaliation from the Porsche, which now is under renewed threat from Jörg Wiebahn's Mercedes behind. The Landgraf machine pulling to the outside into the penultimate corner. That leaves the door open for Nico Menzel, though. What was that you were saying about not getting involved with the GT3 cars? Bails out of that particular move, but this is all starting to get very, very tasty indeed.
Oh, I'm smiling from ear to ear. This is good fun, this, in the early stages of the GEDLICH Racing 6 Hours of Portimão. If we can keep this up for 5 hours and 38 minutes, this is going to absolutely fly by. And of course, the quality of drivers waiting in the wings implies that we are going to see a lot of this fighting throughout the race. No changes among any of the class orders, so we can focus in on this scrap for the time being. Rather excitingly, Oliver Webb still piling on the quick laps in the lead. 11.6 now clear of Marco Antonelli. Antonelli sits in second place. Anderson, well, third under contest though, but Wiebahn actually really more so having to worry about the car behind than in front, because Nico Menzel is on it. He's an expert analyst in his native German. Will do kind of something similar to what we do occasionally, Andy. But right now he's showing that, yes, he's an expert, a good analyst, but also extremely good as a driver.
Yes, just proving the point, isn't he, here this afternoon? On board there briefly with Marco Antonelli, who finally breaks into clean air and, interestingly, posts the outright fastest middle sector of the race, about 3/10 quicker than Ollie Webb. So Marco Antonelli was being caged in a little bit, I think, wasn't he, when he was in that battle? Now he's broken free. This Mercedes looks pretty rapid. AKM Motorsport, they've got the setup right, clearly, and Marco is very, very pleased with how the car's feeling. Really do get the feeling, don't you, that he spent the first 20 minutes just feeling things out, just double-checking what the conditions were like, and as soon as the confidence was there, bang, off he went, and he, I think, is about to come through most likely to set that car's best lap of the race so far.
Really impressive stuff from Antonelli. I think what he's doing is sussing out the conditions a little better than many of those around him at this juncture in the race. Last lap of 1:45.1, still about a second off the pace of Oliver Webb, but Antonelli doing a great job. Of course, everyone, I think, is probably aware of the fact he is Andrea Kimi Antonelli's dad, and he is the boss of the Antonelli Motorsport, AKM Motorsport team. But I think people forget, as more and more accolades pile on his son and indeed his race team, quite how good Marco Antonelli is as a driver himself as well. Italian touring car racing, he was always right up there going back in the 1990s, did some European touring cars, and has won repeatedly in Italian and international GT competition with his AKM Motorsport and Antonelli Motorsport teams. So it's no surprise if you look at his own personal resume that Antonelli is handy, but it's not often now that he gives himself the spotlight. We're getting treated to it now.
Yes, and I'm all for it. Fantastic stuff from Marco. Good to see them getting his elbows out as well, and providing us with some great wheel-to-wheel action in the early stages. Here's Oliver Webb. The only wheel-to-wheel action he's getting at the moment is negotiating some of the slower GT4 traffic, so cars beginning now to go a lap down. But the McLaren is running on rails at the moment, isn't it? Greystone GT, a pretty experienced GT racing team, and we know, Oliver Webb knows a thing or two about this style of racing. Breezes past the GT4 Porsche and completes what was his 13th lap of the race. So 12.5 seconds or so his gap back to Antonelli, who only lost about 2/10 that lap. So that is 3/10, let's say. Telling though, isn't it, that now he's in second place. Lead gap no longer extending quite as rapidly. That's not good news for Oliver Webb, who, as we alluded to earlier on, really needs to gain as much time now in anticipation that maybe that car might start to lose time a little bit later on. That's not a judgment on the other drivers in that lineup. It is just the nature of sort of Pro-Am GT racing.
Yeah, it's an interesting lineup they've got there. Obviously, Oliver Webb, we know all about his efforts, an LMP2 champion in the European Le Mans series, who was racing for many years in LMP1 in WEC with Bike-Collers. Also worth mentioning Ed Peed as well, a name who perhaps is not so familiar to many, but has been back in GT3s in GT Cup with Greystone in recent years, and prior to that, 3 times a vice champ 3 years in a row in Clio Cup UK, which has to be one of the more agonising streaks that any racing driver has ever had. Never quite made the big one either, unfortunately, Ed Peed, but he's very fast as well. And Andre Borodin, of course, is the driver who sits there and tries to sponge the information out of Ed Peed, and indeed Oliver Webb, and has been a regular presence in British and international GT3s now for the last 3 or 4 years. So very interesting lineup there for Greystone GT. I think nothing less than a win will do for them in their minds. The same applies to Nico Menzel for the Cup 2 class as well. But still, right now, is clearly keen to try and nab 4th overall as well.
Well, and the thing is now, I think he feels he's being held up a little bit by Jörg Wiebahn, who's the handling just seems to have gone away slightly from the Landgraf Mercedes. Had a couple of big slides on that previous lap and has now found himself losing a bit of ground. And in fact, Antonelli pits, so this is a little bit earlier than I expected, especially given the pace he was showing. Marco Antonelli down the pit lane in the AKM Motorsport Mercedes. We will see where he goes and what they choose to do here, but that is earlier than I anticipated.
Now they've gone past their garage already, so they're going into the refueling bay. Their garage is down towards the podium end, so this is first fuel stop for Marco Antonelli and the AKM Motorsport team, which means they're now destined to be in there, you would assume, for 4 minutes, because that is what's written into the regs. So they're going to drop a lap or two here early doors, so the Antonelli car will plunge down the order somewhat. We'll keep an eye on that one.
Presumably, if they were going to do a driver change, they'd have done that first and then headed into the refueling zone. So this is not, it's going to be a double stint for Antonelli, but only about halfway through what should have been the full stint. So there the refueling is being done. Interesting call. I mean, it's not even like they were trying to get him out of clean air, because he was out of dirty air. He was in clean air anyway. You can only think that they've sort of judged this backwards from the end of the race. Maybe there is an extra half-hour stint that had to be done somewhere.
Yeah.
They've elected to do it early in case there's a safety car. We're more likely to get a safety car early in the race than later, I suppose. And if we were to get one, they'd regain a chunk of the time they're losing.
Yes, and if teams don't succeed at getting their 35 minutes of mandatory pit time in the first 5.5 hours, that will be rebalanced as a penalty, plus 40 seconds as well. So I think maybe that is exactly what they're doing. They're now making it straight hour-long stints until the end. Meanwhile, Thomas Anderson has been pursued by Jörg Wiebahn as the headlights flash away on the Milwaukee-backed Razoon More Than Racing Porsche. Of course, it's the first time that Razoon have run a GT3 car in a race of this length. Patrick Kolb, the GT4 class car, getting in amongst it there as well, finds himself haplessly stranded on the apex as the GT3 cars make their way around the outside of him at turn 4. But for now, Anderson has had, I think, nary a moment of peace over the course of this race.
Well, it looked a lap or so ago like he had the measure of Jörg Wiebahn. Maybe he was distracted by Antonelli coming in, and he spent the last lap trying to figure out what that strategy might mean for them. But he's lost a chunk of time to Wiebahn again, only for now that gap to start creeping up once more. So a little bit of ebbing and flowing already in this opening stint of the race. We are, let's call that, half an hour into the race. Plenty to talk about already, and still nose to tail almost for second place overall. And within GT3, we've had our first strategic roll of the dice as well. A little bit of door banging, a couple of lead changes. What more could you ask for?
A slice of cake.
There's always something.
Anderson and Wiebahn both still under pressure from Nico Menzel at the moment, and still want to doff the cap to Guillaume Oliveira, who is still now running 6th overall with Antonelli in the pits and ahead of all the GT4 cars. They are doing very well indeed down at the Montelos Competiciones BMW team. Now, a few other notes to mention to you here. Maximum stint length for a driver is 2 hours, and they must rest for at least 1 hour after they have gotten out of the car. So that's an important one to note for you there as well. You just saw Marco Antonelli getting ready to emerge from the refueling bay. I think there's a little bit of a nasty angle to get back out onto the pit exit from the refueling bay. So a little bit of work to do, and the pit limit the speed limit in there is 20 kilometers an hour, because as you saw, they have to kind of double back on themselves. The last thing we want to do is have an off-track incident that is somehow still part of the race, as it were. Nico Menzel, we continue to watch on for him. A-Works, of course, a team with a lot of racing history in Porsches. The team run by Nico Vieth, he leads that squad. I've been trying to figure out if Nico is here. I thought I saw him, but I wasn't sure. I haven't gotten to speak to him. But they used to run a self-developed Ferrari 550 in FIA GT. I'd love to know if that car is still in their possession one day. So then, Marco Antonelli back out onto the circuit. The former hard charger of the GT3 class, the one doing most of the disrupting, now rejoins the race stone dead last, which is a big representation of quite how long these mandatory stop requirements prove to be. But Antonelli back out onto the circuit now. We'll see if that comes up trumps later on in the race. Thomas Anderson again on the limit, and again really extending that outside line into turn 15. A little unnerving, isn't it?
It is really, and I notice he's the only one doing it, and I suspect that is just because of the nature of the way that car handles. Like I said, rear-engined, a little bit of understeer through the high-speed corners is normal, particularly when you're going over such a vicious crest as the one you go over through the final corner. And so the wider he goes into the corner, the tighter he can keep that rear-engine Porsche upon the apex. But yeah, fascinating battle this between Thomas Anderson and Jörg Wiebahn, with Nico Menzel, who at the moment has the best ticket, really, doesn't he? He's got front row seats to this fight for second place, which keeps on teasing us, doesn't it? Wiebahn closes in, then drops away, then closes in again, and then there's a little moment maybe from Anderson, and he thinks there's half a chance, but it hasn't yet developed into anything. Ian Loggy is in, by the way, from the lead of the official GT4 category, and this looks like a proper pit stop, or are they checking something over? They're wobbling the rear wheels of the GT4 Mercedes, which is not typically standard pit stop procedure.
No, it's not. That could be a cause for concern. Wheel gun comes out, new tyres are briefly being readied, and then they run off again. We'll have to see what's going on there. Of course, a pit stop in a GT4 car, at least a tyre change in a GT4 car, does take longer than GT3s. The GT3s are single nut centre lock, and it's still 5 bolts on the GT4 cars. So if it were to say have a big shift in weather conditions, the GT4s would lose a lot of time to the GT3s. Not that we're expecting those two classes to overlap too much in terms of the overall matters. So then, Anderson continues to watch on as Jörg Wiebahn, as you said, Andy, ebbs, flows, gains, loses, and oh, okay, a shock absorber is down there on the floor for the NM Racing team. That is not a good sign.
No, it's not, is it? So that's repair work going on. This is going to drop them a lot of time very early in the race to be losing the time as well. So Ian obviously has reported that something wasn't right with the back of the car, and so in dive the mechanics to try and diagnose and then rectify the issue. But that's going to require quite a bit of work. They'll have to take the whole of that left rear corner off the car, really, in order to get to the bit they need to change, and then there's the small matter of putting it all back together again. So time being lost, chunks of time being lost, I fear, for the NM Racing squad, but it's a 6-hour race. There are only 2 other cars in their class. There is a chance that those 2 cars could still run into some issues, so it's worth getting the car fixed and back out there, just in case.
Absolutely right. There's a long old way to go here in this race, and it's a strong lineup as well in that NM Racing Team GT4 car. So you'd expect them to be up there if all things go well. Jonathan Curry, Ian Loggy and Luis Liberal, the latter of whom we've seen previously in the GT4 Winter Series. So if they do manage to sort that out somewhat quickly, we still cannot rule them out. I would suggest they are the most consistent lineup there within the GT4 categorization. Nico Menzel consistently teasing us with the possibility of a move on Jörg Wiebahn, but it's this last corner, isn't it? The Cup 2 Porsche not quite with the aero through that final turn. The Mercedes suddenly out of nowhere gains 3, 4, maybe even 5 car lengths.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about GT racing, but also the fact that this track has a little bit of everything. It's got the really tight corners, it's got the high-speed corners, it's got the undulations, and different cars will excel at different points around the circuit. So yeah, really intriguing battle this. The Mercedes look really closing back in on Thomas Anderson's Porsche through the first part of the lap, but I think through the middle sector, where there are more of these low-speed corners and therefore traction zones out of them, that's where the Porsche seems to have an edge, but a gap that was 1.5 seconds at the line by the end of sector 1 is down to closer to half a second as the Mercedes starts to loom ever larger in the mirrors of Thomas Anderson's Razoon Porsche. Up the hill they will head again. Menzel sort of dropping back again in that mid part of the lap as car 88, which is the A-Works Nico Menzel Porsche, is warned about exceeding track limits at turn 4.
Yes, have to be careful of that, of course. These big, wide open expanses of runoff area, they are tempting, but use them too often and you will start to receive slaps on the wrist. The number 48 car of Jörg Wiebahn. Very nice livery, of course, the Team Landgraf outfit, most commonly associated with the man filter colours and the famed Mamba snake pattern that has won them championships in the ADAC GT Masters back in 2022 with Raffaele Marciello. But I must say, this version of a Landgraf Mercedes, rather handsome too.
It is indeed, although Thomas Anderson would like not to have quite such a good view of the front of it right now, because this is about as close as Wiebahn's been at this part of the circuit for quite a while, and this is a part of the circuit we know the Mercedes excels at. A good run through the final corner, a whiff of a slipstream down the main straight, and we saw how much time he took out of Anderson through the first sector last time around, so there could be a move in the making here, and Wiebahn, having been sort of ebbing and flowing with this gap as we've described, will want to capitalise on this if he can. He didn't have a great run through turn 1 though, and so Anderson actually out of harm's reach by the time they reach turn 3.
Yeah, he got himself a better run out of 3 there as well. Here the Porsche going up through the gears, and then listen to it as he fires back down on the left flappy paddle. I think probably going down into first for that. They usually have quite a long first gear. In fact, the Porsche of used Sportwagen Technik last year in the GT Win Series at Valencia wasn't even using 6th gear at all. At the end of the main straight was at the top of 5th. And that's the case at quite a few circuits, seemingly, with the Porsche 992 GT3R. There are mandatory gear ratios as well for the teams to consider. There is the Loggy-driven, or formerly perhaps Loggy-driven NM Racing Team Mercedes heading back out onto the circuit. We'll see whether Ian Loggy has stayed in. I suspect he probably has, but that will confirm when he goes through the first sector split. But all the same, the car is back out there. They've lost maybe 2 to 3 laps on the GT4 competition. It's obviously less than ideal, but that is still salvageable from there.
I'm a bit surprised they didn't then take the time to refuel the car whilst he was in the pit lane. He went straight past the refueling area, so okay, it's a pit stop and it counts towards the pit stop time, but they will have to stop again in about half an hour. Maybe they just want to shake down the car and check it's all right rather than wasting their time on fueling. Confirmation as well that Ian Loggy has stayed in the car too, so no driver change yet for that car. That was an unscheduled stop, obviously, and so choosing to let him continue on in his stint, which is now getting on for 40 minutes old. We are 2/3 of the way through the opening hour, and therefore about 2/3 of the way through what we would expect to be the opening stint of the race. Sort of assuming that a GT3 car can do just in excess of an hour on a full tank of fuel, we should still have a good portion of this stint to go before we see some of these leading cars making their first potential driver changes of the day.
Yes, it's looming quite large actually, isn't it, the first stops? I've received not consensus. In fact, they've all been very closely guarded with me in regards to what they're doing fuel stop wise. I do promise, if you tell me something in the paddock, I won't go to the next garage and tell the next garage what you've just said. But it does seem as though the consensus is somewhere around an hour. I know that Oliver Webb's intention was to do the first hour or so of the race and then hand the car over into the hands, I believe, of Andrei Borodin, who will take the car second. So Borodin, I think, will be in the car next to Oliver Webb, but expect the leader in at the top of the hour, there or thereabouts. I know that much courtesy of Oliver Webb, who is now the best part of 30 seconds clear at the front of the order at the moment. We'll see what it is this time by. Meanwhile, Guillermo Oliveira continues his charge in the first stint of the race, is just about to try and put a lap on Dag Volhin in the number 41 East Racing Porsche. The interval between first and second place overall, now confirmed, 27.1 seconds.
Yes, and I may now retract the...
Oh.
What have you seen? Oh, yes, the Monteros Competicios sort of unofficial entry into the GT4 category, because they're a lap ahead now of the next best GT4 car. So,
right,
for the sake of an interesting race, yes, we'll keep them in TCX for now, shall we? Dag Volhin is about to be lapped by the BMW. He is only, though, 8 seconds clear of the Lion Speed car. Now, actually, Dag had a slow lap on the previous lap, a 59.1. I'm not misreading this, am I? No, a 59.1, his best of 47.3.
57.
So, 57.3, sorry, yes. So, lost quite a chunk of time there to the car behind. The car behind, though, is now Patrick Kolb. Now, remember, he made that extra pit stop, and in fact has just come across the line, only 7/10 of a second behind, in fact ahead now of Dag Volhin. So a change for the lead in GT4, and that is after that extra pit stop that they took earlier on.
Meanwhile, down at NM Racing, I'm sure they're relieved to see the car back out there on the circuit, and I understand we can go down to Izzy Browning now in the garage, who might have a little bit of an update for us.
Yes, I have indeed. I've got Neil Montserrat with me once again. Neil, the car's gone back out on track, but just tell us what happened.
Yeah, we had a technical failure with the damper rear left. It's always very typical here in Portimao. Very typical. It's not the first time that we have this problem. There's a lot of compression on the last 2 corners, and ultimate on the last corner is big compression, and we are suffering a bit on the dampers. But it's strange because we did a big refresh of the car. We know that. And the dampers were new, 4 dampers new, so we have to know exactly why. We are examining, and we put a new damper, and we are on track again. The race is still on to fight, because we have 35 minutes to lose on the pits, so we are still on the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see your team getting ready, so I won't keep you for too long. But you are back out on track. What's possible today?
I think we still can fight for the category victory. We will try.
All right, thank you very much for speaking to us. We'll let you get back. We'll let them get back as pit stops now beginning to happen.
Correct, Izzy, including Razoon More Than Racing making a tyre change and a driver change at the moment. Thomas Anderson giving way to Simon Birch. 44 minutes into the race, well, 43 at the time of coming in. And that car makes its first stop of the race. One would assume perhaps a visit to the refueling bay as well upcoming for this car. And a good point made there by Neil Montserrat, the team boss of NM Racing Team as well, that in a way that 35-minute mandatory pit stop time is kind of a cushion, a helpful cushion, if you do have a minor, in inverted commas, issue like the one they just experienced. You can kind of make that back by shortening some of the stops later on. The MJC Bentley is in, still Wittgamski listed in the car. I'm not sure if that is going to be the case long term, whether or not the driver ticket changes after this one pit stop, whether they plug in his co-driver Matthew Graham in for the first time. I'm not sure. It's been a long time since we've seen Matthew in a race now. There he is. Matty Graham is indeed at the wheel of the 43 Bentley. Does it need a visit to the petrol pumps first? I suspect it will. Yes, indeed comes the number 43 MJC Bentley. But yes, Matty didn't get to race at all in 2024. Did a grand total of 4 laps during the 2024 season, he informed me a little earlier on this week. Of course, you may know him from the Porsche Carrera Cup GB, as well as the British GT GT4 class, where he won races in both. So he will be handy and very interesting to watch in a GT3 car for the very first time in his racing career. And perhaps this can be the launching pad for him to get some more opportunities in 2025 after a 2024 spent on the sidelines. Right, Oliver Webb, we ride on board with him at the moment. He said he was going to stop after an hour. We'll see how honest he was being with me in a little while. We're just over 45 minutes into the race. It was the start of minute 43 when the Porsche 992 of Resume More Than Racing came in. And about the same time as well for Witgamski and MJC, pretty much coming in convoy. So perhaps the McLaren might end up being one of the last ones in. And I suppose, given we know these cars can go over an hour to a stint on the tyres, on the fuel, they might be shortening these stints again because they have to get 35 minutes of pit stop time into the first 5.5 hours of the race. And another point that was made on air there with Nil Montserrat, a very good one that I was just talking about as well, Andy, is that those minor issues, like suspension replacement, shock absorber replacement, you can kind of do them within that 35 minutes, short some of the pit stops later on, and potentially not actually cost yourself anything in the long run.
Well, yes, because we saw, didn't we, a pit stop earlier on, taking about 4.5 minutes or so. Now, granted, that was only half a tank of fuel going in to the Marco Antonelli Mercedes, but yeah, you know, that was a 4.5 minute stop. You're not going to do enough of those stops if you just pit every hour to take up the full 35 minutes. So in a way, you've got time to make some running repairs anyway. You may as well do it if you need to. Speaking of Antonelli, there is Marco. Now remember, this was the first of the GT3 cars that pitted, and that is going to be quite significant, isn't it? Probably at the end of this lap or the next lap, I'm not sure, but we will see where he emerges from all of this in relation to, in particular, Thomas Anderson's Porsche. In fact, he's just gone ahead of Thomas Anderson's Porsche, so being marked now as 7th position, Anderson 8th. Of course, it was a shorter fuel stop for Antonelli, like I said, only slightly, but it looks as though he's come out quite a way ahead of the Porsche.
Yes, he has. So the Porsche 992 GT3R is going to be behind Antonelli by the looks of it, possibly because of that slightly lighter fill for Antonelli versus Anderson. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, we don't know how much fuel Antonelli started the race with either. We'd like to think full tank, but maybe the reason he was scything through towards the end there was a particularly light quali load. We'll have to well, I don't think we will get to the bottom of that, but if we do, great. There is Patrick Culp, who after starting effectively a lap down is now in the GT4 lead because of the pit cycle, and is trying to unlap himself on the number 32 BMW. We're starting to now see as well the gaps between cars on the timing here on the graphics as well, which will be really useful as the race proceeds onwards. And of course, during the pit cycle, you're going to see some rather exaggerated gaps between them as well. There's Dag Woolen in the pits, having handed over. There will only be 2 drivers in that car, so Ulf Hildebeck will take over. East Racing, I think they're going to take the long game approach here. They're a team who do focus more often than not on long distance races, particularly at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And I suspect, yes, this is going to be one of measured nature.
Yes, I think you may well be right, but that could well be the winning strategy in 5 hours, couldn't it? Because everyone else is treating this like a sprint race and may not be there to see the checkered flag if they continue in that manner. But over the hill comes Guilherme Oliveira in the BMW. The lone BMW in the race now, running in 6th position overall, partly because of other people pitting, but also partly because this car is going very rapidly indeed, and yeah, rolls its way through the first corner, having now put a lap on the now leading GT4 car, although the only GT4 class car yet to pit. That, in fact, of course it did, didn't it, Patrick Cole, very early in the race, so technically has made its first stop, so that is a sort of genuine race lead. Makes me feel that maybe that pit stop was the right thing to do after all. He's actually coming back at Oliveira here as they drop down into turn 5, but no way through as they head through the braking zone. So Oliver Webb then out in front. When does he pit is the question. He'll want to extend this stint as far as he can, I'm sure, over half a minute clear of Jörg Wiebahn at the moment, though. Which bodes well for that car coming out with a pretty sizable lead, all things being equal, in the pit stop.
Quite right. Meanwhile, if you're sitting here seeing Patrick Kolb really struggling to get past the older BMW of Oliveira, you might be thinking, who's this kid? Well, he is someone who's familiar to the Portuguese racing scene, having raced a Donetta GT5 with Monteiros Competições last year. He's also backed by the Portuguese Federation, FPAC, as part of their junior backing pool, as it were. So he is one to watch, and he will be in GT4s in Iberian supercars this summer in an Aston Martin with Racar Motorsport. So we can expect great things, I think, from Enrique Oliveira as he continues on his racing career. Oliver Webb there, almost finding the back of the 45 Porsche. Anders Steiner at the wheel of the Steiner Racing machine, the number 45. No harm, no foul, but even where there's not maybe quite as many cars as we could fit on the grid here, there's still the possibility of having a little tangle here or there. Meanwhile, Izzy Browning continuing to do great work down in the pits, and I believe fresh out of the car, we have Whit Gamsky ready for a chat.
Thanks, Adam. I have indeed got Whit Gamsky with me. Come down to the MJC garage. You have just jumped out the car a couple of minutes ago, and you had a little lie down. Just tell us how physical it was out there.
Very physical. It's an extremely tough circuit. It's a fantastic place to drive, but it's really, really physical. And it's I've only driven it just the first time, so I'm hoping to get slightly better at it, but it is so physical. The car is not the easiest car to drive in the damp conditions, but when it dries up, it's good, and I'm sure Matthew will make it work hard.
Yeah, you say new to the track, of course. Got 6 hours to get used to the track, so by the end of it, you'll feel a lot more comfortable, I'm sure.
That's the plan if I'm still awake. Yeah, but it's a smashing place, a beautiful circuit. It's just a lovely event, like it.
And Matty, as you just said, just jumped in the car. You said he'll be flying, so I imagine you're going to have a lot of fun watching his stint now.
No, I'm going to sleep. No, I'm going to have a lay down, but I'll be watching him, yeah.
All right, thank you very much for speaking to us. We'll let you go and have a rest, and we'll see you back in the car later on.
Cool.
Good luck, see you later. There we go, guys, we'll go back up to you.
Thanks very much, Izzy. Whit Gamsky, always an honest man. He'll always tell you the truth, and yes, I think the truth was that was a fairly exhausting first stint as they tried to go from, of course, slick and greasy to dry conditions, and we'll hopefully see more and more of that Bentley up there in the order later on after a leisurely start, and Matthew Graham, I'm sure, will start to set good lap times. In fact, is already matching the times of the other GT3s now out there on circuit in the MJC Bentley.
This, meanwhile, is Simon Birch, now at the wheel of the resumed Porsche. He's just done a personal best lap for this car, 2 outright fastest sectors on what I think was his first full flying lap in the stint. And this is where the fascinating element of this race for me now begins, because you've now got another sort of pro driver, if you like, in this Porsche, who is capable of matching the times being set by Oliver Webb. But Oliver is coming to the end of his stint. He will have to get, well, doesn't have to get out of the car, I suppose. He could double stint, but there's a good chance he will get out of the car, and all of a sudden, the McLaren's lead could start to fade. Another car there struggling ever so slightly to get stopped into turn number 5, but this car is not struggling at all. Simon Birch is on it.
Yeah, Gustav Söderberg Kröll having a little bit of a moment, but managing to keep things on the straight and narrow ultimately. But yes, to your point, Simon Birch, is going to be very compelling to watch what happens next here. Antonelli is about 50 seconds up the road from Simon Birch, which of those that have pitted will be a net race lead. Although that said, of course, Nico Menzel is currently in the pit lane. I suspect he will he double stint? I'm not sure what the plan was down at A-Works Motorsport, whether Nico will continue on or not. Talking of the A-Works car as well, while it's at the top of mind, let's dispel a rumour. A-Works, their team lineup, Nico Menzel with 2 E's, Rodriguez Menzel with 1 E. not a typo, nor are they related. In fact, I believe Rodriguez Menzel might be a pseudonym and a bit of a joke
right.
to try and catch out folks like you and I, Andy. But yes, Nico Menzel, of course, or Menzel, quite a famed name. Christian Menzel, his father, is a renowned racing driver through the years, and the 27-year-old Nico, born in Adenau, so what hope did he have to be anything but a racing driver? And always great to see him on track. Antonelli pressing on in, as I said, net race lead of those who have pitted right now. And the second of the GT3s is pitted on our screen right now, Simon Birch.
Who is now the fastest man on the track. New fastest lap, a 1:42.894. On that lap alone, 1.2 seconds faster than Oliver Webb. Now, okay,
wow.
Oliver did not set a particularly competitive time, only a couple of tenths off his previous best, though, in fairness. But, of course, he's coming towards the end of his stint. Simon Birch only at the very beginning. But, interestingly, the pit stop for Rezoon was a full minute and a bit longer than it had been for the AKM Motorsport Mercedes earlier on. So that's why they've lost so much time. But of course, you've got this 35 minutes you need to spend in there over the course of the race. That will, in theory, come back to them later on. They've served it now. They've got their quick driver in who can start sort of negating some of that time lost. And in theory, the AKM car will have to spend that extra minute in the pits a bit later on.
Yes, I think it's going to really come out in the wash about 5.5 hours into the race, isn't it, really? Because everyone is going to approach how to peel 35 minutes from their total race time or total time on track in the next, well, now 4.5 hours. In different ways. And for Antonelli, with that minute extra that you alluded to, Andy, one would suspect that is as part of it down to the fact that he spent maybe less time in the fuel station, but also Antonelli, of course, drove straight down the pit and straight into the refueling bay, whereas this Porsche has fresh rubber. So that is worth bearing in mind as well. We saw them changing the tyres on the Porsche 992 GT3R, so they did a service at the garage and a refueling stop, as opposed to Antonelli that was purely in it for the fuel.
Yes, which also probably explains why Simon is now going quicker than Ollie Webb is, because Webb is at the end of the stint and also on tyres that have done nearly an hour of running. Back out into the race, heads the number 88 Porsche then, so driver change, we think, conducted on the 88 car. That will confirm itself, I think, at the end of the opening sector. Comes out right in front of the Bentley of Matty Graham, who finds a gap round the outside. Sort of lap times is Graham doing? Yeah, high 144, so not that far, half a second or so away from the lap times of the race leader. So we're now going to start to see a little bit more, maybe, from the MJC Bentley.
Yeah, great to see that thing as well, especially in the bare carbon fibre, right? It just looks so cool. It's only done a couple of races so far with the MJC team. One appearance in the British Endurance Championship, one in the Masters GT Trophy category. Yes, it somehow wrangled into a historic race last year. And the MJC team, with this new kit, of course, for many, many years, MJC was a Ferrari team. 2 decades of Ferrari loyalty. Now with the M Sport developed Bentley, and a very interesting evolution. I think Gamski really likes that car. Of course, he is the team owner. He is also the owner of the car, Whit Gamski. And they have won 3 British Endurance / Brit Car titles together as a unit. And as I understand it from the mouth of Matthew Graham, very welcoming bunch as well. He's felt very much at home in the MJC crew this weekend.
We've got Anders Steiner in the pit lane now, in the number 45 car, so the second of the Cup 2 runners to make their way in. There is the visual evidence that I've not made that up. Anders Steiner in the pit lane then, and that is another tyre change and driver change presumably being completed down there. Or at least a driver change. Anyway, the car's up on the jacks. You would imagine that means tyres being changed as well. And then onwards to the refueling area he will go. We are now an hour into the race, so the first hour, I have to say, Adam, has absolutely flown by. We've got 5 more of them to go, and we're now really getting into the nitty-gritty of this race as Marco Antonelli hits for a second time. So again, they clearly feel there is going to be that extra stop somewhere. They've decided to make, well, 2 little stops within the first hour of the race. That is an interesting strategy call.
Yes, and this time stopping in front of the garage, Marco Antonelli. And I didn't see who got in, because I think that is Antonelli belting up. Whether it's Raffaele Gianmaria or Aaron Farhadi, we'll have to wait and see. Regardless of whether it is the young American or the more experienced Italian racer, we know it will still fly in their hands down at AKM Motorsport. So the crew bursts into action and will no doubt make sure the stop is at least 90 seconds in length to continue on adding to the total time. They have to have 35 minutes worth of pit stop to their name at the 5.5 hour mark, and each stop must be a minimum of 90 seconds. Now, I'm wondering if Ollie Webb may pit this time by. He told me he'll do an hour-long first stint. This is the first time that he'll come past pit exit with an hour in the books. So how tight to the measure are they being on that? Not so tight, of course. The race officially started about 4 minutes or so into the race distance, since we did 2 formation laps. So we'll see, but one would expect this McLaren in very soon indeed. We are 1 hour into the 6 hours of Portimao, and the first hour looked rather like a sprint. Fans and some of the Equip for Test team members down there in the grandstand to watch the beginning of this race unfold in what were some slippery conditions. Everyone, though, was on slicks, and Thomas Anderson, despite a little bit of a bid from Marco Antonelli, led the early stages. Antonelli got loose at the first apex, which handed Jörg Wiebahn second place, and Oliver Webb was on his way through the pack. First getting past Antonelli, the other Mercedes would be his next target, and seeing Andy's point there regarding Nico Menzel going absolutely flying across the curbs at turn 1. That cost him, at least momentarily, the Cup 2 lead. This was the move for the overall race lead. Oliver Webb diving to the inside, getting through fairly easily at turn 5. He would then start to build a lead that would exceed 30 seconds. Wittgamski, meanwhile, having a bit of a scrap further back with the number 45 Porsche machine, the Steiner racing car. And there was the 1-2 in Cup 2, still holding on to the back of the GT3s as well. Both Menzel and Gustav Söderberg-Krö putting in a mighty shift at the beginning of the motor race. The NM Racing Team Mercedes of Ian Loggie was being pursued by the Lion Speed Porsche of Patrick Cole, but even though they were a lap apart, and Loggie would be looking good, at least in the early stages, in the GT4 lead. Then Marco Antonelli, after biding his time in the background, suddenly started moving up. First, he got past Jörg Wiebahn. Meanwhile, Patrick Colbert getting past to unlap himself on the GT4 leader. And here was Antonelli leaning a little bit on Thomas Anderson to move up to second overall. He would only stay in second overall, though, for 2, maybe 3 laps, and then make a pit stop a little over half an hour into the motor race. So an early stop for Antonelli, and consistent pressure from Thomas Anderson all throughout this first stint. The pole-sitting Razoon Porsche was under threat everywhere we looked in the race distance here. Oliver Webb, meanwhile, simply had to worry about traffic management, tyre management, and perhaps a little bit of team management once he's out of the car as well, down at the Greystone GT squad. Antonelli went straight past his garage and straight into the refueling bay a little over half an hour into the race. Mandatory stop time of 4 minutes within the refueling bay. So yeah, they lost 2 or 3 laps and actually dropped down to the very rear of the field momentarily at least. Some of the Porsches getting in amongst it, and unfortunately for Ian Loggie, came into the pit lane with a smoking rear left and a new shock absorber, some new suspension parts placed into the NM Racing Team Mercedes. Now back out there on the circuit, but lost a couple of laps in the process. The NM Mercedes would head back out onto the track, but a little bit of time lost still, though. Optimism from Nil Montserrat, the team boss, that they can make something happen. The Oliver Webb McLaren leading the way all throughout the first hour, despite the odd hiccup here or there in amongst the traffic. Patrick Kulb, meanwhile, having a little bit of fun making his way through the field. Obviously, they pitted after the first formation lap, and that then put them a lap down at the start of the race, but has been unlapping himself in the GT4s and some of the others, and enjoying taking in the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Our race leader we saw there is Oliver Webb by a lap, it was at least, but now he is in the pit lane and falling through the order. So Weiban was second at the end of the hour, Soderberg was third at the conclusion of the first hour. But the all-important pit stop, therefore, is going on as we speak. Oliver Webb is there in the pit lane for the first time, almost on schedule, extended the stint a little bit more, surely enjoying the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo a little bit too much. And that, I believe, is indeed the Andre Borodin lid in the car. So Borodin now takes over. Oliver Webb has done a faultless first stint of the race. And it's over to you, Andre Borodin.
And what sort of lead will he have over Simon Birch? Well, slightly reduced one after that little fumble as he left the pit box there. The car should now peel to the right into the refueling zone.
He's missed the entry, I think.
Yes, and now there's a conversation to be had with the marshal. How generous will the marshal be? Very is the answer. Moves the cone for him, and into the fueling zone he goes. So Andre Borodin now begins the second part of his pit stop, and the very first thing he had to do when he got in the car was get out of the box. That didn't quite go to plan. The second thing he had to do was get into the fueling zone. That didn't quite go to plan either. Hopefully they are his two errors for this stint out of the way, and he can get out on track and get his head down.
3 strikes, question mark. So then, Oliver Webb will have probably observed what we've been hearing from down in the pits as well. There has been some spitting down in the pit lane from the clouds above, hearing reports of clouds and mist around the circuit as well. So that's worth bearing in mind. But for now, we are still seeing a lot of sunshine. It's not a guarantee, though, that the slicks are the only tyres that are going to be deployed across this 6 hour. The weather has been temperamental on our stay in Portimao.
And this is the trouble for me with going sort of out of the box when it comes to strategy. For example, this car, which has now made 2 pit stops within the first hour of the race, now incidentally being driven by Aaron Farhadi. Not sure if Adam's already mentioned that, but Farhadi at the wheel of the number 64 car. This is now a full pit stop behind everybody else, really. If it were to rain, they'd have to make another pit stop, which maybe some of the other teams could use as one of their planned stops, whereas it would be sort of out of sync for the Mercedes. So this is the risk of taking early stops. You never quite know what the rest of the race will have in store for you. Interestingly, though, how much time has this car spent in the pit lane? 6 minutes and 14 seconds. So it's pretty comparable, really, with some of the other cars that have only stopped once. So that sort of proves, doesn't it? They've been shorter stops because they've been shorter stints, and the first one did not involve a driver change at all. And so a lot of factors to add into your calculations here when you're trying to figure out who has got this exactly right. But anyway, Aaron Farhadi continues on his way. His last lap was a 44.7, pretty competitive, really. Goes back to really support your point you made earlier on. This is a car that should have reasonably consistent pace for a large portion of the race.
Yeah, Farhadi, who has raced in GT3s a little bit prior to this weekend, but has done some GT2 racing in the GT America series, and has generally been doing a lot with his young years in motorsport since getting into the world of GTs. Great guy, fun to talk to, and has been very much, as he said in our interview in the pre-race, and soaking in the experience from Raffaele, Gianmaria and Marco Antonelli, hoping to sit under the learning tree fairly extensively during this race and others. I think he'll be performing with Antonelli Motorsport this year. So for now, the Antonelli Motorsport car is a bit of an X factor, a bit of a question mark, but yeah, 6-minute pit stops. It feels a bit unusual, doesn't it, that that is the standard, but that does seem to be about the average delta out there right now. And I query one man, and that is Jörg Wiebahn, who is still yet to make a stop out there at the front of the order. I don't query the fact that the car is still running. We know these cars can do a long stint if they are required to, but he assured me repeatedly down in the paddock earlier this week that the primary goal here is to get Tom as much track time as possible. I'm just here because he needs a second driver, et al, et al. Well, he's certainly staying out there and having fun with it at the moment.
Yes, I've heard that song before. I don't tend to believe everything I hear from racing drivers these days. Out comes Andrei Borodin. Now, this is going to be quite close. Simon Birch, we believe, is heading for the line. We should see the resumed Porsche somewhere... we don't. Okay, the timing screen lying to me. Not sure where Simon Birch has got to. But anyway, Andrei Borodin back out of the pit lane. Birch, I think, has already gone through, potentially. So Simon Birch may well be ahead now of the Greystone GT McLaren anyway. No, there he is, just behind. So that is the gap, essentially, between the net race leaders, as finally Adam Jörg Wiebahn does now head into the pit lane. But he has drained that fuel tank dry to extend this opening stint as much as he can for Landgraf. So the Mercedes in from the lead, and in another 5.5 minutes or so, we'll have a proper picture of what the GT3 order looks like.
I suspect that that picture might soon involve Simon Birch on the back of a McLaren, though, because we know how fast he can be. We saw it last week here in the GT Winter Series, going blow for blow with young Keanu Alizari. And look at that, the commitment through 7 and 8, the disparity. Of course, Borodin has sat there and had his tyres cool underneath him as well in the fuel station for the last 4 minutes there or thereabouts, which is a huge disadvantage too. By the way, remember, minimum fuel time 4 minutes, 4:03 for Greystone GT, so they timed that just about right. Meanwhile, the McLaren sees the Porsche surge past there. Simon Birch not wasting time, not hanging around.
No, straight through he goes into what we believe will be a net race lead. We have to wait and see exactly where Jörg Wiebahn comes out in all of this, because of course that 48 Mercedes had been running quite close to the number 14 Porsche before this pit cycle, but since he jumped in the car, Simon Birch has been consistently the fastest driver on track and therefore should come out ahead of that Mercedes, I reckon. It is, by the way, still a Porsche that leads. It is the Cup 2 Porsche of Gustav Söderberg-Kröhr, who is about to, in fact probably has now, moved through into the lead of the race, having yet to stop. He is one of the only cars now, I think, yet to have visited the pit lane in the opening nearly now an hour and a quarter of racing. So that car technically still leading and has been reasonably competitive anyway, hasn't it, on pace. And if they can go significantly further on fuel, we might see this happen a couple of times, given the length of the pit stops, allowing for quite a chunk of time to be lost whilst you're in the lane. But Simon Birch, not losing any time at all, is pushing on and, yeah, looking pretty strong for now. But we fully expect this to continue to chop and change over the remaining 4 3/4 hours.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whom gets into the number 9 yet, and how they next, sorry, and how they compare to Rodriguez Menzel, who has taken over the 88 from his near namesake, Nico Menzel, out there on the circuit. So that's within the Cup 2 class. We'll keep an eye on that. Gustav Söderberg-Kröhr sharing with Matthias Estrand and Thomas Carlson, both of whom should be solid hands at the wheel there. The very strong lineups as a totality in the Cup 2 class. So that will be one to watch.
Indeed so. So, yes, Jörg Wiebahn then still in the pit lane. As there, Andrei Borodin beds himself in, tries to figure out the track conditions, which for now are pretty perfect, you'd have to say. No damp patches in view for now, but that could well change, given the very ominous-looking dark clouds that are looming over the hills in the distance. Right, this car had been leading the race until fairly recently. After a very attacking opening stint from Ollie Webb, he pulled out a big lead and has handed over the car now to Andrei Borodin. And we can get Ollie's thoughts now down in the pit lane with Izzy.
We can indeed, down with Ollie Webb in the pit lane. Ollie, you've literally just jumped out of the car. Already changed, though, very quickly. A flawless first stint from you, basically.
Yeah, it felt really good. The car's always been really good on race pace. We're using this as a practice for Andre to get some endurance mileage for Ed, who drives and manages him to work all together in a group of 3, and for Greystone to get some mileage as well. So we know we've got a good race car, we're just working on a good quali car.
And you've got plenty of experience in endurance racing, of course. Will have raced around here, I'm sure, many, many times, know this place well. How tricky is it to kind of sit back and watch after the car's out of your hands?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, this is a good race because it gets a lot of people experience at the start of the year, nice and early. That also means there's a mix of car and ability, which we knew when we came. So you never know if it's going to be the pro or the am or the father or the son in the car. So you have to be aware that sometimes some of the guys out there are almost overly cautious and they're trying to move out of the way too early for you. So you've got to read that. But I find that interesting, and it's nice to try and get a consistent stint out of it.
Yeah, and you'll be back in the car later on, but for now, as I said, you are going to be sitting back and watching, and also I think popping up to the commentary box at some point during the day. How are your other 2 drivers feeling around this track? Because we've heard from quite a few drivers up and down the pit lane just how tricky it's been for them to get to grips with a track like this.
Yeah, it's a really, really tough track. It's so easy to lose time. There's so many tight, complicated corners that are almost flat, and then you, for instance, out the last corner, you lose all the way down the straight. And you can feel like you're driving really well and only be losing 2/10 a corner, and then you're 2 seconds off. So it's a really tough but challenging track. But to get this weather this early in the year and to get this many miles with you know, good cars on track, it's ideal for us.
Well, things are going well so far. We'll let you get off and enjoy the race. Thank you so much for speaking to us. And yeah, things going very well for the Greystone team right now.
They certainly are, although they, as we've just seen, have lost the net race lead now to Simon Birch, and he will become the actual race leader again very soon, I think, Simon Birch, because finally Gustav Söderberg has pitted from the lead in the Cup 2 MTech competition Porsche, so he hasn't yet relinquished the lead to Simon in the GT3 example, but that will happen fairly shortly, I think. Birch, by the way, has just improved upon his own previous fastest lap, a 1:42.398. We are now within half a second of his pole position time yesterday, which was a 1:41.8. So he is getting really, really quick and has gone quicker again in the first sector of this lap, although now comes up to lap Aaron Fahadi's Mercedes. So that's a significant moment potentially in the race. Remember, that car was fighting the number 14 Porsche for position only half an hour or so ago, but it has made an extra pit stop. That is crucial, although its total pit stop time isn't actually that much more, I don't think. The 64 has spent 6¼ minutes in the pit lane. The resumed Porsche, well, actually 5 minutes 40, so that accounts for a fair chunk of the time that they've lost to the now race-leading car. Simon does now put a lap on the Mercedes. So, yep, Simon Birch continuing unimpeded. That did slow him down slightly. Still a 42.7, though. No one else, Adam, is getting any better than a 1:47 right now.
No, interesting. The pace dropping away slightly then. Whether that's got anything to do with the spitting we've heard about, I'm not sure. But given purple sectors for Simon Birch, no, I think it's just that Simon Birch is on fire right now. Attribute the successes to him and him alone. So we watch on as Tom Callender, of course, now at the wheel of the 48 car as well. Yes. Another one of those young talents we wanted to speak about. Another one of those drivers we're expecting to be right on the money as his flying laps start to come in. I'm expecting that car to go very quickly. Izzy mentioned it when talking to him, of course, on the grid. Youngest ever GT Masters champion. We know there are big plans for him coming up in 2025. And I'm very interested to see what effect he has on this race.
Yeah, indeed so. And he comes across the line now at the end of his out lap, something like 22 seconds behind Borodin, but about 5 seconds, I think, is that, behind Simon Birch. So a long way back. The pace that Simon has had since he jumped into the car is pretty impressive. Well, pretty impressive, that's underselling it rather, isn't it? Extremely impressive. Untouchable right now, Simon Birch. If only, he thinks, he could do the remaining 4 hours and 40 minutes by himself. It would be a pretty much nailed-on race victory, but that is the joy of this kind of racing. He does not have that luxury. We will have further driver changes and pit stops, and that will continue to shuffle the order about. This is the car that started on pole position. It was Simon who set that lap time, and of course handed it over then to Thomas Anderson to do the opening stint. But Thomas, to his credit, did a really good job actually in that first part of the race, I thought. He didn't get involved in anything he shouldn't have got involved in. He stood his ground where he could, but then when you know, the likes of Marco Antonelli came knocking, quite literally, on his door, he didn't really put up too much of a fight. He understood that this is a 6-hour endurance race, and very much can't be won in the first few laps, but could have slipped away from them. So yeah, to his credit, Thomas Anderson doing really well. Simon Birch now bringing the raw pace to the car that we saw from him a week ago, and now looks to spend the next 40 minutes or so increasing this lead.
That is, I think, the objective, the mission statement. Very well surmised there, Andy McEwen. And so then, Birch in the lead by 30 seconds. Kröhr in the pits. We'll see where he comes out. I'm very keen to see what the delta is between Menzel and the number 9 car, which I suspect will feature a driver change before too long. The MTech competition team finally relinquishing their brief dalliance with the overall lead, of course, after making their first pit stop. So everybody has now made one of their pit stops in this race, and I'm sure that is going to be something we're going to see fluctuate on occasion. I think we're going to see some of the teams should we say pick and mixing with their pit stop length. I'm not expecting Antonelli's to be in every half an hour, for example. Aaron Farhadi at the wheel of the number 64 car. And the young American racer in the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, of course, a little bit different than the Lamborghini GT2 car that he had been driving previously and most recently in the United States. Currently in 4th place with Tom Callender directly ahead of him on the timing screen. So he's got quite the act to pursue at the moment in the number 64. Callender, very, very well regarded indeed in international GT racing. And of course, the cars we're seeing on circuit right now, 4th and 5th position, split by just 1.1 seconds at the delta last time by as well. So I think Menzel is losing out to the GT3 of Aaron Farhadi, but all the same, those two were together on circuit for 5th overall. Here's the car that runs 2nd for the time being, Andrei Borodin, and there'll be communications going on the headset, I'm sure, from Oliver Webb, although Oliver is set to come and take our headset in a little while here in the commentary box and have a chat to us. But Borodin losing the rear momentarily there of the 240 car, just getting away from him at the apex of turn 7. He's now got to get that car rolling again. Going forward into the grass is the obvious thing to do, except it's very wet grass, and as you can see, it's also grass on quite a heavy incline, so the front splitter might dig in. Therefore, he has to do the rather terrifying job of a 3-point turn on the live circuit, but it's something he manages to accomplish without too much drama. Now, having heard me say I don't expect the number 64 car in every half an hour, Aaron Farhadi is currently in the pit lane for the 3rd time in the race. The 64 Mercedes is in, and once again, this time, around the 25 to 30 minute mark in the race, the car goes directly into the refueling bay. So maybe they are alternating between fuel stop, driver change, fuel stop and driver change. And there is a switch for 2nd position because Tom Callender has just gone past Andrei Borodin on the road, and that is for 2nd place. The Mercedes up ahead is now in P2. The bronze liveried car has been in the bronze position for quite a lot of this race so far. And now it is up into 2nd place with the Farhadi machine in the pits. My understanding, I think, is that the Bentley Continental might even inherit a position in the GT3 class with Matthew Graham's handiwork ongoing. Matthew Graham currently in the 1:45, so setting competitive pace. The 44s coming in from Tom Callender, 43s coming in from Simon Birch. So Matthew Graham very much on the pace, and he's going to unlap himself now against the Greystone GT McLaren, the 240 car. Two wonderful looking beasts, the blue and yellow rather suiting that 240. Here is Graham at the wheel of the big Bentley. Of course, the Continental GT3 program has wrapped up in recent years, was the project of M Sport, the team that also puts together the WRC program for Ford in rally. And the GT3 Bentley program spanning 2 generations, this of course being the newer second generation car, still currently homologated for GT3. We have seen one as well in the hands of Team Parker Racing this year for a one-off at the Dubai 24-hour. I'm told still quite a competitive package with the right drivers at the helm. Fabulous sounding beast as well. Of course, it's the twin-turbo V8 as opposed to some of the W12s that the Bentley is synonymous with, at least in earlier generations of road car. Of course, the GT3 has always been a V8. But just great to see MJC, hopefully, on a more regular basis back in motorsport. The team disappeared after 2017, as Whit Gamsky needed to look after his health for a little while. And is now back in racing. Bought this Bentley ahead of 2024. And after some teething issues in that year, it now seems that the car is running exactly as promised and as hoped. So the gap between Birch and Callender, 1 minute and 13 seconds. But it's 1 minute and 13 seconds and separated by a lap. So that's a little bit misleading there on the timing screen on that front. So they are on separate laps for the time being, and that is in no small part because of the different lengths of their pit stops last time. 20 seconds longer for Tom Callender. Now SPS, is that some tape going on Aaron Farhadi's car there? I'm sorry, AKM, not SPS, of course. Getting my Mercedes teams mixed up, but a little bit of tape seemingly going on to the AKM Motorsport Mercedes. I don't know how much they can get away with doing in the refueling bay when it comes to maintenance or repair of the car. Farhadi will rejoin the race, albeit he will rejoin at the tail end of the GT3 order behind Matthew Graham. Borodin remains third in that class, incidentally, of course, has now stabilised in the high 1 minute 40s after that momentary error a few minutes ago. Of course, Oliver Webb starting that car, and we see a lot of Oliver in the GTs of the Greystone team. We saw him last week in the GT Winter Series with the Artura Trophy car, along with his McLaren Trophy co-driver Ryan James. Here is the 45 Mats Kimby driven Steiner Racing Porsche, the number 45 machine, which I believe is being run by Villeco Motorsport, the Swedish team. I think Kimby was a late addition. Initially, it was only to be Anders Steiner, who we saw start the race, and Svante Andersson at the wheel of that car. But a few teams that were set to only have 2 at the wheel have since gained a few drivers to try and ease the load, ease the weight on these drivers. Doing it with 2, I think, will prove to be quite a challenge. Of course, we saw Witt-Gamsky hand over to Matthew Graham, and they don't have a third driver. It is just Witt and Matthew, so they don't have to change drivers every time, of course. But for Matthew Graham, he will, I think, do a slightly longer stop. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in for closer to 2 hours. And I'm delighted to say that in the next few seconds we should be able to hear from Oliver Webb, who has come up and join us in the box. Like a true professional, he even knows how to turn his own microphone on. Not all drivers know how to do that, Mr. Webb. Fresh out of the car, relatively speaking. Obviously, you've spoken to Izzy, broken down the stint a little bit. But I think in summation, all systems okay for you in that first stint?
Yeah, it seems so. The car's running well. It's like I was saying to Izzy, we're good on race pace, and as long as we don't overcook it and overpush a little bit too much, then she's running well. It's nice to get this much time on track, and hopefully a little bit of traffic is a good thing for Andre to practice.
Absolutely right, and of course the 720S has been a solid platform now for a little while in regards to GT3 competition. The previous cars, the MP412 and the 650, were of course developed by different organisations before McLaren kind of took it more in-house. And I think over its tenure as a GT3 car, it's really come into its own as a leading option, hasn't it?
It has. It's really, really popular. I think the biggest part about it, I mean, obviously all GT3 cars end up getting BOPs, but it's just a really enjoyable car to drive. We know the Merc is quick. I'd say of all the GT3 cars, it's the one that's the most efficient and German, but not necessarily the most exciting always. And the McLaren and the Ferrari, I think, are up there with the ones that give you the biggest thrill and that biggest kind of excitement when you do the right quali lap. The Porsche is an awesome car. It's got to be in a really, really specific window to be quick. And Andre and myself have been in a nice position to try quite a few of these cars to decide which suits best. At the moment, this is the one.
Absolutely, and of course the third member of your team alongside Andre Borodin in the car at the moment and yourself is Ed Peed. Now Ed is a familiar name to Greystone, has been in GT Cup a lot in GT3 previously, and then if you roll back some 2 decades to when we were Sprogs, he was racing in the Renault Clio Cup very well over on our shores in the UK. I think Ed is one of those drivers that flies under the radar a bit, but quite a capable pair of hands.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not only from the driving point of view, but manages and looks after Andre and helps him with which championships and which teams to be with, which cars to test, etc., and kind of plans all of that schedule to make sure that whatever championship he ends up doing, he does well in it. I'm there as the pro driver to try and do the quickest lap times I can in the car, and Greystone are there to facilitate all of that and make sure obviously we have a good car, good pit stops, and a good crew around Andre. But yeah, it's been a while since, well, the first time I should say since all 3 of us have raced together, and a while since Ed has raced with Andre, and I think Ed is probably somehow a bronze, which makes him one of the quickest bronzes in the world.
Okay, there you go. There's some WEC teams just listening in there, isn't there? And of course, that's one of the things that's really changed the market, isn't it? Recently, in the GT3 space, the bronze requirement in the World Endurance Championship, it really has created a market for bronzes, and I've heard some ridiculous, almost free figures for seats going to the quick bronzes out there. It's compelling how these driver categorization rules shift the market for people.
Yeah, I think it depends on the situation of team and championship, but certainly each year with each regulation change makes a certain grade more appealing. It never really makes the golds appealing, unfortunately. There's no situation that there's plenty of us to go around, which is both good and terrible. But for silvers and bronzes, depending on the regs, that changes all the time. Right now, a good bronze, especially with good backing, is the way in, especially for championships like WEC, like Le Mans, like ELMS. And I think that's fantastic. I think to see a McLaren qualifying pole at Le Mans, and to do that with an AM who's been all the way through the ladder and done a very good job of it in the form of Brendan Rebates. That's what they deserve, to be made to feel the hero in that situation. And I think that is really the only way that Le Mans category will carry on, because there's so many options for these manufacturers to go to. I think if they sit back and just say, well, we'll have a full pro car, where's the funding going to come from?
Yeah.
So there has to be a share split there between a wealthy entrepreneur or someone who's wild enough to want to go racing with you, and then some help from a manufacturer as well.
And of course, a couple of weeks ago, I think you're a stranger to the GEDLICH Racing paddock. We hadn't met you before, at least on the race weekends, recently at least. But you've been in here for the last couple of weeks now with Greystone, initially with the trophy car and with Ryan James, now here in the 6 hour. And how are you finding it so far?
Yeah, it's been really good. It's really valuable track time. Last week with the Artura. With Ryan James, also with Greystone, getting some mileage in that car before the McLaren Trophy season, and now in this before the season that Andre will do with his McLaren. And I think it's just incredible to see a team like Greystone go from running supercar track days to running in some of the top categories around the world with GT3s, GT4s, trophies, and their program just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It doesn't feel like work when you get to come and do this, but when you get to come and do this and do it with a team as professional, as enjoyable as Greystone, I almost feel a bit selfish that I get to do it.
Absolutely so, and it's been really fun to see the ascendancy of your other compatriot Ryan James from last week. Of course, you guys won the championship together last year in the 570S class of McLaren Trophy. And the combination of yourself and Greystone in various different McLarens is one we see quite a lot. Yeah,
it's just grown stronger and stronger, and I think there's plenty of teams out there, and the Greystone included in this, who are quick and professional. But I think having that trust and loyalty and understanding the finances behind a team and what costs what, and having that whole spectrum, the more time I've spent with Greystone, the more confident I am when I bring drivers to them, or when drivers suggest which team that they should go to, and we have that conversation. Obviously there's top teams and top championships all around the world, but when someone like a Ryan or an Andre, for instance, wants to go racing, wants to enjoy it, wants to be quick, but also wants to have that full team and focus around them, then that's the team that we go to. So it's going to be a busy year. It's going to be mostly Greystone orientated, and a little bit of classic racing on the side.
Excellent. Well, here goes Borodin down the main straight, just being overtaken there by Aaron Farhadi. That's a couple of laps apart, so not for position at the time being. It's a compelling strategy that Antonelli seem to be putting out into this race, isn't it? So far, they've stopped pretty much every half hour. Fuel, then driver change and tyre, fuel again about less than 15 minutes ago. So far, they've been hitting pretty much on the half-hour mark.
Right, I didn't realise that. I did realise when I was in the car, I got told when I was overtaking this car that it was 3 laps down. And I thought in my head, it's either because of an issue or they've gone off strategy for fuel. But I didn't realise that they'd done a further 1 or 2 stops since then.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out what the benefit of that is. I mean, the fact that you have to be in the pits for 35 minutes, I'm not sure where you can make it back up. And really, you want to save as much pit lane time till the end as you can, because if it rained or you lost a front bumper or something, you need those extra 7.5 to 9 minutes that we're going to have to stay static to use. But maybe I'll eat my words and they've got some genius situation where they're going to go from 9th to 1st in the last 5 minutes while we're all static in the pit lane.
Yes, this is a compelling one to see how this unfolds. And of course, with that pit stop system that you were just alluding to, with the 35-minute minimum amount of time spent stationary in the pit, that is a complexity, and it can also be a benefit though, because as you said, bumpers falling off, things like that. We saw GT4 leading NM Racing Mercedes-AMG GT4 come in with what seemed to be a collapsed rear suspension. Shock absorber was replaced on the car on pit road. Things like that you can do in a few minutes, you can effectively have that for free so long as you short some of the stops later on.
Yeah, exactly. And I think to get an endurance race under your belt without crazy pressure, with a decent grid but nothing too intimidating, those kind of rules are probably quite appealing for newcomers. So I think whether that's the aim of what the championship are looking for or not, I'm not sure, but I think that is almost like how when Dubai 24 Hour and those championships started, it appeals to the newcomer, high-level newcomer of racing. Obviously, Dubai 24 Hours now just becoming a staple race of the 24 hours. It has all the same factory cars in that you see around some of the other bigger 24-hour races around the world and other endurance races. So I think this is great. You know, new drivers coming in who maybe haven't done a longer race before. We certainly haven't as a pairing. We've been doing 1 to 2, maybe 3-hour races over the last couple of years with Andre in his GT3. So this was originally to blow the cobwebs off, and I think it's certainly doing that.
Excellent. Well, I'm just hearing some news from down the pits, courtesy of Stefan Lerner from GEDLICH Racing, saying that there are very small raindrops in the paddock, so we'll keep an eye on that potential story as the clouds play their devious tricks over Portimao. Incidentally, this circuit has been, well, it was built after you started your racing career. I was trying to suss out quite where your first encounter with the track came. Would it have been Formula Renault 3.5 potentially?
We didn't do 3.5 here. I think the first time was private testing, and then the actual first race I did, I think, may have been in as late as in WEC. I don't think anything I raced in after that, because after 3.5 I moved to the States and did Indy Lights, and then when I came back to do WEC, it wasn't on the calendar for the first few years, and then eventually I did it.
Yes, that is longer than I thought, I'll be completely honest. And of course, driving an LMP1 around here versus, and indeed, well, prototype machinery in general around a circuit like this is quite different than doing so in a GT machine. In general, at a circuit like this where there are so many fast corners, is there more to consider in terms of things like tyre management with the added weight of a GT car, and what do you have to deal with in comparison between the two?
I think with the weights, you definitely have to think a little bit about traction and some other things, but laterally the car, you drive them both to the limit, so you end up tyre managing both of those cars anyway. I'd say it's probably tougher in a GT3 than in the prototypes, because corners like the last corner that are easy flat in some of the prototypes, in this are just off flat, so with a bit of a lift, and you need that confidence in that car to be able to do that. And with the changing wind that we've had the last 4 days, Thursday the last corner was really hard to do flat, and then in quali today without the wind the last corner was a lot closer. So I actually think a GT3 car around here is probably more physical, more challenging than the LMP1s or LMP2s. Mind you, the weather today is very favourable in the cockpit compared to when I think August maybe when I was here in an LMP1. So.
Yes, it's a bit less of a pressure cooker, isn't it? That mist that we're seeing around the circuit, there's a little bit on some of the camera shots, you can see a fine mist developing. In the event of rain, I mean, how well balanced is your car in those conditions? I assume, obviously, when you're sharing with a bronze driver anyway, it's not on the finest knife edge to get the absolute optimum. It might be a little bit more forgiving when it rains, if it rains.
Yes, we have a fairly forgiving setup in the car. I think that's been fairly apparent throughout testing. We've never been right at the top. We have a car that is a lot softer, a lot more understeery. It's centered around our main driver, being Andre, who is the customer. So that means, yes, selfishly, we as the pros can't get our one-lap pace out of it. But I think over a race distance, there will be less mistakes from the bronze, more of a consistent drive, and more of an enjoyable drive, because obviously we're so ingrained in competitiveness, we forget that you have to enjoy every single lap you're doing around here. So sometimes you don't enjoy it until you're on the drive back to the airport and then remember that it was quite fun.
Absolutely right. Now, we are seeing a little bit of windscreen wiper there as well out of the number 24 car. Stephen Berntsen, who incidentally is leading GT4 and has the big brother Porsche just behind him there. Simon Birch, the overall race leader. That combination of Birch and Anderson is certainly an interesting one in terms of your fight for the overall win, isn't it? Because Thomas is a solid bronze, and then Simon is, well, quite the teenage upstart.
Yeah, I think that car's got a very, very strong chance. I think it's going to be very difficult for us to be able to match that. We're hoping, if everything goes well, we should be able to get a podium out of it. I think anything more than that would require some issues from the car in front. Yeah, they've been here for the last couple of weeks, this car, and I think it looks amazing. I mean, I love the livery on it. It's very very professional, nice garage and good delivery, and the drivers all driving it very well.
Yeah, they've been knocking around the GT scene for quite a long time. I think almost the polar opposite of Greystone, actually, down at Razoon. Greystone have very quickly gotten into just about every type of GT you can, and Razoon have been more reserved, doing KTMs and GT4s, now moving into GT3s. And all the Bentley, that's Matthew Graham having a little bit of a moment there. Even with the traction control on these GT3s, especially the turbo cars like yours, like the Bentley, that instant, well, not quite instant torque, but close to instant torque can catch you.
Yeah, it is. It's especially out of those tight corners at the top. It's we have 2 different TC settings which we can use. So that's called slip and gain, and the easiest way I always describe it to someone when you're showing them the TC buttons in the car is one, which is gain, is how much TC intervention you've got, so how much that controls the wheel spinning as it senses that the road is going quicker underneath the car than the tyre can allow. And the other one, which is slip, which is when it comes in. So for instance, you can have it so that the car gets to 45 degrees sideways before it comes in, but then when it does, it comes in really strong, or you can have it that it comes in very early and very weak. So depending on your TC system, is also going to be dictated today, if it rains again, how quick your lap times are going to be, and how many mistakes or slides like that Bentley had that we're going to see. And I think if it does start to rain, that's when you're going to see a big difference, not just in the confidence of the drivers, but in the cars themselves.
Now, I'm hoping, if possible, we might be able to hop on board as we start this new lap with your 240 McLaren, and perhaps you could sit on the shoulder for a lap of Andre Borodin here.
Yeah, no problem. It feels weird watching the car when you're from up here. So yeah, we're coming down here in 6th gear. We're checking our pressures and temperatures on screen there. Braking at the 150. Down 2 gears to 4th, trying to make sure that we don't run wide for track limits. Flat through here. And then we try and straighten the wheel to get the best braking potential out of the tyres possible. 1st gear, keep it tight to the right because you can get this left just about flat when the wind is good, right over towards the mud, which is good of Andre there. You can be a bit cheeky on the track limits there, especially with the rules we've got here today. You'll just grab 6th and then try and avoid the bump before you hit the brakes nice and hard here. Staying straight so you can V-shape the corner out to get the best traction by relaxing the wheel out there. See the TC light in blue flashing on the top left of his screen there. We go up into 5th and we do a very soft brake here into 4th, and then squeeze the power to about 50% before immediately braking again for this uphill corner, which starts to go off camber at the top, and you have to really feed the throttle into not wheel spin on the curb and send it into the wall on the right. This is flat out. We shift up to 5th, we get it nice and close to the curb but not all the way to the right, so we can turn back over and have a good braking angle here for 9, 10, 11. 2nd gear, bit of a short shift on the exit if you can as that blue light comes on there again. Flat out in 4th gear up here. We can either go up to 5th or stay in 4th. Down 2 gears on the brakes. Here we've got positive camber, so it falls in nicely, and then you're fighting it, as we can see here, all the way on the exit as it flattens out. Here you want to go tight in 3rd, back down to 2nd. You don't want to come back too close to the curb because you're conscious to get onto full power as quickly as possible. Open up the last corner, shift into 5th and have the smallest lift possible, because this is where you can gain the easiest time all the way down the straight.
Excellent stuff. We'll have to keep an eye on you and indeed that blue TC light when you're back in the car later on and see quite how much it interferes with you at the wheel. Andre Borodin taking us around the lap there, probably not knowing the slight added pressure that he was under there with the man well, in charge of developing him. Watching on, and I imagine it's hard for you to ever turn off, especially mid-race, that analytical brain. You were kind of still picking out bits and watching what he was doing there, weren't you?
Yeah, exactly. So the camera we had there, I think, is yours TV camera, but we have pretty much identical just below it in the car, which we have a live feed to in the garage. So we, and now currently Ed will be watching his whole stint, the team will be, and then we have 9 other screens which are showing everything from weather to splits to fueling. As here we can see the leader of Simon Birch coming in, and he'll be doing his tyres and fuel coming in for double spin.
Yeah, they did tyres and fuel last time as well, so I suspect it will be much the same. And the other question mark is whether it's going to be a 2-hour stint for Simon. Certainly there's no Thomas Anderson nearby, so I think they are going to be doing that that maximum of 2 hours. Now, I know you have to run back pretty soon, Oliver, in about 5 minutes or so, but there's some that goes for a flyer there.
The Red Bull.
Yep, Red Bull down, other drinks available. But of course, you've got an hour of rest mandatory between stints here. Is it going to be just another... yes, there is rain falling. And
they put slicks on, didn't they?
They've put the slicks on, so that is about the worst timing possible for the current race leader to have just bolted a fresh set of slicks on, and now it's starting to spit. And for everyone else, also out there on slicks, this is where it starts to be extremely challenging if that is more than just the pit lane that's experiencing that.
Yeah, it looked misty and was certainly kind of, we could see it spitting down on the camera, but then out of our window here, it doesn't look too bad. So if it was just a passing foggy cloud that mists up and maybe makes it a little bit damp for a few corners, it'll be fine. As long as he can keep those slicks kind of around 1.6 upwards in bar of pressure and then keep them up to a nice temperature, he should be okay.
And so what I was going to mention previously was you do have a mandatory hour off, but of course when you've got 2 other drivers in the car, you're going to do more than that. Is it just one more stint in the race for you? Or?
Yeah, so we're basically going to do one each.
Okay.
Andre will see how he feels after this stint as to whether he decides to do another hour or not. I think that would be very tough for him. It's a physical car, and that's quite demanding if we shared it all totally evenly and expect him to do the same as the pro in the car. So the idea is Ed will go in next and he will do an hour, the same kind of time that I did, hour and 10, whatever we can get away with the fuel. Then I'll be back in to do the maximum I can do on the fuel. We'll absolutely brim it and I'll just stay out as long as I can. And then Ed and Andre again. So we've got a very simple, very basic strategy. We're very, very aware of the number 14 and 48 car being so strong that we kind of need to do our own race, get the most track time possible for Andre, practice the pit stops for the guys, and if we can get a podium out of it, then that's great.
Back into the pits again comes AKM Motorsport, showing you what I was talking about. Now they come to do a driver change. Raffaele Gia Maria coming in again. So this is their 4th pit stop of the race already. They came in for, as we saw, yet another fuel-only visit about 20-25 minutes ago, and now a driver change. It's, as you said, it feels counterintuitive to burn away all of this time so early on, which is obviously what they're trying to do, to burn as much of the 35-minute mandate as possible in one fell swoop. But yes, I mean, it might pay off. It's going to be one to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe there's someone back at home screaming at the TV as some obvious strategy.
Yes.
But I mean, we didn't really overthink it too much anyway, because like I said, we all want an even amount of time in the car. Ideally, I want Andre to be in the car as much as possible. Now, strategically, it's not the healthiest thing for us to do, but we're here to do as well as we can, but practice for our main season at the same time. So it may be a different situation if he was doing the full championship and the 6 hours of Barcelona as well. But this is a 6-hour test for us, in which if we get a trophy at the end of it, we'll be very happy.
And one last question for you, Ollie, because I know you've got to run back down there shortly. You did say, so about an hour and 5 hours and 10 is about the most you can get out of it then? So about a 70 minutes is all we're going to get roughly out of the car, best case scenario?
Yes, exactly, yeah. With the tanks that all of these guys have got, I think there's going to be maximum 5 minutes between every car if you were to fully tank it. So with the rules where they are, and you can't be in the pits for more than 3 minutes when a safety car comes out anyway, there's no real advantage there either. So it will be as simple as every time that the track is green and every time our fuel tank is as empty as it can be, we're going to come in and stick another 9,500 litres in and try and do another hour and 10 minutes.
There we go, burning fuel in the most fun way possible here at the Portimao 6 Hour. We're excited to see how your team's progress continues. Now running second, of course, with Simon Birch currently in the fuel station. And we hope that at the end of it all, it shakes out that we see you on the podium.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope to see you there.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ollie Webb. Great to catch up with one of the leading drivers in this race, the race leader for much of the first hour. He is now going to go straight from one headset to the other and see if he's missed out any juicy Greystone gossip while he was away. Thank you very much, Oliver Webb. We now will welcome Andy back in.
He
did cheekily play with some of your levels there, Andy, so I do apologise if you have to do some twiddling now, but we will hopefully have Andy McEwen back on in just a few moments there. Great to get some insight there from Ollie Webb. And indeed an onboard lap voiced by Ollie Webb there during that stint. And yes, we now return to really focusing in on this race as Simon Birch leaves the pit. And a point that we made just a few minutes ago as you came back in the room, Andy, is that they changed to new slicks on this this number 14 Porsche just as it started to spit in the pit lane.
Oh yes, I did spot a little bit of that, but I think it's passed now. I didn't notice any as I wandered back towards the commentary box a moment ago, so I don't think it's too slippery out there, if at all. But yeah, interesting that they took the time to put more new tyres on then, so that was their second stop of the race, wasn't it? And already another set of tyres going on to the car, and they're keeping Simon Birch in, it would seem, for now. So they're double stinting Simon. Oh, now that looked like quite a bit of rain actually up at the top end of the circuit, unless my eyes were deceiving me. So, yeah, maybe slightly changeable conditions. There was quite a ferocious wind this morning blowing across the track. That really seems to have disappeared now, which is good news in a way. It means that any weather that's coming this way is coming here slowly. It also means it may linger a little bit longer than we thought it might. So if it does start to drizzle, then it might take a while longer for that to pass over the circuit.
Yeah, that is a point worth noting as well. The weather is currently a question mark, I think I'm going to say. I don't know how better to analyse it than that. Simon Birch, the holder of the fastest lap, was the race leader just previously in this race. Tom Callender has now inherited the race lead and is a lap and change clear of Andre Borodin, which really shows the speed of Callender. Yes, Borodin had a bit of a loop at one point, but immediately after the loop, Callender went by to go past him on track, and now he's over a lap clear. Tom Callender is hustling out there on circuit.
That is impressive, isn't it? Just for the sake of my notes, Adam, when did the 14 car make its second stop roughly, do we know?
Second stop was, well, about 7 minutes ago, I think, maybe 8. Around the 4 hour 10 to go mark, I would say. Right,
okay, so not that long ago then, so they're pretty fresh into that stint. And of course, we've had extra pit stops. I did spot for the 64 AKM car, Raffaele Gianmaria now at the wheel of the 64 Mercedes. And so, yes, the 64 car on this interesting strategy, which I did hear you discussing briefly there with Ollie Webb, and trying to figure out exactly what it is they're trying to do. I can only imagine they're trying to load up their pit stop time now, so that then they can treat maybe the second half of the race a little bit more normally and try and do the longer stints there. And maybe that some of the other teams have to try and do that rather the other way round. Rodriguez Menzel here in the number 88 Porsche drops down through turn number 1. He is actually with the third place overall now, because this car, I believe, has still only made the one pit stop. The Cup 2 runners generally, it would seem, just going as long as they can on fuel and pitting when they absolutely need to.
Yes, I think they're doing exactly what Oliver Webb was alluding to with Greystone, which is just, we're going to do leisurely stints of the amount the fuel tank will allow us to do. That seems to be what the Cup 2 guys are attempting to do. We might see a few teams look at the maths about 20 minutes before the window for the pit stops ends, which is 5.5 hours in. You can pit afterwards, of course, but you have to have the 35 minutes of pit stop done at 5.5 hours in the race. I wouldn't mind betting there's 1 or 2 teams that just sit there for 10 minutes because, well, they kind of have to, and that is going to be the compelling curveball, I think, in the final hour of this race, Andy.
Yes, I think so. So we might go into that final half hour thinking we know exactly what's happening, and then that all rather changes in the final, well, maybe not the last half hour, because they have to have had that time done, don't they, by then, but certainly going into the final hour, we still won't really know what the situation is. Definitely noticing different visibility levels just from different cameras at different points of the circuit. There is quite a wave of rain coming across the top end of the circuit towards 7 and 8. That's the direction from which the rain has been coming all day. I say that as if it's been raining heavily all day, but when we've had the drizzles, that's been the bit of the circuit at which they've been noticed first on every occasion. So pretty tricky up there. Got to be careful. Easy on slick tyres to just get that ever so slightly wrong and find yourself skittering off into a gravel trap.
And of course, that's the place where most of the interference of the elevation change comes in as well, because you see that drop down out of turn 8, where you've really got to be careful on power application. That is where often the rain seems to come in a lot. 9, 10 and 11, big compression followed by difficult braking zone where you simply have to get the car turned while under braking as well. And then, of course, downhill sweeping into 12. The bit that the rain hits first is often the most complex bit, even in the dry conditions. So if it does start to get greasy up there first of all, it's going to be heart and mouth stuff.
Yeah, this is definitely the tricky bit, isn't it? 7 and 8, and you're braking on a turn there. As you come through 7, you're immediately onto the brakes for 8, and that's one of the worst parts of the circuit to catch the slippery surface, as Adam was alluding to there. Very easy to lock a brake and end up pointing the wrong way. Again here at the other sort of really high area of the circuit, it looks as though it is drizzling, so maybe the mixed conditions are going to start leading to a few moments, and I believe we've had a few moments recently we can take a little look back at as well.
First hour of the race. I thought we were just doing the second, to be honest, but this is the very beginning of the race. Of course, 2 hours ago, back when the circuit was presenting a challenging sheen for our drivers, and Simon Birch went out into an early race lead. Meanwhile, after a very short order, Oliver Webb moved forward into the race lead. Thomas Anderson, it was, at the wheel, of course, at this early stage. And after 5, maybe 6 laps, the number 14 ended up pulling into second place, with Oliver Webb disappearing up the road. Ian Loggy had a suspension issue that they rectified after a few minutes, and Oliver Webb continued to make progress, pushing through the order so he could come up and join us in commentary, of course, but also to hand over to Andrei Borodin in a strong position, and they definitely succeeded in that task. Borodin would struggle momentarily to find the refueling area, but did eventually get the car back out there on the circuit, albeit with Simon Birch a matter of moments behind him. This was for position. They were on the same lap, and by the time the lap had concluded, Simon Birch, now in the 14 car, had moved through into the top position at that time. The number 14 Porsche has been marked out by many of their competitors as a potential favourite so far in the race, and nothing that happened in the second hour really dispelled that notion and that theory. The big Bentley trying to make its way through the order, getting its nose rather rudely chopped off by the Steiner Racing Porsche of Mats Kimby. Matthew Graham hustling away in his first ever race stint in the GT3, and Andrei Borodin having a little bit of a spin down at turn 7, just I think over-rotating the car a little bit going into the corner, and the rear end managed to get to the exit first, unfortunately. The 24 machine in the pits, the Line Speed GP car that now leads in the GT4 class, having started effectively a lap down at the very beginning of the race. The East Racing machine continues its metronomic pace around the circuit for the time being, now with Joel Herman at the wheel, who is a late addition to the entry list. Still running well as well, Paulo Lima now at the wheel of the Monteros Competiciones BMW. That car is running solidly, but now running down in 11th overall, of course, focusing, I think, largely on their own race in the TCX class, but hoping to claim a few of the newer GT4 cars scalps in the process. The NM Racing team only lost a few minutes to that change of suspension. We've seen a little bit of windscreen wiper activity in recent times as well. The Lion Speed car briefly activating them, whether by accident or by design, we're not sure. But there has been suggestion of rain over the last 15 to 20 minutes. And the number 14 GT3 car was potentially going to suffer a little bit because it came out on slicks and then it started to fall, the rain, but it does seem to have stayed away for now. The number 14 should stay out there with Simon Birch at the wheel on those slicks. I don't think there's any cause for a tyre change anytime soon as the sun and indeed the rainbow continues to beat down upon the circuit. At this stage then, it is Tom Callender who leads the 6 hours of Portimao. We are 2 hours into the race. Rodriguez Menzel is in second position. The third place is Andre Borodin, who's currently in the refueling bay. Was Andre Borodin. He's now down to fourth. Simon Birch in third. Carlson is second among the Cup 2 drivers. Raffaele Giamaria is in sixth place. Berntsen in seventh. Wittgamski eighth for the MJC Racing team. Jonathan Curry in ninth. And Mats Kimby was 10th, but Paulo Lima has just taken that position as it fluctuates at this stage of the race as the pit stops continue to have their impact on this race. And again, it is, I think, going to be so much down to quite how people burn their time. I think it is just going to be, I think, at least in a couple of cases, a matter of drivers or drivers having to wait it out ahead of the final half hour. And for us, it's kind of having to wait it out and see how this picture unfolds, because the pit stops the approaches to the pit stops are being taken radically differently by others. It was comforting to me that Ollie Webb also couldn't quite decipher the AKM strategy, but there might be method in that madness yet.
Yeah, well, they're certainly burning up that time, aren't they, that you were alluding to. They are, they've spent more time in the pit lane, I would venture now, than any other team. Yes, they have 13 minutes. Well, actually, MJC have spent 13 3/4 minutes in the pit lane, although they're rather less in contention, we think. But we don't really know, because we know this is going to drastically change over the second half of the race. We are only a third of the way through. We still have just under 4 hours remaining, so lots more pit stops that can be taken, but it's clear that you can't just go an hour between stints. You're going to have to do something quite interesting, and it's not just one shorter stint you may have to do. It may well be that you have to do 2 or 3 of those, which clearly is the AKM Motorsports theory that they're working off. Ed Peed we expect to emerge onto the circuit shortly at the wheel of the Greystone McLaren. Rodriguez Menzel is in now as well in the number 88, so that is the third pit stop for them, as Ed Peed does now emerge right on cue out of the pit lane. Immediately seemed on the attack there as he accelerated out of the pit lane exit and rejoins the circuit, I think possibly just behind Simon Birch. I think that was maybe the resumed Porsche that I saw flashing through shot as the Greystone McLaren rejoined the circuit. Yes, I think it was. Yes, there is Simon Birch. So Simon Birch then moves back ahead of the Greystone McLaren on track, and we'll get a proper reference of what that gap is before too much longer.
Yes, I think it's going to be a good couple of laps, but we'll see quite how that pans out. Ed Peed then at the wheel for the first time in the car. He will have done quite a bit of track time, I think, though, prior to the race starting, so shouldn't take too long to bed himself in. Meanwhile, Rodriguez Menzel in, as you said, just the second time for this particular car. Now, is Christian Menzel? Sorry, getting father and son mixed up. That was bound to happen. Nico Menzel. Is Nico Menzel back at the helm? It looked to me like there hadn't been a driver change there, potentially. We'll have to see. One driver change that has happened is Wittgamski now back in the MJC Bentley. So that car is back underway now with its owner Wittgamski at the wheel for the second time in this race. Of course, he and Matthew Graham, the only 2 drivers in that car, so we'll keep an eye on them and see quite how long Witt stays at the wheel. Of course, Witt has to do an hour now as well, because there is the mandatory hour-long break for the drivers. So Wittgamski is going to have to do a slightly longer stint than he did at the beginning of the race before handing back over to Matthew Graham. And as a 2-driver lineup and a maximum 2-hour stint for each driver, they will also have to do a little. He will also have to be put back into action at least once more.
Indeed so. Simon Birch then comes through now up into essentially second position. But I think still quite a chunk of time behind Tom Callender, whose lap times have been impressive, haven't they? Pretty much matching Simon Birch. So Tom Callender going well, but the fact they're keeping Simon in now means that as much as Tom is pushing, he's not really doing anything about the substantial lead that the Resoon outfit have gained. A big push on there through turns 7 and 8 for Simon as he wriggles the car up the hill early on now in this, his second, the car's third stint of the race so far. But yes, he is a fair chunk behind Tom Callender. I'll be interested to see what that gap is once the next stop is done for the Landgraf car. Those are sort of the two main consistent protagonists that are emerging. We'll see what sort of pace Ed Pede's got in the Greystone car now, but Resoon versus Landgraf for me seems to be the fight right now.
Yes, I do think that might end up being the winning battle after all of this, depending on, of course, the AKM wildcard strategy. Greystone could still be a factor as well. Ed Pede's progress is going to be an interesting part, an interesting factor into this. Ollie Webb expressed while he was up here with us that he's not sure whether there will be a second stint for Andre Borodin. That's down to, I think, how Andre is feeling after that first hour in the car. He is quite a physical beast, of course, a GT3 machine, so we'll see whether Borodin continues on going into into the second half of the race. So we'll keep ourselves posted on that front to see whether his name appears again. So for now, Tom Callender is our race leader by quite some margin, and he has been in the car now for a bit over an hour, so he should be in there for quite some time. In fact, well, we'll see, because Tom Callender is in the pits now. So this is the telltale moment. Will Jörg step back in? Let's see if there's a suited and booted racing driver anywhere in the offing. They're changing tyres at the moment. Of course, it can be quite a long and leisurely stop if they so choose. It doesn't appear that we are going to see him in. What we are seeing still is spitting down on the pit lane, the finest rain of all. We've heard reports of that at turn 5 from Kieran, one of our camera ops, as well down there at the hairpin. So there is still that risk, but everybody assuredly on the slicks for the foreseeable until it gets any heavier out there on the circuit. And it does appear that Callender is going to be fuel station bound and continuing on his way.
Yes, he's been refueled, I noticed. A mechanic handing him a bottle of water there to take a swig from, which was a good clue that he was staying in the car as well.
Yes.
Out he goes, but as you said, via the refueling station. So we'll get a resumption for at least a little while anyway of the Tom Callender versus Simon Birch battle. It's not a wheel-to-wheel battle, but they are very much comparing lap times against one another. And that will continue for a little while as Tom tries to just chip away at the lead that Simon has built up in the Resume Porsche. There is the Resume Porsche turning its way through turn 3 and accelerating steeply uphill through turn number 4. Ed Pede, by the way, has just completed, I think, his second flying lap of the stint, 146.5. So he's not on Simon Birch and Tom Callender pace at the moment, which probably further suggests that we're looking at a Porsche versus Mercedes AMG battle right now, although we are not even close to halfway through the race yet.
No, there's still a long way to go in this one, and the battle could evolve in any of many ways. We'll have to wait and see, but for now Simon Birch is doing what Simon Birch traditionally does best, and that is hammer away laps in the Porsche 992 GT3R. His last time about half a second off his best of the race. Tom Callender, meanwhile, on his previous outing was also setting green sectors. So I think that was light fuel load again having its role to play. He's now sat in the refueling bay, getting filled up, and this time by, it'll be just under 2 laps between Birch and Callender once the Porsche goes by. I think they will end up back on the same lap in first and second place, but I suspect Callender should still have a little bit of time in arrears between himself and the second place Simon Birch.
Yes, I think that will be the case. What the gap is, we'll have to wait and see. But yes, Simon Birch comes through once. The next time by should be to reclaim the race lead. The extremely bright headlights of the Porsche flash at the Wittgamski pedalled Bentley, which stays sort of out the way. Well, didn't really, actually sat on the racing line and forced Simon Birch to go through on the inside, but that is the best thing you can do if you're being lapped. We hear drivers, particularly in multi-class racing, say this all the time, don't we, that they would much rather the driver they're lapping just stay on the racing line rather than pulling to one side to get out of the way, because that is more predictable, just staying on the racing line. You know where they're going to go, and it takes any doubt out of the equation. So Witgamski doing the right thing there, definitely. And through with ease went Simon Birch, who also then puts a lap on one of the Cup 2 Porsches. So just one car in the pit lane at the moment then, the Landgraf Mercedes, that we expect to re-emerge onto the circuit fairly shortly. And as I said, we'll watch on with interest to see what sort of a gap Tom Callender has to try and bridge.
It's alarming, isn't it, when the GT3R Porsche goes past, just how wide it is versus this Cup car. You don't really get the impression of quite how exaggerated those wheel arches are, how wide that track is, until it goes past something a little bit closer to a road-going 992 GT3.
It's a phenomenal machine, isn't it, watching it trackside. And yeah, I went into the grandstand to watch a bit of qualifying yesterday and briefly saw, I think it was the number 9 car going by, and I thought, well, is that a GT3 car? It doesn't look quite like a GT3 car. And then through came the Razoon car. I thought, yes, that is a GT3 car. It is unmistakable, and a stunning piece of machinery, and it looks like it's handling absolutely perfectly. So Simon Birch goes back through into the race lead. We await the return to the circuit of Tom Callender. We, though, will make a brief return back down to the pit lane and to Izzy.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back down to the pit lane. We've just seen Tom Callender come in for a brief pit stop, and now I've got his teammate Jörg Fiebahn alongside me. Jörg, how satisfied are you with how things are going so far?
We can be pretty happy up front in the moment, although it's, as you know, it's a tactical game with 35 minutes of standing time, so we have to be really clever with the pit stops, the refueling time. But so far it looks good. We're happy.
Yeah, it's looking good for you guys so far. Of course, a bit of a battle potentially with the Razoon guys down the pit lane from you. We did see a little bit of rain, not enough for anything too dramatic, but a little bit of rain. Potentially going to have some more rain later. What do you think that could throw up in terms of strategy?
Well, when it starts to rain, we need to switch tires, obviously, and I do like the rain a lot, so I'm not really scared about it. And we had a start on wet conditions, not wet, but dumb conditions. There's lots of grip out there still, so I'm not concerned. I'm happy.
And you're very, very experienced in this kind of racing. On this track, how comfortable are you and Tom feeling?
Well, actually, you know, I'm racing like for ages, but this is the first time that I'm here in Portimao, and I just love the track. It's this up and down. Really spectacular. It's a very nice layout. Tom has been here, I think, with the Formula 4 before. So we both really love what we're doing here, and let's wait what happens.
All right, we'll let you go back and enjoy the rest before you go back out. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
So then, there is Tom Callender in the car that Jörg just got out of, looking remarkably as if he hasn't just done a stint in a racing car, actually. His cardio must be infinitely better than my own. Not surprised, actually, thinking about it. But Tom Callender has headed back out onto the circuit, and we will get a picture now of the gap between himself and Simon Birch, who has inherited the race lead. So Birch, 71 laps in the books, 70 laps in the books at the moment for Tom Callender, but we will see the gap shortly. I suspect it's probably going to be somewhere around the minute 10 region potentially. We will see. It was 1:12 at the first sector split, so that would make sense. And the number 48 car just now powering through the final corner of the lap, back with Callender at the helm. And there's some GT4 action going on. Meanwhile, further around, this is several laps apart, 5 laps apart, but Joel Herman means business at the moment on the back of Stephen Berntsen. The gap between the leaders, actually 1:21, all things told. So Callender, 1:21 off of Simon Birch. That's that situation unfolding. But this is a situation we often see in endurance racing, of course. Two cars with two quick drivers at the wheel in the forms of Berntsen and Joel Hillman, who are, well, not fighting for a position, but fighting for honour.
Yeah, well, at least not on the face of it fighting for a position, but we never quite know, do we? Because there is just this general air of uncertainty surrounding the strategy in this race. It's not inconceivable that suddenly cars that were 3 laps apart could find themselves together by the end of the race. The 41 car has spent so far 12 minutes and 18 seconds in the pit lane. The 24, which leads the GT4 category, only 6 minutes. So, to my point, yes, there are 5 laps between them, but there are 6 minutes difference between them in pit stop time. That accounts for 3 of those laps pretty easily. So, yeah, it's certainly not... it's certainly worth fighting here, even though it isn't for on-track position at the moment. It is potentially going to be by the end of the race. They've got Tom Callender coming through to put a lap on them momentarily. Tom won't want to waste any time here in his pursuit of the race leaders. But yes, this is an intriguing battle between 2 of the Caymans, which may well turn out to be a bit more significant than we think a bit later on.
Quite possibly so. Here comes Tom Callender blasting past both of them. So Joel Holman is finding it quite difficult, I think, to go past the Lion Speed Porsche. Now, Lion Speed Porsche put the windscreen wipers on again there down the main straight. Oh, and goes wide at the first corner. Oh, goodness me. Did they actually touch there? That wasn't just evasive action, was it? No. So the question now is damage?
Well, it looks as though there may be on the Joel Herman car, and I think is that a puncture or a damaged rim maybe on the front of the Stephen Berntsen car. Now that's the class leader, remember. That was a significant moment. Yes, definitely crabbing on the Joel Herman car, and you can see the left front damage on Berntsen. So I'm sure we'll get another look at that momentarily, but it was one of those awkward moments really where they had got through that without any contact, and then suddenly one of them got a bit sideways and they sort of met in the middle. It wasn't one of those bits of contact created by aggressive driving, just an unfortunate set of circumstances. I think the 24 has largely got away with that. The 41 though, I'm afraid, not so lucky.
No, absolutely not. So that is inevitably, I think, going to be a pit visit so long as the team have picked up on that for Joel Herman, the 18-year-old who's very familiar with East Racing, having done some BMW competition with them previously, but a late addition to this entry list, and unfortunately, perhaps an early addition to the garage for at least a little while, because it's more than just a tyre issue there. Clearly, with that level of crabbing, there's a suspension problem at play. And we actually saw last week in the GT4 Win Series, of course, a car with damaged suspension limp around despite crabbing in the form of the SR Motorsport Mercedes of Enrico Federer. And then eventually, it just gave way completely. And of course, the longer you wait, the more damage you risk on the car. In this situation, in a 6-hour race, as the car goes past me, you're only going to compound things.
Well, exactly. And, you know, I could understand a little bit why Enrico wanted to carry on in that situation. It was a shorter race. He obviously felt there was a chance he could get the car to the flag. There's no way, surely, that Joel Herman is going to be able to do the same. The checkered flag is still 3 hours and 37 minutes and change away from being waved. We'll see a replay here of what happened again. So the move had been made, and then... well, actually, at first I thought maybe it was Berntsen getting sideways. Possibly it was actually Herman running to the edge of the road and not realising that he hadn't cleared the number 24 car. Either way, they met in the middle, contact made and damage done.
I dare say a little more space could have been given by the yellow and black car there, but that's, well, only so much you can do now that it's all in the past. So I'm sure the East Racing team will be evaluating their next move. They'll be seeing the pictures as we are down there in the garage and seeing that the car is crabbing. Meanwhile, we ride on board here with Simon Birch, dispatching rather neatly there 2 of that car's Porsche cousins, and continuing on in the race lead.
And on the previous lap, Simon Birch was less than half a tenth quicker than Tom Callender. They are incredibly evenly matched, both of them in the high 1-minute 42s. Simon on the first sector of this lap, sets a purple sector. However, the new fastest lap of the race, belongs to Tom Callender, a 142.365. Personal best first sector, a solid middle sector, and an outright fastest third sector. That may be about to be mirrored here by Simon Birch, who's gone fastest of anybody in Sector 1, then had that bit of traffic that we rode on board for him with in Sector 2, comes through at the line, and no, 7/10 slower in the end than Tom Callender. Now, I need to just rein myself in a bit here. 7/10 quicker. There's a minute and 21 seconds between them, but someone at last is quicker than Simon Birch. It's been a long time since we've been able to say that this car did not hold the fastest lap of the race.
In some regards, a good couple of weeks.
Well, yes.
At certain junctions, Birch was looking unbeatable last week in the GT Winter Series. Of course, Keanu Alizari had the measure of him when they were together on circuit in one of the GT Winter Series races. But yes, Birch has been peerless more often than not when he's been at the wheel of this Porsche so far this weekend. How's Ed Peed doing from a lap time performance? Last time by was a 1:46.001, so a little bit off some of the quicker GT3 drivers who are currently surrounding him. To be fair, Simon Birch, Tom Callender and Raffaele Giammaria, that's three very quick drivers surrounding him in the GT3s at the moment. He and Whit Gamsky, they've both got as the kind of bronze or de facto bronze of their lineups, they've got quite the measuring stick. Ed Peed, incidentally, is a bronze. I thought he might have been a silver, but he is a bronze-rated driver, as confirmed by Ollie Webb earlier on. And yes, a strong one at that.
Certainly so. He is, though, lapping about 1.5 seconds a lap slower than Raffaele Giammaria. So that's fourth place, I suspect, is the next one that will change. If, of course, the AKM Motorsport Mercedes stays on track long enough to allow that to happen, which hasn't really been the case since the first half hour or so of the race anyway. But there went the McLaren, and about 14 seconds back at the line anyway was the AKM Mercedes, which in the first sector of this lap was 0.5 seconds quicker than Ed Peed. We'll get the middle sector momentarily through as they head through the left-hander towards the end of the lap, or at least Ed Peed does. Anyway, middle sector time for Gianmaria, again 9/10 faster, so he continues to take about 1.5 seconds a lap out of the Greystone GT McLaren. And if he can catch and pass the Greystone McLaren, that will be for fourth place overall, but crucially to get back into a class podium position.
Yeah, so Gianmaria putting the AKM Motorsport car into work, into action at the moment. He is someone who's been around the GT racing scene for quite some time. Prior to that was, of course, going through that junior single-seater ladder like so many did, and was actually very, very good in Formula 3000 towards the end of his attempt at getting into Grand Prix racing, albeit I don't think he always had the best equipment there. But as I think at this point one of those very well regarded kind of elder statesmen who you can always put in for a safe and quick pair of hands, and especially in Italy, very well regarded in that sense, and it's exciting to see him with us here. Always get a little bit unnerved when I see a Porsche unnerved there at the top of the crest at turn 8, because especially with that rear engine, that pendulum effect out of 8 that can easily slingshot you into the right-hand side wall. I mean, we saw it last year actually in GT Winter Series. That happened on one occasion in one of the races with a Porsche 992 Cup car. Yeah, whenever one of those gets unsettled at the top of the crest, I do wince a little bit.
Yes, understandably so. We've seen that time and time again, haven't we? That is the challenge of the car, which is ironic because it's corner exit that is that car's strength generally, but it's very easy to overstep the mark and find yourself in a little bit of trouble. Contact between cars 24 and 41 noted by race control. Interestingly, there you can see Joel Herman still going, so he hasn't pitted yet, but you have to imagine it may be a slightly lengthier stop when he next comes in. But of course, they have time to do that, don't they? They have all of this extra time to burn in the pit lane. If he can sort of nurse the car through towards roughly the period of time where they wanted to stop, then they can afford at that point to spend a bit more time looking into it, should they wish. So, nearly halfway through the race, 1.5 minutes until we do hit that crucial, 31.5 minutes. Maths never was my strongest subject until we hit the halfway mark. Looking at the GT3 class in particular, actually a little bit of sort of symmetry now starting to appear in the pit strategies. Certainly most of the GT3 field roughly on the same page as far as time served in the pit lane. The race leading Resume Porsche has spent 11 minutes and 38 in the pit lane. This car, the Tom Callender machine, 11 minutes 54, 11:21 for the Greystone McLaren, and then the outlier a little bit, understandably, is the AKM Motorsport Mercedes, which has spent 13 minutes in the pit lane. Might that help the race come back to them a little bit later on? I believe, though, Adam, we've got a replay lined up which shows us some of the recent antics of the fastest man on the track.
Okay, let's have a look then. I wasn't aware of anything that happened, at least on the live pictures, but... Oi, okay, yes. Dukes of Hazzard spring to mind there. Perhaps Smokey and the Bandit. Yes, airborne moment that would have not been appreciated by the young man's vertebrae, but he's 16, he's got time before he has to worry about things like that. Now... Yeah, you can't afford too much of that, though, in all seriousness, can you? Because the underside of these GT3 cars, if you do damage them, it is going to have a noticeable and significant effect on your performance. And just in general, every time you have a moment like that, you're chancing a bigger problem emerging.
Good lapping coming here, I think, for Callender. Personal best first sector, outright fastest middle sector again. He already holds the fastest lap of the race, a 142.365, which was a whole 0.03 of a second quicker than anything Simon Birch has managed to do. But interestingly, Simon set that lap time back on lap 39. It is now lap 78 about to be completed by Tom Callender, and he's still finding time. So this young driver is getting quicker and quicker with every lap that he does. A 142.335. It's a fractional improvement, but just moves the goalposts ever so slightly as far as the fastest lap of the race is concerned. Avoids the big curb on the apex at turn 1 this time, and sets about trying to match that lap time again. The trouble is, they're so evenly matched. I think it was 10 or 15 minutes ago I said they were 1 minute and 22 seconds apart. They are still 1 minute and 22 seconds apart. It really hasn't changed.
No, exactly right. Very, very interesting to watch them exchanging blows, as it were. It seems Callender has that one lap pace, but he's also clearly on a fine margin. Hence, little errors like that airborne moment at turn 1 just a few moments ago. Meanwhile, the battle for 4th overall and 3rd in GT3 still closing. Raffaele Gianmaria now 8.7 back from Ed Peed. Of course, it's a fairly gradual close-up between them, about 1.5 seconds a lap in it between Peed and Gianmaria, but the gap undoubtedly coming down. A question we do have to ask, though, is when and for how long will that AKM stop next? Typically, it's somewhere around the 25 minutes left of the hour, in other words, in about 3 minutes, that we see the car come in. And I understand there have been people trying to, including our own Izzy Browning, trying to get the scoop on quite what their long-term vision is here for this strategy. And cards being kept close to chest, I'm told.
I'm not that surprised to hear that, if I'm honest. But, well, will we get the positional change on track then, or not? It'll be another 2 or 3 laps, I think, before these two cars are absolutely together on circuit. Up and over the hill we go on board with Ed Peed, dropping down towards turn 5, past the crabbing number 41 Porsche, which is wandering around in the braking zones quite concerningly. That could lead to a difficult situation, couldn't it, at one point, if the cars, if there's a GT3 car, for example, coming up the inside of it and it meanders over in the braking zone, that could create a little bit of drama. Let's hope that's not the case. Ed Peed, though, accelerates away over the hill and continues on his way. In the first sector of this lap, he was 0.8 slower than that man there, Raffaele Gianmaria. So they were almost in the same shot there for the first time. And of course, that means that Raffaele will be able to see his target off in the distance, and that often makes it that little bit easier to close in a bit more rapidly.
Weather forecaster, amateur meteorologist Kieran Mogg, one of our camera ops, giving me a bulletin here. Heavy spitting / light rain at his camera post at turn 5. So it sounds like it might be turning. It's so gradual. We've been seeing purple sectors and fastest laps out of drivers, despite the fact it's been spitting on and off the last, hour almost now at this point. will it actually get to the point where it starts to hamper these drivers? We'll keep an eye.
I mean, it doesn't look like it, does it? It looks
No.
like a lovely sunny afternoon from that camera shot, but the thing is, there will be quite a lot of temperature in the track right now, so actually any moisture falling on the circuit, it isn't staying on the circuit for long at this point. It needs to be heavier and for a more prolonged period, and I see blue sky now heading towards us. So in a way, though, this is worse because it just plants that little seed of doubt in the back of the drivers' minds, doesn't it? It was raining a little bit into this corner last time around. Is it going to be raining again? No, it's fine. Great. Well, next time I can push a bit harder. Oh, wait, it's raining again now. So you have no consistency in the conditions, and that really means the drivers have to be driving with a degree of caution. That is the view from Turn 5, and it certainly looks a little bit moody, doesn't it, in the sky, and a lack of adhesion for whatever reason there for Ed Peed, and he leaves quite a bit of his rubber left on the circuit, and that will be music to the ears. The eyes, I don't know how that phrase works, but anyway, to Raffaele Giammaria, who could see Ed Peed struggling and could see that he continues to close in.
Yes, so the AKM Motorsport Mercedes that we just see there dipping underneath the crest of the hill, closing in for 4th position overall at the moment, but on Ed Peed in the Greystone GT McLaren. Really interesting little nugget of information that Ollie Webb gave to us earlier on. The little blue light on the dashboard of that McLaren indicating when the traction control is cutting in, and I've promised him we'll watch to see how much it cuts in with him at the wheel a little bit later on. But for now, it's Raffaele Giammaria that we were riding on board with and are keeping our eyes firmly on. Because he's homing in another over a second, taking out 2.3 the gap. Give it just over one more lap, and this is going to be a battle for 3rd in GT3.
And how much of a battle will Ed Peed put up? He won't want to let Raffaele through too easily. Bit of traffic here for the Greystone McLaren to deal with. That's not an ideal point of the circuit in which to catch a Cup 2 runner, although actually didn't get that close to it as they crested the hill. Plunge back down the other side now towards Turn 5, just behind the paddock area, this into Turn 5, and the McLaren pitches in still ahead, but by an ever diminishing margin, down by another 9/10 in the first sector alone. And this Porsche in front of Ed Peed is now not only a distraction, which will be losing him time, but also he's running in that dirty air. He's at the inside. Is the door going to remain open? Well, sort of. He made sure that was the case, but that was more time lost, and so Raffaele Giammaria is now almost on him. He dives to the inside of the Cup 2 car. They drop down through the dip, and now the gap could be measured in car lengths rather than seconds.
Yes, this is now a proper wheel-to-wheel scrap. We'll see how much effort Peed puts into defending. There's a long way to go, and an Ollie Webb getting suited and booted to take the car back over, so quite whether he feels the need to put up a fight right now, we'll have to wait and see. But certainly I think Raffaele Giammaria isn't going to have it so easy as he closes in. Slightly wider line taken out of the corner there by Peed, who cuts into the inside, early apex there, which Ollie alluded to while we were riding on board with the McLaren earlier on, that's something they can do quite well. And for now, at least, Peed remains ahead, but 0.4 is the gap. And let's see how, if, and when Giammaria finds a way through.
Raffaele, though, 1.5 seconds a lap quicker than Ed Peed, you would think would be a big enough delta in time for this move to happen quite easily. It's not happening easily, and maybe a bit of frustration creeping in there for Giammaria as he almost went for a gap that wasn't ever really likely to remain open. And that means he's a bit slower up the hill now than Ed Peed was in the McLaren. Again, pokes his nose to the inside towards Turn 5, but not really close enough to commit to the move. Through the tight left-hander they go. The Mercedes now, the grunt and go Mercedes, accelerates. A very torquey engine heading uphill, closes in on the McLaren. Is there a possible move into Turn 8? It's a tricky place to make a pass. Raffaele thinks about it. Again, doesn't commit, but it distracted Ed Peed. Look, it forced him to roll off the brakes a bit too much, missed his apex, and now Raffaele Giammaria sees a clear opportunity. They will head back up and over the top of the hill towards turns 10 and 11. Is there an opening on the inside? Still no, but again, not making friends with the apex there, Ed Peed. He runs wide for the second time in quick succession, and Raffaele Giammaria is back to the inside, onto the brakes, into the left-hander. Mercedes goes through. It took about half half a lap of trying to outfox Edpeed, but finally the move is made, and Raffaele Giamaria is into third place in class.
That was a little time coming, wasn't it, between the two of them? Giamaria found his berth, found his opening, and got it done. I thought the BMW might trip up the McLaren slightly there. Paulo Lima, though, staying well out of the way as we get a look back here at a spin there for the Mercedes from Jonathan Curry, who's currently at the wheel of that car. Jonathan Curry, who's familiar to UK-based motorsport fans, of course, from racing in GT Cup in a Mercedes-AMG GT4, among other things. But a bit of a moment there, and whether that's an indicator of just being a bit too enthusiastic or potentially some slightly greasier conditions, well, given the deltas we're seeing from the fastest GT3 cars, I would assume probably the latter, just pushing the envelope a step too far.
MTech Competition, by the way, have just pitted from the lead of Cup 2. Now, I was going to make the point when we next saw this car that they have not spent a lot of time in the pit lane despite making frequent pit stops, but they were, well, until this point, had only spent 8 minutes and 21 seconds in the lane. Rodriguez Menzel still at the wheel of the number 88 Porsche that runs second in class. Well, they've spent about 4 minutes longer in the pits. So extra stops being made by this team compared to the A-Works squad, but shorter stops. This is, though, a full driver change and tyre change service. You'd imagine they'll then go and spend a chunk of time refueling the car too, and this might now start to be a slightly lengthier pit stop, which kind of brings those two cars back together. But yeah, they were last in the pit lane only about half an hour ago, so a very short stint there for the MTech car.
I suppose in a way you could almost treat it like 6 consecutive hour-long races, couldn't you? By just pitting every half hour and doing quick stops, albeit with the odd refueling visit. Speaking of refueling visits, I expect that's exactly what Raffaele Giamaria is about to do. Let's see if the car pulls into the garage. I suspect not. It might just be a smile and wave at the team and down to refueling from Raffaele Giamaria. Indeed, now goes past the AKM garage and continues on his way. So a little bit later than we've seen previously, but nonetheless into the pits comes Giamaria, who does get it into the correct area for refuel, and the number 64 Mercedes will now get tanked up on its way. Of course, it has to spend 4 minutes there in refueling alley before we move on, and the technology down there, I say technology in inverted commas, would be rather more familiar to myself, Andy, and any of you watching at home than perhaps we might think. It is pretty much just a petrol pump.
Yes.
It's very, very lo-fi.
Yes, I believe so, but gets the job done, doesn't it? So, yeah, very interesting, slightly unique method of refueling. Not completely unique. We do see this in other races around the world, but it keeps the costs down. That's the main thing, isn't it? It's a good way to go endurance racing on a budget, so you don't have to fork out for a refueling rig and then a team to do the refueling, and yeah, this is a good idea. I'm all for it. Jonathan Curry is in, probably for a drink of water and a chance to catch his breath after that terrifying spin at the final corner. And the Mercedes then in for a tyre change. I suspect driver change as well. Yep, Jonathan gets out of the car, and we'll see who that is getting back in.
I think that would be Luis Liberal. He's yet to drive the car in this race. The martini stripes on the helmet, very tasteful indeed. And Liberal typically is a historic racer. He actually made his debut in contemporary motorsport, modern racing, in last year's GT4 Win Series at Estoril. Hopped into a BMW M4 GT4 to have a go with GT4 machinery, and I think he continued to race modern cars in the Iberian Supercars Championship over the summer as well. So starting to split his efforts between the older cars and the newer cars. Meanwhile, again, Kieran seems to have really taken seriously his weatherman role here. Thank you very much, Kieran, and the other camera crews who keep us, or other camera crew members who keep us informed of what's going on over their heads. Apparently the clouds over the hills surrounding the circuit are starting to clear. They're not gone, but they are thinning in the hillside area around the back end of the circuit, and that hopefully is positive news and a positive view for the teams that maybe don't want to break out the treaded tyres.
I wouldn't dream of suggesting that Kieran doesn't know what he's talking about, but every time he says the weather is doing a certain thing, I look out of the window and I'm greeted with a very different sight, because when he said that it was raining, I saw blue sky. Now he says it's clearing, I see black clouds. So I'm not sure if we're looking at the same bit of sky or not.
He isn't. He's looking at the rear end of the circuit over there behind the race resort. So it does seem as though as one set of clouds rolls away, another rolls in at the moment. So it's very fluctuating in nature. I think it shouldn't be too long before we see the MTech competition Porsche back out of the pits. I'm very interested to see the delta between them and Rodriguez Menzel after the stops. The car's still in refueling right now, so we'll have to see where they are in that Cup 2 battle relative to each other. It does seem to be a two-horse race now in Cup 2. Svante Andersson, though, has taken over the other Cup 2 entrant, which is the Steiner racing car, and it is good to see that car out there now for the first time in the hands of Svante Andersson, who has done a little bit of driving in Porsche Cup machines, but mostly in GT4s, and I think the 992 Cup car is a fairly new proposition to him, so he'll be learning on the fly, and again, he's had some track time to do it with, hasn't he? Meanwhile, Gia Maria heads out onto the circuit once again after the traditional AKM refueling stop. Meanwhile, back out onto the circuit comes Crow in the number 9 car, who I believe will have lost potentially the lead in the Cup 2 class, but by how much we will see.
The timing graphic on screen is telling us that Stephen Burnson is in the pit lane, but I did not see his car in the pit lane unless I was missing the obvious from that most recent stop. It's possible that he's hidden away in the refueling area.
He is, yeah.
Oh, he is, right, that's okay. So I wondered whether maybe they were having to make some repairs to that car that was involved in the contact earlier on, but no, they've sent it back on its way. Gia Maria then, after a fairly lengthy stop that time around for the AKM Motorsport Mercedes driver, is now out on his way. That was a 4-minute 27 stop, exactly 4 minutes of which were spent in the refueling zone.
It just changed. I was going to point out a bulletin to you. Car number 9 under investigation for speeding in the pit lane. So having just come in for a pit stop, and I believe a refresh to Gustav Soderberg Crew back at the wheel of the number 9 MTech competition car, it has now shown up that perhaps there was some naughtiness going on either on pit entry or exit. I don't know which driver to attribute it to, so I shan't attribute it to anyone. Meanwhile, Whit Gamsky, I think, is going to hop out of the car. Now, I didn't note down when he came in to take over. I do wonder if he's been at the wheel for an hour, though. He does need to be at the wheel for an hour, of course, to abide by the hour rest time rule for Matthew Graham.
Well, no, I don't think he has, in a word. I wonder if this is an issue, because there's quite a spirited conversation going on, isn't there? He's sort of ushering maybe over for Matty Graham to come and have a word. And yes, they're belting him back. Oh, no, that is Matty Graham, sorry.
Yes,
that's Matty Graham in the car. But I had them coming in just after the 2-hour mark, which is, I know I said maths isn't my strongest subject, I don't think an hour ago, is it? No. So, yes, we'll wait and see what happens with this, but I'm not convinced that was a full 60-minute rest.
Me neither. That is potentially going to be a point of discussion then, that they may well end up investigated for, but Matty Graham getting ready to belt up and head back out there all the same, I suspect, with a trip to refueling in the middle. And the 43 car will soon burst into life and away from the crew down there at MJC, which is one of the first garages in the pit lane, furthest away therefore from pit exit and refueling, and that Bentley will pull away shortly.
Yes, it will. They're just giving the front bodywork a little bit of attention as well, I guess more as a precaution than a major drama. And they'll send the Bentley back on its way. A glorious noise it will make as it fires back up and rumbles away down the pit lane. And again, we'll probably, well, will it peel right? Because it hasn't been a full hour since it was last in. It probably will peel right, and indeed it does. They may as well top it up whilst it's here. But yes, we'll await further news on that one. Now, Tom Callender is no longer 1 minute and 22 seconds behind Simon Birch. 1 minute 23 seconds now is the margin. So quite a substantial gain made by the Razoon Porsche driver over the last 15 minutes or so. That has got to be frustrating as a driver, hasn't it? You push and push and push and you nail lap after lap, and your net gain at the end of a stint is potentially 1 or 1.5 seconds or so, if that, because there's every chance that Tom Callender, as indeed he has been on this lap, may be able to retaliate and bring the gap back down again. So remarkably evenly matched, these two. I'm kind of selfishly hoping that something happens later in the race to bring them back together, because quite an entertaining fight that would be.
Yeah, last time by, a bit of a time loss from Callender, actually, a 43.6 versus a 43.1, and obviously at the moment it would be a net loss because it was a 122 earlier on. It's now up to a 123. It seems as though Callender's highs in terms of lap time are higher, but Birch is metronomic and consistent, as we would expect of someone who's already done over 30 hours of racing this year. Not individually, of course, but he was in the Dubai 24 hours earlier in January and indeed the Abu Dhabi 6. So he has been busy already this season, and Birch, with his endurance racing bona fides well beyond his years, is again, I think, putting quite an advert out there for himself, because Tom Callender, a driver who we know is going to be doing great things in 2025, who did great things in 2024 as an ADAC GT Masters champion, the youngest ever in the 2024 season. If you can show that over a stint you're more metronomic and almost as quick, that's a very good advert. Yes, Tom's got the fastest lap, but Birch has had the fastest stint overall so far.
He certainly has, and has been massively impressive. One of the revelations, really, I'd say, of the Portimao trip over these last couple of weeks. And yeah, seeing his impressive performances has certainly been eye-catching, that's for sure. Tom Callender, though, I think can be pretty satisfied. The chunk of the time that they've lost, of course, is because of more time being spent in the pit lane. Now, in the pit lane, we mentioned that the number 9 car had been caught potentially going a little bit too quickly. Well, it wasn't potentially. It has now been confirmed that a speeding penalty will be heading the way of the number 9 M-Tech competition Porsche. So Gustav Söderberg-Curro will have to go into the pit lane for a drive-through penalty.
Yes, so that is going to be unfortunate for them. They are a couple of laps off the lead post pit stop of Rodriguez Menzel in the first of the Cup 2 cars. Into the pits comes Simon Birch from the race lead, so Callender is more than likely going to inherit the race lead. I also note that the 41 car is in the pits, Joel Herman, and in fact I can also see that Johnny is down there with the camera alongside that car. I do wonder if they're having to repair in addition to replace tyres, because of course that's the car that was crabbing earlier on, and at the moment we can see bolts being tightened on the number 41 Lion Speed Porsche. Lion Speed, East Racing Porsche. There are two and somehow I confuse them. But it doesn't appear that they're under any pressure to replace bits of the car.
Yes, that seems to be the case, doesn't it? We've got tyres being changed here on the Razoon car, and I think Simon Birch now is out of this car, as you would anticipate. Maximum stint length, remember, 2 hours. Well, that's just about fine. He got into the car about 43 minutes into the race, so I think he'll just be okay with that one. Back out, went to the fueling zone anyway, goes the 41 Porsche, but not into the refueling zone, of course, goes car number 9, which is in to serve its drive-through penalty. So that's been completed and drops them back now some distance behind Raffaele Giamaria. Those two were circulating quite close together, but no more. Tom Callender, meanwhile, streaks through into the race lead. And now we get perhaps a slight shift in the dynamic, Adam, because Simon Birch is out of the number 14 car. Tom Callender, we anticipate, will stay in car 48 for a little while longer. This maybe is his opportunity to try and bring that gap down.
I'm a bit concerned that they're not all right in relation to the driver's stint time, because you said 43 minutes into the race. We are now 2 hours 54 into the race, and they're just now doing the driver change. So that is a complex one. Of course, it depends whether they're measuring from pit in or pit out as well, given how long the pit stops are. That's touch and go, that is.
Yes, is the refueling time included in the stint? I suspect maybe not, because the stint begins when they leave the pit lane, so that may explain it. It was a 4.5 minute stop, I think, that first stop. So yeah, we'll wait and see. But we'll, again, put a pin in that as a potential future point of drama.
Yes, we'll see if there are any answers on a postcard handed down by Werner Eiginger and team later on in the race. So then, Calendar continues on in the lead for now, having inherited it back from Simon Birch. There is the number 9 Porsche, which had just served its drive-through penalty, trundled through at a snail's pace, and now continues on its way. Here you see Calendar side by side with the Porsche, and you can see, power-wise, not much between them at all, actually, down the main straight. But by the time the brakes are required, it is quite comfortably the Mercedes with the advantage. The AMG GT3, the Porsche 992 Cup car, of course, one of its predecessors, the first generation 997 Cup, was the benchmark car for the first GT3s. In 2006, when the GT3 category was introduced, the BOP was centered around the performance of the Porsche 997 Cup car. Less than 20 years later, and the Cup car is still a very quick piece of kit. Has of course been through several evolutions since then, but as we see Cup cars here alongside GT3s, look how far the GT3 concept has come. Rodriguez Menzel, meanwhile, just being lapped here, I believe, by Ed Peed, or is it vice versa? No, it is that Ed Peed has just lapped Menzel. So that puts a lap between the 3rd and 4th place cars overall.
Indeed it does. So we have a GT3 123 at the moment. Wasn't always that way though, was it? The Cup 2 class still being led by the Rodriguez Menzel number 88 Porsche on your screen. We've got GT4 being led by Patrick Kolb now, whose race started rather unceremoniously, remember, with that spin on the formation lap, but has managed to drag the car back to the lead of the race since then. And Paolo Lima, of course, the only TCX car in the race, has had a real yo-yo race, really, hasn't he? He was up ahead of most of the GT4s before, and now back in the pit lane again, so slipping down the order ever so slightly. In, meanwhile, comes Tom Calendar, so actually only a couple of laps longer or later than Simon Birch pitted, although we do wonder whether maybe Simon has extended his stint a little too far. The resumed Porsche has been and gone from the lane and is now in the refueling area. Tyre change, driver change on the Landgraf Mercedes, and we'll see how this all shakes out once this round of pit stops is done.
Yes, Jörg Bieban back at the wheel, just the 2 drivers there. Of course, Bernd Schneider is here in the paddock this weekend. I did ask him speculatively if he'd brought any helmets and race suits, you know, just in case he fancied it. But I was assured it would remain a 2-driver lineup no matter what. Of course, Bernd, after his DTM career wrapped up at the tail end of the 2000s, went on something of a tear in GT3 races, the Dubai, Nürburgring, Spa, 24 hours for a little while. It was a Mercedes SLS, the forebearer to the AMG GT3, with Bernd Schneider at the wheel that was winning a lion's share of the GT3 contests. Now Schneider, of course, still very much a part of the Mercedes family, along with Team Landgraf, and Team Landgraf, who at one time were a HTP Motorsport in a previous guise. A very successful pair of proponents of Mercedes there.
Yes, they were. So back down the lane goes the Landgraf car. Peels to the right. We haven't yet had the Razoon car out of the fuel zone, so actually this is going to be a battle for the lead. Joined in the, there it is. going nowhere, interestingly, now. So they've refueled the car, and they're just running down the clock, are they then, I wonder, on the resumed Porsche, which now, almost spurred into action by the sight of their nearest rivals, heads out onto the circuit. But I made the point, didn't I? They'd spent 30 seconds less in the pit lane than the Landgraf Mercedes. They were going to have to give that back at some point. I wonder just how long it was sat there for.
Yeah, interesting to see, isn't it? We do get fuel deltas as well as the pit stop times. So it spent how long? 5:25 in the fuel station.
A minute and a half then, longer than it needed.
Yes, I think it might have been. Thomas, if you fancy just giving yourself a minute, mate, you could actually do with it, long-term thinking-wise. Thomas Anderson back at the wheel then for the second time. Of course, he started the car earlier on in the day. And as we tick over to the second half of the race in the next few moments, it will be Anderson back in for the second phase of his day in the Porsche. The question is, will he be in the lead once all shakes out? It's going to depend quite how long Jörg has to spend there. I do think that Jörg Wiebahn will most likely drop back to second place with the resumed Porsche ending up being our leader, not as the 3-hour mark goes by, but shortly thereafter.
Depends though, doesn't it, what they decide to do with the Landgraf car, because they were 1 minute and 23 seconds-ish behind. If they just go for a standard stop, well, it was 1 minute and 25 seconds longer that Thomas Anderson spent in the fuel zone than he needed to. So, I don't know. Be interesting to see the relative pace between the two drivers as well, because actually this is the situation we had at the start of the race, wasn't it, where it was Anderson and Wiebahn both in the cars at the same time, and we remarked at that time how little there was to choose between them. In fact, they were battling door to door for a good portion of that opening stint. So again, the selfish, the neutral part of my brain just wants the Mercedes to get out of the pit lane as quickly as possible, because we could then have a pretty entertaining scrap for the race lead again.
Yes, it's going to be a good 2 minutes or so, though, before that car exits the pits. For the time being, though, Thomas Anderson has been kept busy by Ed Peed, who is a couple of laps off him, I grant you, in the overall considerations. But nonetheless, interesting to see them this close together.
It certainly is. In fact, on our timing tower, Ed Peed showing us the race leader, which makes sense, doesn't it, actually, because he spent about 5 minutes less in the pit lane. So you need your brain switched on for these races, don't you? It's amazing how these really long pit stops can really mess with your interpretation of how the race is going. So yeah, Ed Peed, having served significantly less of the 35 minutes minimum pit stop time, is now your race leader. So for the second time in this race, and with the second different driver at the wheel, it is the Greystone GT McLaren that leads the way.
Definitely not out of the fight here at the Portimao 6 Hour. So then, the refueling bay has been kept busy over the last hour or so of the race. Ed Peed took the wheel of the Greystone GT McLaren after a solid stint from Andre Borodin. That car now back in the lead, as we just said before throwing to these highlights. Number 14, Simon Birch-driven car at the time, was pounding out the racing laps. Very exciting to watch Simon Birch and Tom Callender in the Landgraf Mercedes switching out lap times. The battle in Cup 2 is still ongoing between Menzel, the Menzels, not related in the A-Works car, and the MTech competition team. That is Germany versus Sweden, as it were, in those battles. We also saw a fight on track several laps apart, of course, between the pair of GT4 Porsche Caymans, East Racing Motorsport and Lion Speed. And Joel Herman, unfortunately, saw an opportunity, dove to the inside, but then there was a collision, and that car, to my understanding, is still crabbing around the circuit, as it was immediately after their contact, but apparently continuing on crabbing, yet unabated. A bit of a sideways and indeed flying moment for Tom Callender during his stint. a nice long look there at turn 5, 4 to 5 from one of the other camera ops there. It's amazing quite how much of the circuit you can see undulating around the hillside here at Portimao. There was a spin for Curry in the number 15 NM Racing Team Mercedes, which has had a suboptimal run so far, if we're being completely honest, as much as the car was always going to be a favourite and is still in the hunt in second in class. They have had their share of trials and tribulations so far. Meanwhile, Ed Peed lost out to Raffaele Gianmaria. This was for third in the GT3 class, only a couple of laps before Gianmaria came in for a fuel stop in the number 64 AKM Motorsport car. This was the driver change just a few minutes ago for the Resume team. Birch handing over to Thomas Anderson. Callender has now handed over to Jörg Wiebahn at the wheel of the number 48. But for the second time in today's race, as we alluded to, it is the McLaren of Ed Peed that leads the way for the time being. We'll have to see when that car next visits the pit lane, of course. But great to see that all cars in this race are still running after 3 hours of these 6 hours of Portimao. Peed leads then in the Greystone McLaren. Thomas Anderson a lap back from that car, or about a lap back, of course, just ahead on the road. So I think it is just under a lap in actuality. Wiebahn sits third. Gustav Söderberg-Krö is leading for now for NTEC competition, the Swedes in the Porsche. Raffaele Gianmaria is in 5th place. Nico Menzel is in P6. Patrick Kolb in 7th position for Lion Speed GP. Matthew Graham has taken back over the MJC Bentley from Whit Gamsky. Luis Liberal currently driving in 9th place and 2nd among the GT4s for the NM Racing team. Anders Steiner for Villico Motorsport is rounding out the top 10. Villico Motorsport / Steiner Racing in that entry. Bruno Lima, one of 5 drivers in the Montelos Competicios, number 32 BMW M4 GT4, sits in 11th place, and Dag Wolhin rounding out the order in the slightly crabbing East Racing Porsche Cayman. The race continues to unfold then. We are well into the second half of this race. 2 hours, 54 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock for now. The race leading car crosses the line to begin another lap, just under a lap ahead of this second place car of Thomas Anderson. For Ed Peed then, he isn't too far away. I suspect we'll give it another 5 to 10 minutes before we'll see this car in. They've been doing just over hour-long stints in the race so far. It is expected to be Ollie Webb back at the wheel next.
Yeah, well, they've done about an hour and 5 minutes or so, I think, since their last stop. So, yeah, right on cue. They should be coming in very shortly. Now, interestingly, before we went to the highlights package there, we were sort of discussing what this gap would be between Thomas Anderson and Jörg Wiebahn. Well, it's about the same as it was before that round of pit stops, because the Landgraf team also have elected to use up about 1 minute and 20 seconds more of their pit stop time than they necessarily needed to. So Jörg Wiebahn's previous pit stop was a 7 minutes and 2 second pit stop. 7 minutes and 4 seconds spent in the pit lane by the Resume Porsche. So only 2 seconds less in the pit lane for the Mercedes, which means the gap is still a sizable one. 1 minute and 26 seconds between them. It's actually gone out from where it was at the start of the previous stint, but they're now a little bit more level on pit stop time. 18 minutes 42 seconds spent in the pit lane in total for Resume, and 18:57 for Landgraf, so about 15 seconds more they've spent in the pit lane, but they're a lot more than 15 seconds back on track. It now remains to be seen who's going to be the quicker of the two once they settle into this stint, and well, so far after a couple of laps, it suggests, the lap time suggests, there once again will not be a lot in it.
No, exactly right. So they come across the line 46.3 last time for Peed, 45.7 for Thomas Anderson. Jörg Wiebahn is in third position for the number 48 Landgraf team, as we saw on the timing tower a little while ago. And still struggling to read quite what the second half of this race is going to entail. But of course, what we are going to see in the next few moments is Ed Peed serve a long stop. Both Anderson and Wiebahn's teams have both had almost 19 minutes in the pits. Greystone currently only 11:20 that they've spent in pit lane. Of course, they've got 35 minutes to serve before the 5.5 hour mark, so expect a long stop for Greystone shortly. One team that has just served quite a lengthy pit stop is Resoon More Than Racing, and Thomas Anderson drives the car now. Simon Birch was driving it just a few moments ago. Let's hear from him.
Indeed, he has just jumped out from a 2-hour stint in the car, and you were absolutely flying around there. Really well managed and looked like a very impressive, very comfortable stint for you.
Yeah, it was kind of relaxed, just managing the 2 hours and then going through the bit of traffic there was, and then in the end it was quite good. The pace was good, and we managed to pull out a gap, so yeah, it's quite good.
And what feedback are you able to give Thomas now that he goes into his stint?
Yeah, just how the car handles, and over the stint how it handles, because he had some other conditions during his stint. So, but for sure he will do good. He is. We have done a lot of testing here now, so he knows the track quite good, and I'm not even in doubt he will for sure be good now.
And of course, you've just done that double stint, but now you get a little bit of a break. I've just pulled you away from your lunch to do this interview. But how do you rest and recuperate? How do you rest and recuperate before you go again later?
I just got something to eat and drink and stuff like that, and then prepare for later on.
All right, we'll let you go and eat, and thank you very much for speaking to us. Just as you can hear in the background, it does look like Ollie Webb is now getting in the car, guys, in the number 240.
Yes, indeed. So the race leader is in, and Ollie Webb will be taking that car over, but only after a significant visit to the fuel station. I think Ollie Webb has his contactless ready to go, just so he can get back out there onto the circuit. But the 240 Greystone GT machine making yet another fairly lengthy pit stop here. Should bring them about into an even keel with Anderson and Wiebahn. They'll be behind the other two GT3 cars we just mentioned. I think a net third right now for Ollie Webb, and I suppose his challenge over the next hour or so is to see if he can do something about that.
Yeah, well, yes, he was on track, remember, at the start of the race with Thomas Anderson and Jörg Wiebahn, and took about half a minute out of them. He'll need a bit more than that now, unfortunately, to drag that car back into contention. It is looking more and more like a Resoon versus Landgraf scrap for the win, but somewhere the Landgraf team have got to find this minute and 20 seconds that they've lost somewhere along the line. Really even 100% sure where that went, really, because Anderson and Wiebahn were almost inseparable in the opening stint. I think what happened really was that Anderson handed over to Simon Birch about 3/4 of an hour into the race, whereas Wiebahn did not put Tom Callender in for another 20 minutes, 15, well, actually longer than that, but it was about 20 minutes after that, nearly half an hour actually after that. So that extra half an hour of Simon Birch time meant that the Resoon car pulled out that big lead. They also then had a slightly shorter pit stop at that time as well. So all being equal, that should come back maybe to the Landgraf team a little bit later, but they'll really want to maximise the driver time for Tom Callender that they can get, and assume maybe that we're going to see a bit more of Thomas Anderson in the second half of the race than we have done thus far.
So as Ed Peed came in, he started his, or completed his 98th lap of the race. Now Thomas Anderson will be out there on lap 99, so we are about to break the beam on lap 100 of this race already. So they are going to break into the triple digits here very shortly indeed. I did have a little snoop at the WEC results here when they were, of course, racing for 6 hours with the GTE cars granted as part of the grid back then, they managed 206 laps in 6 hours, and of course they didn't have to do any of the long visits to the pumps, so it's to be expected that those cars will be A bit quicker, and B have completed more laps given the rules of that category. But all the same, rather remarkable how 100 laps has passed by. Just completed lap 99 now has Thomas Anderson, so he is on to lap 100 of his race in the race lead.
Indeed he is. The still crabbing East Racing Motorsport Porsche goes through, and that crabbing is now starting to really affect their pace, I think. Dag Verlin with a 2:07, nearly 2:08 lap time last time by, is about 13 seconds slower than the quickest of the GT4s. Patrick Culp, by the way, leads in GT4 now, has just been overtaken for position by Matthew Graham in the Bentley for 7th place overall, but Patrick enjoys a very sizable lead over the NM Racing Mercedes of Louis Liberal. What are they looking like for pit stop time? Well, actually, that's quite interesting because the NM Racing car in 2nd place has spent 17.25 minutes in the pit lane, whereas the class-leading Cayman of Lion Speed has spent just under 12 minutes, so over 5 minutes difference, and they are 4.5 minutes apart on track. So GT4 is actually a lot closer than it might first appear.
Yes, of course, and there was that pit stop that Patrick Culp made at the very start of the race that then didn't attribute as part of their time served in the pits, which I don't know if there's a regulation somewhere deep in there that perhaps suggests that you can't do that, make the stop as the race begins. That would make sense. I think that usually is a rule, but if so, they have slightly cost themselves a bit there with holding the car for the first lap of the race. That crabbing is so unsettling on the East Racing Porsche. That Cayman is looking a little bit worse for wear and a little bit second hand. And I imagine the steering wheel is about 10 degrees left at all times.
Yes, and as if that wasn't enough to worry about for Dag Verlin, he's also now got to deal with those horrendously bright headlights on the Resume Porsche flashing away in his mirrors. It must be a fairly ominous car to have looming in your mirrors, that. It looks angry at the best of times. Then they've added the red sort of lighting to the headlights, which are themselves brighter than the sun when they get flashed at you. You certainly know when that car is coming up behind you, don't you? But right now, Thomas Anderson continues to lead the way, albeit by a reducing margin. Now, don't get off your seats in excitement just yet, but it is coming down by around a second a lap. Oh, wipers on.
Yellow flags at turn 9, 10 and 12 as well. That's now been rescinded. But I wonder if they're starting to again have a little bit of precipitation, and if that's having an effect on people staying on the track. You can see the wipers going off for Ollie Webb at the wheel of the 240 McLaren from Greystone GT.
Yes, and it's the first time all race I can actually see it out of the commentary box window against the backdrop of the grandstand. It's sort of blowing across the track, a fine mist, but enough maybe now to start distracting drivers. The previous lap for Thomas Anderson of 46.0, so they're all dropping a couple of seconds a lap from what they were doing earlier on. This, of course, is where the pro drivers, like Ollie Webb, really come into their own, because they just seem to have a sixth sense when it comes to the conditions and anticipating the grip levels they're going to have when those conditions are changing. And so Ollie Webb has been plugged into that Greystone GT McLaren, I would say, at just the right time. Yes, they're a long way back, but if he keeps it on the island and others don't, then things can change very quickly in this race, as we've seen already.
I'm absolutely loving the fact that it's constantly 1 minute 22 or 1 minute 23 between the top two in this race. At the moment, Thomas Anderson leads the race for Resume by 1 minute 23.3 over Jörg Wiebahn in the Landgraf car. But as you alluded to, Andy, that gap is coming down at the moment. Jörg seemingly with the pace advantage. He is something of a ringmeister as well, so mixed conditions might work into the favour of Jörg Wiebahn. He also has a significant amount more experience than Anderson in racing. But yes, the wiper blades are on. It's interesting actually for what is quite light rain by the looks of it, that the wiper is on. Typically there'll be some Rain-X or some similar solution on the windscreen of these cars. I've seen people with a full-on wiper failure just continue on in bordering on monsoon conditions because of the Rain X and quite how effective it is. But obviously, Ollie Webb won't do something like put the wipers on unless there's a reason to do so. So obviously, it must be that kind of almost mist rain that just coats the entire windscreen.
Yes, it's mizzle, as some of my
Mizzle.
Scottish friends would describe it. Every time I head north of the border to Knock Hill, that's a word that seems to be bandied around quite a lot.
That might be the only thing that the Scots and Snoop Dogg agree on, calling it mizzle.
I would love to say I get that reference, I'm afraid.
Oh, buddy.
Afraid not. Not my genre of music, I'm afraid. You'll be shocked to hear. But I'll take your word for it. That was very clever. Yes, lead gap down by 2 seconds that lap. So bring on the rain, says Jörg Wiebahn, because he is really starting to relish these conditions. He's still in the 45s, Thomas Anderson 47s, and of course they can't just stick Simon Birch back in that car because they've got to give him an hour out of the car, and so they've got to wait that out a little way, haven't they? So yeah, Simon Birch came out of the car about 2 hours 52 minutes into the race, so Thomas Anderson only really coming towards halfway through maybe what could be his stint length. Down the hill comes Jörg Wiebahn. On this lap then another 3/4 of a second taken out of the leader in Sector 1. Sector 2 time not yet completed by Wiebahn, by Anderson, who of course is still the best part of a lap ahead of this Mercedes. But this is just now starting to turn back in the favour of the AMG. Could as well be that in tricky changeable conditions the front engine Mercedes is a little bit more stable maybe than the Porsche. Whatever it is, this car now the fastest car on track. It's a pretty gargantuan lead that they've got to try and cut into, but at 2 seconds a lap that will start to come down quicker than you might imagine.
Yeah, no, this is good progress, and a ball dropping in favour of Jörg Wiebahn, as it were, really. The penalty kick for them, in a sense. They're getting a free go at chipping away the gap. Thomas Anderson, I think, being a little more reserved in these tricky-to-read conditions, and Jörg Wiebahn says, well, I'm used to doing laps of a very long circuit with 4 different weather conditions in 4 different parts, so I'm just going to keep pressing. I understand it was number 45 car that triggered a yellow flag a couple of laps ago. Anders Steiner maybe finding the new limit in these slightly greasy conditions. Obviously, we can tell it is slightly greasy, the best laps being 42s, and the current best laps being in the 45s for Wiebahn. For the likes of Thomas Anderson, more of a 48. So it seems if you're brave enough, you can get to about the apex of your speed. I think Wiebahn may have done a high 43, low 44 earlier, but he's finding as well that there is some slippery conditions up there towards the top of the circuit.
And as he ran wide, he sort of cut a little bit of a groove in the tarmac. There's maybe a little bit of surface water starting to materialise. The Mercedes again wriggling around as he heads through the tight left-hander behind the pits. But yeah, in these conditions, it's not necessarily just about the grip levels you've got, but as you alluded to, the confidence that you have as a driver is just as important. Bit of a close call there between the overall and GT4 class leaders, as Thomas Anderson came to put another lap on Patrick Kolb's Porsche Cayman GT4. But yeah, confidence is what you need. If you've got the confidence that the car is going to stick, and then of course you can actually make it stick through the corners, you can gain a huge chunk of time over your rivals. That little wobble for Jörg Wiebahn though did slow him down on the previous lap. It was only a 47.0. We'll see in a moment or two, of course, what Thomas Anderson can do. He wrestles the Porsche down the hill through the final corner, pops back up over onto the main straight. And what is the lap time going to be? It was a 47.0 for Wiebahn, a 49.3. So still 2 seconds gain, 2.3 seconds gained, despite those moments for Jörg Wiebahn.
And it's hard to say, isn't it? I feel like at turn 1, I don't think we've seen much rain down there. I'm sure there might be camera op yelling, actually, mate, as we speak. But certainly only half the track seems to be really suffering for the slippery conditions right now, and not really enough to justify wets anyway. If there were an inter tyre, they might consider that in a few minutes, but that's not the reality we live on. It's slick or wet.
and it just doesn't seem to be staying wet either for long. When the rain passes by, very quickly we start seeing them getting down to a full dry lap time. This seems to be maybe the area of the track which was getting slippery, although actually this time through turn 7 and 8, Thomas Anderson's car looks pretty well planted. That is something I've noticed though. Anderson's car looks very stable. Vbar's car looks on edge, so it looks on the face of it like Vbar should be going slower because he's making more mistakes, but he's just willing to ask a little bit more of his tyres, and that is he's being rewarded for that with some much better pace at the moment than the race leader. Of course, the flip side of that is that Thomas Anderson has now 1 minute and 15 seconds in hand over Jörg Vibahn. He could drop 30 seconds here and still be in a pretty comfortable position. So he is in a position where he can take things easy and go for safety over risk-taking.
Yes, exactly right. As you said, we didn't really quite figure out how that Landgraf time disappeared. I suspect there may have been a lap or two worth of, or maybe, sorry, a minute or two of extra pit stop there somewhere earlier in the race that might have passed us by. But for now, yes, Anderson, as a result of that, does have some advantage to play with. And, of course, the safety of the knowledge of the fact that Simon Birch can eventually hop back in the car and do some Simon Birch magic. And I suspect they will probably try and push the driver stint for Anderson to within the final 2 hours, so Birch can then drive to the flag.
Yes, you would imagine so, but then I'm pretty sure that Landgraf will try and do the same with Tom Callender, and Tom was very comparable, wasn't he, in pace to Simon Birch. Drama here for the 32 car. The BMW is crawling towards the penultimate corner. With damage? No, I can't really see any damage. This looks maybe more mechanical or just spin recovery going on there for Bruno Lima. But the TCX class car, the only TCX class car in the race, having some sort of a wobble there coming towards the end of the lap.
Yeah, something amiss there for the 32. Hopefully nothing too bad. That car very much new to the team at Montelos Competicios. A bit of a new project to jump up into the GT4 world, albeit with a slightly older car, and it would be no fun at all for them to have to do some spares and repairs work on a car that they, I think, welcomed into the workshop for the first time after New Year's Day. So it's hopefully going to be a-okay for the rest of this race. The continuing adventures of the crabbing East Racing Porsche we saw there, and that's, I think, just a showing of the greasy conditions, isn't it, really, for the Montelos number 32. Quite a big slide. I think in actuality Bruno Lima got about the best case scenario he could there once the tail went.
Yeah, well, very lucky there wasn't another car sat on the apex of the next corner, because he arrived at that apex backwards and from the grass, so that could have ended in tears, couldn't it? Luckily, though, managed to get away with that, so, or largely anyway, flat-spotted tyres maybe, but no major lasting damage done. So, yeah, tricky conditions catching people out, although it's no longer raining on the main straight and the sun is back out again. So I think it's just going to be one of those afternoons, isn't it, where you just have to weather the storm, so to speak, deal with the slippery conditions for 10 minutes, and then get back to it again, because now track conditions look pretty perfect.
Variously switching between 3 and 1 layer down in the pits, I imagine. Quite a few of the observers. Perhaps is he as well, to jacket or not to jacket? That is the question. Marco Antonelli is now back at the wheel of the number 84 AKM car then. Well, great to see Marco back in for a second stint. Of course, he too started this race at the helm of the Antonelli, the AKM Motorsport team. And you can see that little bit of tape that was applied earlier on during the fuel pump visit, actually. They took a couple of engineers down there to apply some gaffer tape while Aaron Fahadi was getting the car fueled back up. And other than that, it has been a pretty spotless race for AKM Motorsport so far in the Mercedes-AMG GT3. Of course, there was that moment in 2024 where I think Marco Antonelli, maybe, well, not so much Marco Antonelli, but people who lived around Imola somewhat gave the 2025 F1 game away, didn't they? When they said, well, Marco Antonelli appears to be testing a Mercedes-AMG GT3 with Toto Wolff. Now, that's not something you do as someone who's just told your son you're not getting the job.
Yes, that did rather give it away a little bit, didn't it? So, see, it pays to be observant, doesn't it? Some people wouldn't have noticed that, but yes, very, very talented family, obviously. We already knew that, but yes, Marco has been certainly keeping us entertained today as well. Makes his way up towards the end of another lap. Jumped in the car about just under half an hour ago, about 4 minutes past the hour. So probably another 2 or 3 laps and this car will be back in again.
Yes.
And if the pattern continues, should be a double stint again for Marco. The only time I think they haven't double stinted was Aaron Fahadi. I think he only did 1 stint. I'm prepared to be corrected on that. It was when I went for my lunch, but I think he only did 1 stint, whereas Raffaele and Marco have double stinted all the way. And they have been slightly quicker as well, which sort of makes sense, doesn't it, that they would maximise their driver time. And yeah, we'll see in another couple of hours whether this strategy makes any sense after all.
I think it might have been maybe 2 20 to 25 minute stints for Fahadi. I'm not quite sure though. With quite how fast and ferocious the visits to the pits are for Antonelli Motorsport, it is rather hard to keep that in check. Almost 20 minutes of their half hour served at the moment. A few teams now over that 20-minute mark. I say half hour, it's 35 minutes that they have to serve within actually the next 2 hours. So I think there will be some teams who just have to park up for a few minutes somewhere before too long. One of them may well be the Greystone McLaren, because with that hour approach, they are rather short at the moment of mandatory serve time. 16 minutes and 55 thus far in the pits for Oliver Webb. Well, pits/fuel station for Oliver Webb and the Greystone team. And as we heard from Ollie, he's probably going to stay out there now for another 35-40 minutes there or thereabouts. And I guess at some point they might pull in and wait a little bit longer. The next question mark for Greystone GT, though, isn't so much going to be, well, when are they going to serve that chunk of time they're going to have to find somewhere. It's more going to be who's in the car next, because there was some debate as to whether Andre Borodin would get back behind the wheel after Ollie Webb or not. Ollie alluded earlier on to the fact that maybe he'll only do 1 stint. So if that is the case, I do wonder if maybe they'll throw Ed back in for a while to see if he wants to take the car to the flag, or whether or not it is just going to be Ed and Ollie from here on out.
Yeah, that'll be interesting, won't it? They're not especially in contention, I don't think, really, and that's the problem, because as you say, they've got all this extra time to spend in the pit lane, and yet they are behind the leaders by a couple of minutes already. Ollie Webb, though, is the fastest man on track, unsurprisingly, 44.7 his last lap, which was about 3/4 of a second or so quicker than Thomas Anderson. Actually, not massively quicker than Thomas, really. I seem to recall Ollie having a slightly bigger advantage in lap time pace than this earlier on. More personal best laps coming in now, though. We've got the Cup 2 Porsche of Nico Menzel putting in a PB, also the Bentley of Matty Graham. In fact, Matty Graham, I tell a lie, Matty is now the fastest man on the track, a 1:43.9, quite a bit quicker, 1.1 seconds or so quicker than the race leader. Now they're a long way back, the MJC Bentley team, but yeah, Matty Graham pushing on and actually about to complete another lap that could go even faster. Personal bests in the first and second sectors. Still some way away from the fastest lap of the race, but Matty Graham, with every lap that he turns, is gaining in experience of the car and gaining in speed as well. The hill heads Ollie Webb. 4th position then for him. So looking at pit stop times then, just to keep you in the loop about this, the top 2, Thomas Anderson in the Resume More Than Racing Porsche, Jörg Wiebahn in the Landgraf Mercedes in 2nd position. They're now separated by 1 minute and 9 seconds, even though the precipitation has disappeared now, it would seem. Jörg Wiebahn is still over a second a lap faster, generally, than the race leader. In fact, it comes down to 1 minute and 8 seconds now as Wiebahn goes across the line. And the 2nd place Landgraf Mercedes has spent about 15 seconds longer in the pit lane than the Resume Porsche, so you can sort of knock 15 seconds off that gap. So a net gap of something like 50 seconds, I think, Wiebahn behind Anderson once the pit stop time is equalised. Then, as far as the other GT3 cars are concerned, well, the Greystone GT McLaren, only 17 minutes of its pit stop time taken, so that is the best part of 2 minutes short compared to the two GT3 cars ahead of it. The AKM Mercedes, which has spent more time in the pit lane than anybody else in GT3, well, it's only about 40 seconds more that it's spent in the pits than the leading two. Well, we're more than 40 seconds behind, so I don't think this strategy yet is really panning out the way that AKM Motorsport would like. Bentley has spent the most time of all of the GT3 cars in the pit, but again, despite having spent a minute and a half longer in there than the leaders, is more than a minute and a half back. Any of that made sense, I'd be amazed, but this is the nature of this race. You've really got to monitor not only the lap times and the gaps, physical gaps on track, but trying to sort of work out exactly what it all means with regards to this 35-minute minimum pit stop time that must be served before the final half an hour. Back in comes Marco Antonelli, so this about 3 hours and 33 minutes in, so yeah, 29-minute stint for Marco Antonelli there. He drives straight past his pit garage into the fuel zone, and another fuel-only stop then. We get an onboard view here of that refueling zone as they meander their way through the barriers and up towards the fuel station. So another pit stop now taken by car number 64, pretty much exactly when we expected them to. Also in is Jörg Wiebahn though, so Jörg Wiebahn from second position in the pit lane. Now, when did Jörg get back into that car? About 2 hours 57 minutes in, so it's not been an hour yet since Tom Callender got out, so this I would suspect will be a double stint. So, sort of has to be a double stint really for Jörg Wiebahn, who, as I said, has been pushing on and closing gradually to the race leader. So more intrigue in the pit lane, Adam Weller. And whilst you were gone briefly there, this car, the MJC Bentley, finally now starting to unleash its true potential, was for a good number of laps there the fastest car on circuit.
Excellent to see then Matthew Graham gelling with the GT3 on his first weekend in a car of this spec, as he alluded to at the top of the broadcast. If you weren't with us when we played out the interview we did with him on Friday, he had not driven a GT3 before. Not only that, but he wasn't set to be driving this one 7 days ago. It was a call from Ross Wiley on a wee Sunday morning that has triggered this chain of events, and now Matthew Graham getting his opportunity to drive a GT3 and indeed enter his first race in over a year, and has been holding himself to account well, and I think getting along very well as well with the team at MJC, which is great to see. Of course, a very welcoming team down at MJC. I've been aware of them since I was a whippet. So I was about the same height when I was 14, but there was less of me, generally speaking. I've known them for quite some time, but obviously regulars in the brick car scene with their Ferraris back in the day. Matty Graham, a regular in the Porsche scene in Porsche Carrera Cup GB, and certainly putting out a good advert for himself now that we are seeing him in this GT3 car. Now, if we can actually ride on board for a little while here with Oliver Webb as he's chasing down Thomas Anderson, something I do want to have a quick look at is the blue light that Ollie told me about. With a pro driver at the wheel, I'd kind of like to know quite how often the little blue light at the top left of his dash flashes on when he applies the power. Little flash there, tiny little flash of it. We saw quite a lot of traction control interference from Borodin earlier on, but out of those slow corners, Webb is, I'm sure, using a little bit of the traction control, leaning on it just a little bit, of course, but there is something to be said for trying to avoid it as much as possible. Minimal electrical interference is usually a good thing, usually the fastest way, at least in terms of acceleration. I think you don't necessarily want to stomp on the brake pedal, but the ABS, it is a little more par for the course to lean on that. But we'll keep an eye on the McLaren onboards on that front to see quite how much he is leaning on that.
About to come up and unlap himself from race leader Thomas Anderson. By the way, for the benefit of those of you not already shouting at me from your sofas, yes, I did misread the timing screen. Jörg Wiebahn has not pitted. That's the fastest lap notification next to his name.
I was confused.
Couldn't quite tell the difference between purple and blue, it would appear, so apologies. He's still going on. I thought that was too early. I suspect he will go as long as he can now so they can plug in Tom Callender for the rest of the race. Much the same strategy, I think, as we'll see from the Razoon squad with Simon Birch. Now, Ollie Webb is unlapping himself from the leader and getting very close to the leader. As he does so, he's on the outside through the penultimate corner, and Thomas Anderson says, no, I'm the leader. I have the right to the racing line. You can wait your turn, mister. Out of the final corner they come. Webb will now pick up a slipstream across the start-finish straight and maybe try and make his move into turn one, but it's a dicey position to be in here. Webb is clearly the quicker of the two, wants to unlap himself, feels that he's valid in trying to do so because this race could still come to Greystone depending on what happens in the final couple of hours, but he's got to be careful when going toe-to-toe with the race leader.
And of course, Thomas Anderson comes from the world of sprint GT racing, mostly GT2 European Series et al. So he's used to fighting every inch of the way to the flag. But eventually, Oliver Webb sneaks around there, the outside of 3, the inside of turn 4. And now Oliver Webb almost mockingly there says, right, now that I've gone past you, I need to get some more heat back into my tyres. That isn't the intention, but that can be read in that way. Now, interestingly as well, Webb's next car that he catches on track, there will be some GT4s, but the next non-GT4 car he catches is Gustav Söderberg-Krö, who is the Cup 2 leader who currently sits 3rd overall. So Oliver Webb is about to move the Greystone McLaren back into the overall top 3 for the first time in a while. 4.2 seconds back at the Delta was Webb from the M-Tech competition number 9 Porsche. And in a second or two, is going to be a change of position. Yep, I think you're right. The McLaren, no doubt, is the quicker of the two at the moment, by about 1.4 seconds on the previous lap, even whilst dicing away with Thomas Anderson. So this should be a fairly done deal. But Oliver will be hoping that he has minimal time loss here, because when he's in the car, it's going the quickest that it goes all race, and he wants to try and maximise that if he can. Down through the final corner comes Thomas Anderson then to complete another lap. 1 minute and 8 seconds clear of Jörg Wiebaum. Although, as I was making the point just now, Adam, that's really closer to about 52 seconds or so, once you take into account the extra time that Landgraf have spent in the pit lane, about 15 seconds longer than the leader. So it's just over a minute in reality, but actually just under a minute that the Landgraf team need to make up. Yeah, this could still swing, certainly one way or t'other in this race. It is going to come down to the last half hour or so, I think. They will, of course, both have the pros in the car, so well, it looks like they'll both have the pros in the car at this juncture. So one would suspect that there won't be that seismic gain of time from one car to the other. In fact, it has been pretty regimentally, hasn't it? They've both had their pro in at the same time, Am in at the same time. Anderson is certainly the Am driver of the number 14 Razoon Porsche lineup, and Wiebaum, I don't think, would argue my case that perhaps Tom Callender has the slight edge over him in his exuberant youth. Yeah, very measured actually in his analysis of the whole race, and he did indeed note the Razoon Porsche as the primary competition for this race for the Landgraf Mercedes, and that's proven to be the case. Meanwhile, this is now third position changed as we ride on board with Krö in the M-Tech competition Porsche. Good to get a look in the cockpit there. He has just seen the McLaren go past him, so there has been a move for third overall, but it was one that was rather anticipated. The McLaren 720S GT3 back up into third overall. Oliver Webb starts the lap in third place. Yes, next car in front is Marco Antonelli, who is a few places behind Oliver Webb in the race, but has spent a lot more time in the pit lane. In fact, a lot more time, about 5.5 minutes longer. So actually, this could be a genuine fight for a podium place between the Greystone McLaren and the AKM Motorsport Mercedes. But yeah, good point you made there about the Razoon and Landgraf cars, and then generally having the pro drivers in the car at the same time. There were 28 minutes of this race where that wasn't the case, and that was at the end of the opening hour when Razoon pitted earlier. Those 28 minutes, that's what's given them this big lead that they've got. You know, if they'd have matched each other in that stint at the time of the pit stop,
then maybe it would have been a little bit closer. And of course, there's no guarantee that they will now get those 28 minutes of pro time back, because as long as they observe this 1 hour minimum rest between stints, there is no reason why they can't both have their pros in for the majority of the final 2 hours. So I think that was, at the time, we didn't really notice how significant that decision was going to be, but the choice to pit early and get Simon Birch in about 3/4 of an hour into the race could prove pivotal.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And of course, even if they did short the hour and hope no one noticed for Tom Callender getting back in, he would have to get back out before the checkered flag as it stands.
Yeah.
So for now, it is very much they're locked in with Anderson and Wiebahn in the manner in which they are currently. I suppose, when did Anderson last come out of the pits? It would have been
2 hours 52.
Okay, so yeah, the car might need to refuel before the 2 hour mark, I suppose. But again, if we are measuring 2 hours from pit exit, that will be okay for Simon Birch.
To be fair, actually, I'll correct myself slightly. The car came in 2 hours 52 into the race. It was then a 7 and a bit minute stop, wasn't it?
Course,
so
yes,
much closer to the full 3 hour mark, and only actually about 5 minutes before Jörg Wiebahn got in. So again, not 28 minutes the difference. Off goes Nico Menzel, meanwhile, from second place in Cup 2.
Yeah, Nico Menzel doesn't make many errors, but that was one of them there. The car just getting a little bit unsettled underneath him at 10-11. He'll be thanking his lucky stars for that runoff. If I were that team, I would have sent a quick open invitation to Fernando Alonso, given the livery on that car. It feels like something he might drive, doesn't it? Private hire track day car or something like that, with a colour scheme remarkably close to his livery. But no, they settled with two drivers, Menzel with an E and Menzel not with an E, not related. And Rodriguez Menzel has done a good job. Nico Menzel right now has the task of trying to bring them back into contention within Cup 2, although it was Gustav Soderberg-Krö who, of course, was only a few seconds off of Nico Menzel across the first hour of the race earlier on, so there's not going to be a huge gain in the Cup 2 battle there. The Cup 2 battle which is currently separated by over a lap, in fact closer to 2 laps in the grand scheme of things. East Racing continue to style out the crabbing down the main straight and are simply giving a new set of Pirellis to the car and hoping all remains well. I do remember once watching them kicking a car, not East Racing, but watching another team kicking a car to try and get the suspension in a straight line. Here at East Racing, though, they are using tools.
The rubber that's collected along the edge of that wheel arch, but wonder whether that's the tyre almost rubbing against it slightly as it gets out of alignment. It seems to be working its way looser over the course of a stint, hence why they're having to tighten it back up again now. But yeah, I'd be very nervous to get into that car now. You kind of feel that at any moment it could spit you off the track pretty spectacularly, but so far so good. Drive-through penalty meanwhile for Marco Antonelli for exceeding track limits. Now, we haven't really mentioned track limits in this race. I'm going to pose a question to you now that you may not have the answer to immediately. Do they reset?
I don't know.
Okay, there
I know
we go.
what you're going to tell. I don't know if they reset when there's a new driver in the car. That would be a very clever trick from timing if they are keeping that on the way, whether or not it's that the penalties can carry over, but the actual offences do not. I'm not too sure. Typically in endurance racing, it would be that the car is the star, as it were. The track limits accrued by the car rather than the drivers, but given how far into the race we are, and this is the first that we're aware of a drive-through penalty for that. In fact, no, there was a number 32 car got track limits earlier on, so Montello Competicios did get one track limits warning earlier on, but or track limits penalty earlier on, but the fact that only 2 cars have succumbed to a track limits issue so far rather suggests that maybe it's a bit more gentle here than it has been in the Formula One series this weekend and the GT classes last. perhaps it does reset after car. There is a man who has the answer to that, and I will get in touch with him very shortly.
Thank you very much. I wonder whether maybe it resets at the end of every hour. That's sometimes how it works in these long-distance races, isn't it? So that you don't have too much of a carryover of offences from earlier in the race. Right, well, hold that thought, everyone. We'll get you an answer very shortly. Either way, it doesn't help, I'm afraid, Marco Antonelli, because whatever the window of time is that you have to keep track of these things, they have exceeded it as a team or as a driver, and so a drive-through penalty heading his way. That's the blue Mercedes on screen, just nipping up the inside of Bruno Lima's BMW, which had that spectacular spin a little while ago. So we tick towards the end of hour number 4 of this 6 Hours of Portimão race, which really is going by remarkably rapidly. 2 hours and just under 13 minutes still to go. And the lead gap is getting dangerously close now to sub 60 seconds. Through goes Jörg Wieber, 1 minute and 1.5 seconds away from the race leader. Knock off those 15 seconds that we've been discussing because of pit stop time. And it's starting to get a little bit closer, isn't it? A little bit closer probably than the Resume team would like.
Yeah, no, exactly right. They'll be, I think, hoping that the car peels off stage right at the exit of turn 15 and makes its way into the pit lane. Look at that, Jörg Wieber knocking on the door, 101.555 the gap. That's going to be sub 60 seconds, I think, before long. Is Marco Antonelli coming in? He goes slightly shallow on corner exit versus the Porsche, but nope, continues on his way. For now, of course, they will have to do that drive-through penalty independent of a driver change. So it's not that they can serve a drive-through as a exit for Antonelli as well. They've got to do 2 independent visits to the pits to do both things. Do both actions, as it were, a driver change and a drive-through. Jörg Wieber, though, is hustling away, isn't he? Sight unseen in second place in the Landgraf Mercedes. Antonelli, meanwhile, trying to get this car back into a strong position before handing over to his teammates. I suspect this will be the last of the on-track action for the boss man, Marco Antonelli, in this race, and we'll then hand over to Aaron and Raffaelli for the closing stages of the race. But a really interesting little scrap this is between Anderson and Antonelli. Of course, we saw them exchanging a little bit earlier on in the race.
And this is not what Thomas Anderson needs. It's a distraction he could do without, and if he does get overtaken by Antonelli, that will lose him another second or so, and that gap is now sub 60 seconds, only just 59.882 to be precise, but that is the first time in a long time that the Resume More Than Racing Porsche and the Landgraf Mercedes have been within a minute of each other on track, aside from pit stop windows, obviously, and we think realistically another 10.5 minutes or so before either of them can come in to make their final stop, maybe a bit longer actually for the Porsche than the Mercedes. So this is getting very, very interesting indeed. 2 hours 10 to go, and here now comes Marco Antonelli, just in the nick of time, thinks Thomas Anderson, because that was about to get a little bit more entertaining than he would like. Antonelli in to serve the drive-through, which, as we said, will not count towards any of his mandatory pit stop time, because you've got to be in there for 90 seconds at any given moment for that stop to count towards the 35 minutes. It will not take him 90 seconds to traverse the pit lane and pit lane speed limit. Very shortly, pop back out the other side.
Yes, indeed. The 64 AKM car will, with any luck, come out into some clear air, and Antonelli can keep firing in laps before coming next into the pits. Meanwhile, sneaking out behind is Ulf Hildebeck in the East Racing Porsche, which will have now been tanked up and sent back out there onto the circuit. Has fallen rather off the other GT4 cars now, 6 laps back from Jonathan Curry in the NM Racing Team Mercedes AMG GT4, and in fact only 4 minutes between them in terms of pits time served. So ultimately, that's 4 minutes does not equal 6 laps by any stretch of the imagination, not even at Knock Hill. So this is, unfortunately for the East Racing team, right now looking like a bit of a slog for the rest of the race. However, who knows what could happen ahead of them, especially in regards to NM Racing, because they have had anything but a clear run so far, realistically.
That's definitely been the case. Jörg Wiebahn, by the way, 2.5 seconds quicker than the race leader that time around. So he's got another 5 laps maybe before we start to see any driver changes here. And even if this car comes in sooner, it will be to hand over to the quicker driver. Yellow flag at turn 12, meanwhile. That's towards the end of the lap. Not entirely sure what that's for at the moment, but there is a yellow flag out on track, and it's not going in all that quickly. So we'll be heading towards that part of the circuit actually with Jörg Wiebahn pretty shortly, but Jörg pushing on, won't want any major delays in a yellow flag zone, as in comes John Curry to complete quite possibly his driver time for the day, after having that pretty spectacular spin at high speed at the last corner earlier on. Oh, it's a left front puncture. This is why he's in. Now, was that because of contact? Was that because of wear? The rim looks a little bit scraped and battered, doesn't it? As if maybe he's had some outside assistance there.
Yeah, it's certainly not looking great, is it? There's been something amiss over the course of that last lap, but I think you might be right in your hypothesis that that was an assisted puncture, let's say, and it doesn't look like it really wants to budge off the rim either. I was just saying how the NM Racing team hadn't really had the clearest of runs, and not knowing what I was conjuring, the NM Racing team car is now back into the pit lane.
It is. So Jörg Wiebahn comes through 55 seconds back, which we think is more like 40 seconds once the pit stop time is equalised. How close do you think Tom Callender needs to be to Simon Birch to think he's got a realistic chance of maybe catching him? You'd have to say under 30 seconds ideally, and even then that's a bit of an ask, isn't it, given the pace we've seen from Simon Birch. But Jörg Wiebahn is bringing Landgraf right back into this now. It's been a sterling stint, really, given how evenly matched he and Thomas Anderson were in the first part of the race, and clearly how evenly matched Tom Callender and Simon Birch have been when they've been at the wheel of their respective cars. To be taking this sort of time, now getting on for half a minute he's taken out of Thomas Anderson over this most recent bit of drive time. This is a massively impressive double stint from Jörg Wiebahn. Sorry, not double stint actually, single stint for Jörg. We suspect a double stinting coming for Tom Callender. But what will the gap be when that pit stop is made? We will have to wait and see. Up through the left-hander he goes, a little bit deep maybe there of the apex, but manages to wrestle the car around the corner. Big Mercedes running strongly for the time being. Closest pair of cars on the track at the moment are the 3rd and 4th place cars. That's a gap that's going out, isn't it? Greystone GT's Oliver Webb getting away from Gustav Söderberg in the Cup 1 leading Porsche. What's the Cup 1 situation? Well, I think this has still got some life in it, Cup 1, you know, because the M-Tech car that leads the class has only spent 15 minutes in the pit lane. That is nearly 4 minutes less than the A-Works car of Nico Menzel, which survived that off-track excursion a few laps ago and is still, I think, a net race leader. Again, once the pit stops equalised, 2 3/4 minutes between them, but about 4 minutes less to be spent in the pit lane for the chasing car.
So then, yeah, NM Racing teams puncture a phantom one, we've established, so nothing causing that, unfortunately, more than just a tyre issue or tyre failure, or maybe some debris picked up somewhere. We're not sure, but the second place car in GT4 continues to have occasional woes in this race. Of course, NM Racing team, we've seen a lot of them in the GEDLICH Racing Wind Series over the last couple of years. They're in the GT4 Wind Series in 2024 on a regular basis. I think they might be back in the GT4 Wind Series a couple of times before the end of the 2025 tour of Portugal and Spain. And I know that they're also intent on bringing a GT2 spec Mercedes-AMG out, I believe for Valencia, which will be very exciting indeed. And great to have Neil Montserrat and his team back with us again and supporting the GEDLICH Racing Wind Series across various of the grids. The East Racing Porsche looks like it's going prohibitively slow. Not that much, I guess, but it doesn't look like it's going at full GT4 speed to me. And it's certainly still crabbing immensely and slightly disturbingly from the outside. Now the NM car back in again with its fresh tyres on. Now is this just a routine stop, or is there something the driver is perhaps feeling as Jonathan Curry getting some feedback he doesn't like through the wheel?
Yeah, quite possible. It could be that that puncture has done some damage or was caused maybe by some damage. They've got another tyre to take round to the left front corner. So this is a bit bizarre, isn't it? They've literally just replaced this tyre. What's the state of the tyre that comes off? That's what we really want to see. They're checking, they are taking the tyre off. They're going to investigate the one that's coming off. I don't see anything obviously wrong with it. There's a bit of a discussion going on. That's not a fresh tyre going on, you can see. A sticker tyre, as they call it. Tightening things up in the inner workings of the left front corner. They're giving it a shake test, but I don't see anything obviously wrong with the tyre that's come off. So it suggests to me that John Curry is feeling something that is similar to a damaged tyre, but maybe is something more to do with the suspension. Meanwhile, Thomas Anderson in from the race lead. So Thomas Anderson is in, and I don't know about this, because I had them coming into the pit lane last time at 2 hours 52. They left the pit lane at about 2 hours 59, give or take. Probably just about okay, actually, aren't they, I think?
Yeah, in terms of having to get the car refueled and everything, so long as I understand it, it is upon pit exit that the driver's or the driver time starts. So it should be that Simon Birch is okay to stay at the wheel from here on out, if that is the way they choose to do it. Jörg Wiebahn is also into the pits, so the Landgraf Mercedes at the opposite, roughly, end of the pit lane is also in to hand over to Tom Callender, who has his seat insert underarm and is about to hop back in to the number 48 car. New Pirelli rubber getting on the number 48 machine, and Jörg Wiebahn may well be done with driving for the day. And from here on out, of course, it is now more than likely going to be the two young pro drivers fighting it out for the win in the GEDLICH Racing 6 Hours of Portimão.
Yeah, so Razun have weathered that storm pretty well, haven't they? They lost about 30 seconds of their lead in that stint, but we know how evenly matched Tom and Simon have been. It's highly unlikely that Tom is going to take another 30 seconds, for example, out of the Razun More Than Racing Porsche 992. But you just never know. The closer they can get, the more pressure they put on the leaders. It could rain again, there could be an altercation in traffic. Lots can still pan out in the final 2 hours of this 6-hour race at Portimao. On the move is the Mercedes then, heading towards the fuel area. Has the Porsche moved or not? That's the question. Porsche is already at the fuel area. We'll get the cars out of the pit lane, shall we, and bring you maybe then the highlights of the 4th hour of this 6-hour race. But this is a pivotal moment. We need to know what the gap is between the Mercedes and the Porsche when they leave the pit lane, Adam.
Yeah, exactly right. So they'll be going down to the refueling area at the moment, and I don't know if they'll be waving at each other necessarily as they wait for the fuel to go in, but there they are. This is P1 and P2 in the race. The Panther fuel getting into both cars, and from here, I guess they'll both be looking to one stop, won't they? But the other question mark is that going to work with their pit handicap? There might be a one stop that involves a lot of sitting and waiting, actually, for both parties, because I think by the time this stop concludes, they're both going to be somewhere in the 24 to 25 minute mark, and it's 35 minutes they need to serve.
Yes, so they may, well, yeah, this could tighten things up, couldn't it, really? Resume won't want to lose so much time in this pit stop that Landgraf actually catch them on the track, because then it becomes a wheel-to-wheel battle and things can go wrong. So they might play this quite cleverly, I think, and do a shorter stop now and a really long one at the end, when to give Landgraf the least possible time of actually sharing the same bit of racetrack with them. But this is the most bizarre situation now, where we're probably going to spend the next few minutes staring at two cars not moving, having nothing done to them, and yet this could be the moment that very much decides the race.
Yeah, exactly right. Critical times right now. Quite a lot of cars are either in the pits or in the refueling bay at the moment. 5 currently listed in the refueling bay. The MJC Bentley has also headed in that general direction, I believe, now with Whit Gamsky back at the wheel again. And 20km/h speed limit being observed, and some young fans getting as close as they can to the action down there at the moment. I'm assuming where they need to be, I hope at least. Matthew Graham is into the pits now. So Matthew Graham in the MJC Bentley, of course, a little way off the rest of the GT3 class, but still running well there in 7th overall. Now, Porsche, I don't know whether that has had a stunted departure, or whether they're again hanging around on their way out, or whether it is now out there on the circuit, still waiting at the moment apparently. So doing the equivalent of grabbing a packet of crisps after you've been to the register to pay for your super unleaded.
Oh, I've done that many a time. I've been walking back out of the petrol station, a tasty snack catches my eye, and my pit stop suddenly becomes a few minutes longer than originally planned. Especially here in Portugal, actually, if they're selling those lovely pastel de natas that I've developed a taste for. But yes, the Resume More Than Racing Porsche, we believe, is still parked at the exit of the fuel area, and I suspect will be joined in the sort of impromptu parking lot by the Landgraf Mercedes. Meanwhile, this is Nico Menzel really wrestling with the 992 Cup car as it makes its way through the final few corners. Significantly, the class leading car is in. Gustav Söderberg-Krö. They have, remember, quite a bit more time to spend in the pit lane now than this car does, so I think we may be talking about the 88 car as the class leader again before too much longer.
Yes, well, before coming into the pits, Gustav Söderberg-Krö and the MTech competition team had 20 more minutes worth of pit stop to serve, so they're going to have to find a way to chill out somewhere. The distinctive D2 helmet upon the driver is about to come in tells me that Ian Loggy is about to get behind the wheel. I wonder if he's shown the helmet to Bernd Schneider at all this weekend. It is his livery that has been co-opted somewhat for the purposes of Ian Loggy's helmet and indeed car at various points over the last couple of years. The NM Racing team in for then what looks to be quasi-regular stop. They're still messing around with the front left at the moment.
Yeah, well, this is still the same stop, I think, that started a few minutes ago, but then they have time to burn, as we've discussed at great length over the last few hours. So best, I suppose, to absolutely make sure that the car is okay. And Ian Loggy, therefore, won't have to make another journey into the pit lane before he absolutely needs to in about an hour or so's time. Still no sign, by the way, of either the Resume Porsche or the Landgraf Mercedes. There they are, parked up in the refueling zone. They've left ample space, luckily, for just this kind of thing to happen. I think that's Anders Steiner behind, isn't it, in the 45 car, as the waiting game very much begins.
Anders is like, guys, no? Okay, just me. See you guys later then. As Birch and Callender both wait out this driver time. What a bizarre directive that must be. Go refuel the car, and then here's this Rubik's Cube. And when you're done, that should just about mean we're okay for the pit window going forward. Big bounce there out of turn 4 there for Marco Antonelli on the curb. Tells me that maybe the 64 Merc is a little bit softer than perhaps you would typically see. It just seemed to compress quite a lot coming off of the curbs at turn 4, as we see now the Lion Speed GP Cayman being the next car to come under threat. Damien Freder at the wheel of that car right now, and rather anonymously, has of course just led the GT4s for much of the race after starting effectively a lap down. I understand that as we await the return of our race leaders, we can have a look at some highlights of the 4-hour mark. So then, the number 240 Greystone GT McLaren has been rather firing around the circuit over the course of the last hour or two, courtesy of one Oliver Webb, who was our guest co-commentator a little bit earlier on. He is now probably going to be out of the car again in the next few minutes, and we'll see what else he does for the rest of the race. I assume no more driving for him going forward, though. The number 24 Lion Speed GP GT4 Cayman, that's the second car in that shot, leads. Car third in class, the East Racing machine of Ulf Helderbeck, has been rather catching our attention because of the crabbing after contact with the Lion Speed car earlier on in the race. Speaking of catching attention, those lights don't miss the mark, do they? The Resoon Porsche headlights flashing away with Thomas Anderson at the wheel. There was a momentary spin that brought out a yellow flag as it started to get a bit greasy out there on the circuit. The Steiner Racing Porsche fell victim to it and had a bit of a spin, but quickly the lap time started to come down again. It threatened rain variously in this race, but the rain has not come. The number 14 Porsche picking its spots there. You can see again, just I think fighting the slippery conditions a wee bit at various points in the stint. Speaking of, number 32 BMW got rather lucky to not collect anybody or a barrier. Monteros Competizos, I'm sure a collective heart in mouth there for that team. Marco Antonelli has been back at the wheel of the AKM Motorsport Mercedes AMG GT3. That car currently 6th overall, but also with a significant amount of its pit stop time already served. Almost 25 minutes of it served already. For much of the race, they have been pitting at half-hour intervals. I think they have slightly calmed down. No, actually, not calmed down that much in regard to how often they are visiting the pits, but they are burning away that time very quickly. Incidentally, as we look at these highlights, the cars that were awaiting the opportunity to go back on track now have. So the Resoon and Landgraf cars are now back out on the circuit. As we get more looks at the turn 10, turn 11 sequence. Always such a fabulous place to watch these cars. And we have seen a few moves down there as well across this race distance. We also saw a bit of an error for Nico Menzel down at that corner. The Cup 2 leader momentarily, but that car is now back in the pits. The A-Works Porsche 992 GT3 Cup. We'll see whether or not they have got the better of the MTech competition car. Certainly at the moment the signs point more towards the MTech competition machine. However, I think both of them still owe us quite a lot of pit stop time. The pit stop time really has proven to be an X-factor in this race so far. The 992 GT3R Porsche Resoon more than racing. Thomas Anderson was at the wheel, handed over to Simon Birch for what probably will be the last time. And there is a view we didn't see at the time of Jonathan Curry's puncture. Looks like that might have happened going into turn 15. And if that's the case, a scary place to have the tyre go down on the exit of 14 and then turning in to turn 15. As it stands, as we see some of the pit stops that were just taking place here on the circuit, that 240 McLaren, the blue and yellow machine of Oliver Webb, is our race leader, but it does owe us a pit stop in the near future. Oliver has been driving for a little while now. Simon Birch is second, just moving into second place now as Nico Menzel is in the pits. Marco Antonelli also moving up at the moment and is ahead of Tom Callender's Landgraf Mercedes, but that's only because of the pit cycle. Matthias Ostrand for MTech competition, I think, may come out as the Cup 2 leader in a few minutes' time over Menzel. Wittgamski is in 7th place. for MJC. Damien Frieder is in 8th place, leading the GT4 class with Line Speed GP PK Motorsport. Mats Kimby in P9 overall, behind the GT4 leader. Enrique Oliveira in the Montelos Competidos BMW M4 GT4 in 10th. Ian Loggy in the ever so slightly hampered NM Racing team. Mercedes still running 2nd in class. Ulf Hildebeck rounding out our order at this time. And, well, look at that. We're over 4 hours into the race. Fastest lap currently belongs to Simon Birch. He just set that. Here's Ollie Webb going all the way around the outside of Tom Callender on, I have to imagine, icy cold Pirellis after quite how long those cars were stagnant.
Yes, I think that was the outlap for Tom Callender, wasn't it? So he was not yet up to speed, but wow, Simon Birch, fastest lap, 42.0, and I think he's about to dip into the 41s. He's due at the line any second now. He's in a purple first sector, a personal best second sector, and it is a 41.863 for Simon Birch. And this is where he took so much time at the beginning of his first double stint several hours ago. He was on it immediately, just straight away down to fastest lap pace. And Tom Callender, as quick as he is, it just takes him, it seems, a few laps longer to get there. His previous lap was a 43.1, so 1 and a bit seconds slower than Simon Birch is running at the moment. And so that gap continues to grow between the Porsche and the Mercedes. Interestingly, though, this extra 15 seconds I've been referring to that the Porsche has to spend in the pit lane before the end, well, not even before the end of the race, but before the final half an hour of the race, hasn't yet been served. They both spent about the same amount of time, within a couple of seconds of each other, in the pits last time around. Also, quick point on that too, it means that they will have to pit both of them a little bit out of sequence, won't they? Ideally, they'd go another hour now. They can't really, well, they could do that, I suppose, make one more pit stop and sit there for a long, long time, but it's before the final half an hour that they have to have spent the full 35 minutes. For Razoon, that is going to be another 7 minutes or so, yes, and about the same actually for Landgraf. So yeah, one more stop, and they will have to make sure they've done that before the 5.5 hour mark of the race is hit. But yeah, intriguing portion of the race just gone, but is this now the point at which Razoon reassert their authority on things?
It could prove to be consolidation. Certainly for now, it's extension. The gap between Simon Birch and Tom Callender only grows. And for Tom Callender, he's got the, and I don't like to say it, but obstacle of Oliver Webb, purely because Ollie is, of course, right towards the end of that stint. I expect 1, 2, max 3 laps left on that McLaren stint, and even that might be a bit excessive. 58 minutes down there at the moment for the Greystone GT team. So as Webb continues to be a bit of a hindrance to Tom Callender's finding of his own rhythm, I understand that Izzy Browning is down in the pits, so we can go down and have a chat with one of the drivers.
I am indeed down with Matty Graham at MJC. Matty, we'll talk about the pit stop first, because a little while ago you came in and the team were giving some attention to the front left tyre. If you just want to clear that up and tell us what was going on there.
Yeah, so a little while under my foot in the second stint story, we had a little bit of pickup. Well, I say a little bit, it was actually quite a lot. And then I came over to the radio on the team, commenting on it, and it was quite severe, so I thought there was an issue with the car, but, you know, they were all very tense back here waiting for me to report, and yeah, after a few corners it sort of started to clear a little bit. So yeah, it was okay. We didn't lose a huge chunk of time.
Just how did that affect your driving when you were out there then?
Yeah, I mean, it's always a little bit unnerving when something goes slightly wrong with the car. Especially, you know, throughout the race there's always been spots of rain on the window, and it's always very difficult to tell just how hard it's actually raining in the car because you're moving so fast. So, you know, there's a couple scary moments where it got a little bit loose, but like I say, you can build your confidence back up fairly quickly and then just build on that, really.
And you're very new to the car as well. Of course, you've taken a year out of racing, so a lot of things almost stacked against you this weekend. So how comfortable and how confident are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, even coming into the race, I'd probably only done about 20, 30 laps around the track. yeah, it was a new team, new car. So, and like you say, a long time out of racing, but I always have confidence in my ability coming back from such a long break. And so yeah, it's been nice. The team have been really welcoming, great series, and I've enjoyed every minute of it so far. And I always say to people, I never know when it's going to be my last race, so I'll always make, you know, the most of every scenario.
Well, that's what's important, is that you're here and you're enjoying yourself. You've got another stint coming up later, so full push to the end, really.
Yeah, we're going to have a big push for the last one. The team are really keen to get the car to the end, as am I. I'm also very keen to show everyone what I can do, so I'm going to give it one last push and hopefully end on a high. All
right, well, thank you for speaking to us. We wish you best of luck for the rest of the race, and we'll go back to you guys.
Now, Love Popcorn is his company, but he's been driving a lot in this race. He hasn't really had a chance to sit there in the garage and consume any of his own product. Whit Gamsky is making sure he gets his money's worth out of Matthew Graham in this race. But Whit is currently at the wheel of the MJC Bentley and running in 7th overall for the time being in the Continental GT3. And they've got good 2025 plans. I think we should see a bit more out of this car in the year ahead. We're going to take a quick look at a replay though now.
Yeah, what have they got for us? Well, this was the re-overtake, wasn't it? Tom Callender saying, yeah, you only got past me because I was on cold tyres. This is what I can really do. And breezes back up the inside of Oliver Webb. But that does go to show, doesn't it, how tricky these things are on cold tyres, because Oliver Webb really did go past Tom Callender as if he was standing still a few laps earlier, only for Tom to then move back ahead of the Greystone GT McLaren, which still leads by nearly 6 minutes. That sounds great. However, they've got about an extra 9 minutes that they need to serve in the pit lane compared to the Razoon More Than Racing Porsche of Simon Birch. So it is highly unlikely that we'll be talking about the Greystone GT car in the lead by the end, unless we were to get a safety car that they could time with their pit stop. That could change everything if that were to happen. But so far, touch wood, we've run green flag all the way through. We've got an hour and just under an hour and 3/4 to go, and 3 of our 5 GT3 cars all in one shot there as they descend into turn 1. You've got Whit Gamsky in the Bentley going another lap down, staying well out of the way of Tom Callender, who is pushing on in fourth place actually at the moment. And there, your race leader for now, Ollie Webb in the Greystone GT McLaren, just put in a personal best sector and lapping within a couple of tenths of that car's absolute best.
Yeah, really interesting now to see, as we've said at length, the situation between Birch and Callender over the next couple of hours. Of course, Ollie Webb on the older tyres. I'm actually quite surprised that McLaren is still out there at this phase. How long has it been? An hour and 3 minutes. This could end up being the in-lap for our current race leader. In actuality, some 3 laps clear at the moment at the front of the order, but we know that is purely down to the pit cycle. In fact, second place car of Simon Birch, 27 minutes and 53, so let's call it 28 minutes of the 35 in the pits served. Over 10 minutes less currently served by Greystone GT. They're going to need to park up and kick someone's feet up on the dash for at least a little while.
Yes, they are, aren't they? Well, I suspect they're enjoying the little bit of TV time they're getting now as the race leading car, and Ollie Webb very much enjoying his stint as well, I would imagine. So out through the final corner he goes. Ooh, a little trip up with the GT4 McLaren on his in-lap as well. That's not the way he would have liked his day's driving to end, with a suboptimal run through the final corner, but Oliver Webb does now pit, and I don't think we'll see this McLaren back on track for quite some time. Now they're going to have to start eating into this, nearly 20 minutes that they've got to spend in the pit lane, realistically, with only this and one more stop to be done. So perhaps 2 10-minute pit stops incoming here for Greystone GT, who will relinquish the lead over the next few minutes back to Simon Birch, who is on course for another really quick lap here. He's just in a purple middle sector. To be fair, Tom Callender with a personal best first sector. It's a 42.1 for Simon Birch as he goes through to lap himself for now against the Greystone McLaren, and we'll see momentarily what Tom Callender's lap times are. But I would suspect if the earlier stints are anything to go by, it will be pretty similar to the pace of the Porsche.
Yes, meanwhile, for the 240 Greystone team, it is Andre Borodin getting back behind the wheel of that car, I believe that was. So he is giving it another go. That was a question mark for a while as to whether he'd do a second stint or whether it would be down to Ollie and Ed for the remainder of the race. Calendar then, as you said, personal best middle, 32.5 in Sector 2. Setting the pace there in that Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Extension of track limits there from Simon Birch as he presses on. The drive-through penalties regarding track limits, by the way, I did get some information about that they start at 11 for a drive-through. If you get 11 offences, you get a drive-through. 17 further 6, a drive-through. Basically, after you've had 11, every 6 you get a drive-through. And I think if you're somewhere in the middle of an interval of 6, by the end of the race, you'll get a few 5-second penalties. So that might shift the order a little bit towards the end. I hope I get something of a tally from somebody towards the end so I know quite how many penalties there might be. But quite a complex system, but it's only slapped a few people on the wrist so far.
So it doesn't reset as such. You've got a whole race of 11 freebies, I suppose, haven't you, over the course of that race. So there's Andre Borodin in the McLaren. Speaking of track limits, car 15, the NM Racing Ian Logie-driven Mercedes, being warned about track limits at turn 1, which is one of the main places that they're monitoring track limits, really. And well, where is Ian Logie? He is second in GT4. They've served nearly 29 minutes of pit stop time. Now, of course, most of that is because of the issues that they were facing with the tyre and the extra pit stop that they made, but that does mean they actually have the least amount of time now that they need to spend in the pit lane for the final stop. The GT4 leader, the Lion Speed Porsche, now in the hands of Damien Freda, have spent 17.5 minutes in by far the least of the GT4 cars. That could get interesting, couldn't it?
It could, actually. It's and the other thing as well is I don't think Patrick Kolb has been back in the car since the race started. So Patrick jumping in towards the end, he will be quick, but will he be in the lead when he takes the car over, or is it going to be a matter of trying to close in on the teams that put their pit stops in earlier on? That's going to be an interesting picture. For now, the gap is 6 laps, which is about 11 minutes, as it were, roughly speaking. Guesstimation talk there. And that is an interesting view of turn 15. Is there some water going down there? I'm not seeing any rain out of my window from turn 15, or looking back towards turn 15, but there's something going on down there.
Looked a bit misty, didn't it? And yet at the other end of the pit straight, absolutely fine. Yes, we are hearing reports of rain. We know not where from, but I'm willing to guess it's turn 15.
Yes.
And if it's at turn 15, that means it's up at turn 7 as well, turn 10, where it has been getting slippery. Strange how it's been so localised, the rain in this race. I was making the comment only yesterday that this track, it feels quite big because it's got a very modern facility, a big facility, but actually it's a very compact layout, very clever design of the track. It doesn't use a huge amount of real estate. They cram a lot of content into the lap, obviously, as we've heard drivers referring to all week long, but it doesn't cover a massive amount of ground, and yet really localised weather. So certain parts of the circuit have remained largely untouched by the weather all race, and others seem to the drizzle continues to fall. So another little challenge thrown the way of the drivers as we tick towards the final 90 minutes.
Yeah, there's a lot of ominous clouds I can see from turn 15, and depending which way the wind is blowing, they could come over the circuit, but actually I do think they are leaving the circuit and heading down towards Portimao. But there are more where they came from as well, so we're going to have to keep an eye on quite how this is going to unfold. Meanwhile, the McLaren is into the refueling bay, where I suspect it might stay for a little while, a la Calendar and Birch a little bit earlier on, and then of course Borodin is going to have to be very careful on cool tyres. We saw him have a little bit of a loop earlier on. that is quite easily replicated on stone cold tyres.
Still not happy with the left front corner of the NM Racing Mercedes, are they? Ian Loggie's still in the car, we think. Yeah, that's not looking good. They've not got a huge amount of time left in which to serve in the pit lane. Phil Keane looking on, ever present it seems to mentor Ian Loggie these days. He knows a thing or two about GT racing. But for now, we switch our attention from GT4 back to GT3, and we can hear from a man who's played a very significant part in the middle part of this race from the Resume More Than Racing squad, Thomas Anderson.
He has indeed, and he is now down here with me just outside the garage. Thomas, we haven't spoken to you since you were on the grid. Just fill us in on everything that's been going on from your side so far.
Yeah, it has actually been a little bit challenging. We had a little bit bumpy start with a Mercedes, but otherwise I think we had a good pace in the start, and Simon picked up really good in his second stint. So I've just been out now and came in. So I think we are down to, it will be something with strategy we are looking at.
Yeah, you've been in amongst it really all day, and now of course Simon back out in the car to do another stint. So now a bit of a chance to sit back and watch what's going on.
Yeah, that's actually really nice to go a little bit back and relax a little bit. It is, you have to be really focused when you are there. You are overlapping and you are still fighting a little bit with the other competitors in the GT3, so, but it's fun. And
a lot of the drivers up and down telling me it's more physical than they were anticipating around this track. Yeah,
it is really a physical track. You have a lot of hard braking points, a lot of corners, etc., compared to other tracks. So I can definitely feel that compared to when I was doing the GT2. So it is for sure more physical.
And you're in the fight here. The win is definitely on, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It seems like it's going to be very close with the Mercedes team, but I'm hoping for the best.
All right, well, we wish you best of luck. We'll let you go and watch Simon. See you later. All right, back to you guys.
Thanks, Izzy. Yes, so the Thomas Anderson, what a stint he put in there, a couple of stints he's put in. Okay, lost a fair chunk of time to the Landgraf Mercedes, but not that much that they're really under all that much pressure now, even heading into the final stages. Simon Birch, by the way, has now re-inherited the race lead with the pit stop for the Greystone GT car. Marco Antonelli, flying a little bit under the radar, is still in second position, but that car owes us still 10.5 minutes worth of pit stop time. And as I said, only just over an hour now left in which to serve that time. Tom Callender, meanwhile, is lapping actually at the moment fractionally quicker than Simon Birch. Just did his personal best lap of the race in the Landgraf car, 1:42.164. The trouble is he is about 1 minute and 5 seconds behind Simon Birch, who has also just pumped in a purple middle sector, so that gap is doing exactly what it did the first time these two drivers were on track together, and that's, well, really not a lot. It's staying about the same. Comes down one lap, goes up another lap, but generally over a stint it will stay pretty static. Still got two cars in the pit lane. We've got the Greystone car with Andrei Borodin at the wheel. We think in the refueling zone. In fact, it's just left the pit lane, apparently. Timing screen telling me that. So the McLaren back underway. The other car in the pit lane is still the Ian Loggie-driven NM Racing Mercedes, which I believe is still having some repairs made to it as a result of the damage it sustained earlier on, whatever that damage is, that was linked to, whether cause or effect, I don't know, but linked to the puncture that they picked up earlier on. So, Simon Birch leads, 42 seconds back to Marco Antonelli in second. Marco, by the way, on the previous lap was a full 4.3 seconds slower than Tom Callender. Now we can expect probably Antonelli in fairly shortly. He was last in about half an hour ago, and will probably, in fact no, was he? Because I've got him coming in 3.5 hours into the race. That was a full hour ago. Have I missed a pit stop for Antonelli, or is he actually, well, that's the timing screen will tell me, won't it?
Yeah, I think
last pit was 28, yes. So I think we missed a stop. We'll be due in very shortly, because never more than half an hour or so goes by without the AKM Mercedes trundling down the pit lane.
Yeah, an hour and 21 on the stint time, isn't it?
He's
But,
just stayed in
yeah,
for a while, hasn't he? Yeah.
It's a driver stint, of course. Yes, he has been there for a while. I wonder who will take the flag. We've not seen much of Aaron at the wheel of that car, so I'm suspecting Raffaele Gianmaria might be done for the day in the number 64, and Aaron Farhadi might take it to the flag, but I'm not too sure what their plan is. They were very, very closely guarded about their who was going to start, and indeed as to the logic of that strategy at the start of the race, with almost half-hourly visits to pit lane. But hey, can't blame people for not showing their cards. Let's see if that poker face pays off.
Yes, indeed so. So Marco Antonelli then continues on his way, and coming towards the end of that car's 138th lap of the race. An hour and a half still to go, so we're going to churn up quite a few more laps, aren't we, before the checkered flag falls. Ian Bloggy, by the way, has left the pit lane, but he's still in the refuelling area, as in right on cue comes Marco Antonelli. So Tom Callender will now move back up into second position, and we'll get a proper read then on what that gap is to the lead. There on the right front corner of the AKM Motorsport Mercedes. Driver change is going to take place by the looks of it. Now, Adam, you're better than I am at recognising drivers with helmets on. Who do we think that was getting in?
I missed him, unfortunately. If we pan the camera, I might be able to tell you once he's getting strapped in. But I would anticipate it was a black race suit, wasn't it? So that would be Aaron Farhadi, because it's primary red. Is that Farhadi or is that Gianmaria? That is Gianmaria, I believe. Actually at the wheel of that in the Lamborghini race suit. Or no, Farhadi would make more sense, actually. I'm being silly. Sorry. Yes, Raffaele Gianmaria not getting in by the looks of it. Marco Antonelli directing traffic. I believe that is Aaron Farhadi getting behind the wheel, just having a moment of forgetting who's done what in that car. Of course, Farhadi has done quite a bit of Lamborghini driving, so I think that Squadra Corsa race suit is a giveaway that he'll be taking the wheel from here. Wittgamski getting the flash of the headlights from Tom Callender as they approach turn 10 and 11, and the wide berth given to the inside of the corner there for Callender to use. A minute and 6 was the interval between them last time by, apparently. Birch and Callender, are they on separate laps? No, they're not, are they?
No, not at the moment, I don't believe, although the sector times are confusing me too. But no, yes. I think they are... it was a slow first sector there for... Oh, I'm getting confused with Antonelli.
Yes,
they are still on the same lap.
We just need to now see Callender across the line here to get a true picture of where things stand. I think it is, yes, a minute and 7. So yes, it is currently going about 67 seconds between Birch and Callender. Although last lap time Callender was actually quite a way off, wasn't he? 43.1. Birch is working away well there at the helm of the resumed Porsche, and as you said, sector 2 was actually almost a second off for Callender, so I think just maybe getting the rough run of traffic or something like that.
That is where he caught Wittgamski through the sort of turn 9 area-ish, so although Witt got out of the way, I'm sure it posed a bit of a distraction to Tom, who maybe felt the need to just breathe off the throttle a second, and that's all it takes, isn't it? You can lose a fairly substantial chunk of time doing that. So Callender then a minute and 7 back, and it's now looking tricky, isn't it, for Landgraf to really sort of apply the pressure here to the Resume Modern Racing squad, but they've got to keep the pressure on just in case a mistake or an issue arises for the leading car. These modern GT3 cars, though, fairly bulletproof, aren't they? They should be able to run to the flag in a 6-hour race without any major mechanical issues, and to be fair, low attrition rate in general. All of the 12 cars that started the race are still running, even those that have had some issues, like the NM Racing Squad, who, by the way, are the first team to have now used up their 35 minutes of pit stop time. In fact, they've got a bit beyond it now because of the latest issues. They've had 38.5 minutes now they've spent in the pit lane, so 3.5 minutes extra loss. That's another 2 laps they've given away that they didn't need to. So sadly, that takes them out realistically now out of the battle for GT4 honours, but it's still a fascinating scrap between East Racing and Lion Speed GP. Lion Speed leading, but with much more pit stop time to be served. In Cup 2, Matthias Anstrand leads, 22 minutes 19 seconds of pit stop time elapsed. Second, Rodriguez Menzel in the A-Works car, 25 minutes and 10 seconds, so about 50-second difference in pit stop time. I think that still probably works in the favour, doesn't it, of MTech for the time being. But we will wait and see as and when they decide to use up the pit stop time that they must use. Speaking of, the AKM car has been in the pit lane for what feels like an age, yes. Well, no, 4.5 minutes actually, so they've probably got another few minutes to use up if they're going to use the entirety of the time in this stop, as there a pair of the Cup Porsches find themselves together. Matthias Adstrand moving up ahead of Mats Kimby, who is several laps back and has used about the same amount of pit stop time, give or take a minute or so anyway, of his class rivals.
Yes, so the Cup 2 class battle has been a two-horse race really for a majority of the race. Ooh, that's an interesting look on board there. I'm assuming that's a track map stuck to the Porsche, but it's not the most elegant one I've ever seen on the number 9 car. We ride on board with Matthias Astrand at the moment. Certainly big enough to see it at a glance, I suppose, which might be the intent there. So Astrand at the wheel for the second time in this race. Has actually been here previously as a track day driver in a road car, a 991.2 GT3 RS, and it was his first time here this week in the 992 GT3 Cup. So he has been really feeling it out and trying to explore the limits of this full-blown race car on slicks versus, I think he might have been on some Pilo Sport 4s or some other rather aggressive track day tyres in the earlier on races, and or in his earlier appearances here at Portimao. But he absolutely loves this place. He looked like he'd been through a day's work after Thursday here at the circuit. Speaking of going through a day's work, Simon Birch certainly has been already, and little moments like that probably scare everyone but Simon Birch, realistically. He will feel it was all under control, but from the external view, certainly, that little wobble as he went past the Bentley, that was a little bit alarming.
Yeah, it was a little bit, wasn't it? But yeah, safely negotiated in the end, and the number 14 car continues then to build its lead. We have, technically speaking, had 11 lead changes. Well, I say technically speaking, we have had 11 lead changes in this race, at the line at least, so the timing screen tells me best lap of the race still belongs to Simon Birch, the lap that he set on lap 127. We are now, for reference, on lap 142, so it wasn't that long ago, just after the most recent rain shower, I think, really, that he set that time. And her car has been leading for 74 of the 142 laps of the race so far. The next highest number of laps led is actually Greystone GT, 49 laps led in the race, the majority of those by Ollie Webb. Landgraf have led 17 laps, and MTech Competition led 2 during an early pit stop window, I seem to recall. The Cup 2 class leaders who come across the line now there at the back of shot. They have led, the only non-GT3 car then to have led any laps in this race, and they led a couple earlier on. Tom Callender, fractionally quicker than the race leader. There he is, right on cue. But yeah, a minute and 7 seconds again. That gap, it just doesn't change when these two are out on track, does it?
No, they're both, for our perspective, annoyingly metronomic, but that's a very good thing for them. So I've just been getting a little bit of intel, actually, from Marcus GEDLICH himself, actually. As a matter of fact, we were talking, well, we weren't talking about Nico Menzel, but we've been talking about him a lot over the course of the race. Naturally, Marcus GEDLICH and Nico Menzel's father, Christian Menzel, have shared a car in the Nürburgring 24 hours before, a front-running one at that. One of the Porsche 997 bi-turbos, which was one of the many Altzen projects over the years. Uwe and Jürgen Altzen, the famed family of the Nürburgring. A 900 horsepower Porsche that they were racing back in the day in the VLN or NLS as we now call it. So there you go. So there's I'm sure another person there that has been involved with GEDLICH one way or another for quite a long time in the form of Nico Menzel, albeit he probably was just in the same garage as Marcus, who runs GEDLICH Racing, when he was about 10, 11. That's alarming to think about.
Isn't it just? Right, speaking of Porsches, that was Damien Freda in the GT4 leading Lion Speed GP Porsche. That's quite an important pit stop because, as I said earlier on, they've got quite a long time they need to spend in the pit lane. They actually have spent the least amount of time in the pits of any car on track. Well, they're not on track at the moment, but you know what I mean. 17.5 minutes spent in the pit lane, so they need to somehow find another 8 minutes in there. And this, would it be their last stop? If they spent another 8 minutes in there, this could be their last stop, couldn't it? So I reckon that might be what they try and do and send that car to the end. The trouble is, I don't think they've got an 8-minute lead over Ulf Hildebeck in the East Racing car, or have they?
They do.
No, they do. Yes, they do, don't they?
9 laps.
Oh, yes, I've got how much time they'd lost with the crabbing and whatnot. And, of course, we've sort of lost NM Racing out of the equation. I think that's why I was thinking it was going to be closer than it was. Replay here of Andrei Borodin antics. What's he been getting up to?
Very wide at the first corner as he kept it on the straight and narrow, yes, but those pesky track limit warnings that we've been talking about a little bit. Again, 11 offences and you earn your team your first drive through, etc, etc, from 11 then to 17 then 23 and up in 6s, and indeed 5-second penalties applied if you're kind of stuck in the middle. So if you end up at the end of the race with 14 offences, you'll get, well, you'll have had a drive through at 11, you'll reset. But if you have 3 further offences, you'll get 15 seconds of penalty at the end of the race. But it resets with every drive-through. So you could end up with some teams with as much as 25 seconds of track limit penalty added to the race. Or you could just keep it within the lines.
Yeah, it sounds easy when you put it like that, doesn't it? But,
Simon Birch into the pit lane. So an hour and 17 left on the clock here. 27 minutes and 53 seconds worth of pit stop served by them, with a total of 35 anticipated. Now, these cars, we know, can do maybe an hour and 10 at a push on a tank of fuel. And, well, they'll have about a 6.5-minute pit stop here. Yeah. If he's a little bit careful, knocks it into a fuel map and maybe hangs around the fuel pumps for a couple of minutes after they're done, this could indeed be it for Simon Birch in terms of pit stops.
Yeah, I think you might be right. That was a short stint, though, wasn't it, that one? So interesting that they've chosen to do that now, and Tom Callender will therefore come through to inherit the lead of the race, nips up the inside of Andrei Borodin as they cross the line. But yeah, Simon Birch then coming in way short of the hour. Unnecessarily short of the hour, you would think. He wasn't losing any time, unless there's an issue with the car that we don't know about, but I see no reason why they couldn't have stretched that another couple of laps just for insurance.
Yes, I suppose. Yeah, they certainly shouldn't have had a fuel capacity issue. They should have been able to go a little bit further into the stint. So, no, I'm a little bit puzzled too, but maybe... Well, yes. Well, let's wait and see what they decide to do. But I am anticipating, surely... No! Look at this. They're sending the car back out without a fuel stop. Now, that is confounding. And goodness me, that was almost a moment there as Rodriguez Menzel came out just around that Porsche. But that car was in for, what, less than 90 seconds even? 1 minute 39. Yeah. 1 minute 39. So they've shaved all of 9 seconds off of their pit time quota for the race. In fact, no, it will be all of it, but you have to be over 90 seconds. Yes, that is, I'm guessing maybe they're setting them up to do a relative splash and dash at the end of the race, maybe like 50 minutes away from the end. They'll put him in for one last fill-up, not all the way, and do a fairly short pit stop somewhere around 5.5 minutes before the half hour to go. But I don't know, that's weird. I wouldn't personally have done that, but they will have their reasons.
Look, we have tried to play team strategist already today, and we were proven wrong.
Yes.
So we will. Ours is not to question why. We will simply sit back and see if that works. But the fact is, they've just handed the race lead to Landgraf. They will still need to pit for fuel because they didn't take any fuel that time. To my knowledge, they didn't change tyres. They certainly haven't changed driver. It's still Simon Birch in the car. So we might have a bit of a race on our hands now. What that has done is it means they have now used up 28 minutes. Sorry, they've used up 29.5 minutes of their pit stop quota. And Landgraf have used 28.12, so now a minute and a quarter or so, minute 20 seconds, let's say, longer has to be spent in the pit lane by the Landgraf team. And the Landgraf team, well, we'll get the gap probably at the end of the next lap, see what distance they are ahead, but I think 32 seconds is about right, isn't it? So they're probably still okay, but I just don't fully understand the reasoning behind that.
No, exactly. I would think they won't be able to extend more than maybe 20 to 25 minutes before they absolutely have to fill the car up again. So we'll see what goes on that front. Meanwhile, Tom Callender then having inherited the race lead, albeit by only about 32 seconds, and indeed dropping because 2/10 quicker through the first sector split is Simon Birch, freshly rejuvenated from a brief visit into the pit lane. We'll see when Callender next makes a stop. You'd think, again, just one more stop to come for Tom Callender and Landgraf, but they might be seeing or planning something that we're not anticipating. I guess perhaps for us and for Razoon, it's now all eyes on Landgraf to see what they're doing next.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it doesn't really matter that they just did that because they're going to have to spend the same amount of time in the pit lane anyway. This isn't going to suddenly put them way over 35 minutes. Far from it. It just seemed an odd decision unless there was an issue with the car we didn't know. I believe Izzy is on the case trying to find out for us, so we'll await further news. Meanwhile, number 9 has just returned to the circuit, now in the hands of Thomas Carlson. So this is the second placed Cup 2 car, which heads back out onto the circuit. They've still got 8.5 minutes worth of pit stop time to use up, so they'll be back in the pits again before the race is done. Stephen Bernson is in the leading GT4 Porsche. Matt Kimby in also in the third place of the Cup 2 cars. So quite a few teams now coming in to make what will likely be their penultimate stop, as it happens, of the race. Of course, I suppose at the start of the race we saw some very short stints from AKM, didn't we? We kind of thought, well, maybe other teams will have to do that at the end of the race as well. And we are hearing the only reason Razoon More Than Racing pitted was because they could. They had time to serve. They thought, well, we might as well serve it now. And I'm sure they had their logic for that.
It was the phrasing that message was delivered to us. They only pitted to serve time. It's like, what did Simon Birch do on the way to the track this morning? Yes, so I guess that does make sense because what you wouldn't really want to do, you wouldn't want to do too much of what we saw the top two do earlier on, which is refuel, then sit there, let everything go cold. So maybe it makes more sense to do some short, sharp pit stops to get to that 35 so you don't end up with a practically stone cold race car.
That is a good point. That is a good point. Yeah, this is maybe a safer way to do it. Just basically put in a few self-imposed stop-go penalties to gradually eat up the time. I wonder whether we'll see them do that again then, because they've got plenty more time they could use up, and there's no reason why they can't continue to make extra stops. It's not the number of pit stops that's mandated, but the total time spent in the lane. For now, though, Tom Callender leads the race, so the Landgraf team then back to the front of the field. They did lead earlier on, didn't they? They've led 20 laps now in this race. The last time Landgraf led was on lap 93. They led a single lap during, again, a pit window, and that was Tom Callender at the wheel at the time, but that was 50-odd laps ago. So it's been a while since we had this Mercedes out in the front of the field, but as the sun once again now very much shines down on the Portimao circuit, it is Tom Callender leading the way, but we know that likely will not last.
No, exactly right. A little bit of a Mercedes press shot there with the GT3 and the GT4 cars running in unison. We could have the opportunity to have all three specs of Merc here next. Well, not here, but at Valencia in 2 weeks' time in the GEDLICH Racing Wind Series paddock, where we will see those cars from NM Racing Team, the GT2, the GT3s and GT4 Mercedes, very popular in the paddock, of course, so no shortage of them out there. There is the 64 Antonelli Motorsport machine then, combing in on Rodriguez Menzel at this stage. Menzel, incidentally, in a strong position to potentially take the Cup 2 honours. Now, where are they from a pit stop perspective? They're about 90 seconds separated on pit stops, the two leading cars in Cup 2, with the A-Works team owing us a bit more time. They are about 2.5 minutes to 2 minutes 40 separated in terms of time at the moment. But again, both of them, as with quite a few drivers, are going to have to, drivers and teams, are going to have to sit around for a bit before the end of the window. 35 minutes worth of pit stop time has to be served from the moment the race went green this morning to the moment that we reach 30 minutes to go. And a lot of teams have to do a quick picnic before they can reach the checkered flag.
Yes, indeed they do. Fast sectors coming in from the cars at the front. Outright fastest first sector for Simon Birch. A personal best, though, on the very next lap for Tom Callender. They're both giving this everything they've got, because ultimately the gap is just small enough that a small bobble for one or the other would probably decide this, really, wouldn't it? The Aaron Farhadi Mercedes, though, drops down the hill, lapping in the 47s at the moment, but still comfortably in 5th position overall, 4th in class by several, well, by about 12.5 minutes or so, actually, over the next best GT3 car, the Witgamski-driven Bentley. That you would anticipate will be in the pit lane. In fact, is in the pit lane.
Yeah, just came in.
Just came in. Sometimes I know what I'm talking about to serve what should be their final stop. And we heard, didn't we? Matty Graham was sort of teasing us with the prospect of a real push in the final stint. Not necessarily for the purposes of gaining positions, but because it's a bit of a job interview, this really, isn't it? For him, he wants to remind everyone what he's capable of, and he's got the final hour, perhaps, of this race in which to do that.
Meanwhile, down in the pits, we were talking about Cup 2, and one of the protagonists in that battle, the number 88 A-Works team, Nico Menzel, half of that driver lineup, and he is with Izzy Browning.
You were indeed, and I do indeed have Nico with me now. Nico, we're coming into the closing stages of the race. You guys are currently leading in the Cup 2 class. A couple of things still to shake out, but how's it been from your driving seat?
It's been all right. I took the start, which was fun, battling with those GT3 guys in front, and that was good fun. And I've been back in the car for about 70 minutes. A few minutes ago, I came back in the pits, and Rodriguez is in the car. So far, good. P1 in class, and obviously that's the goal, to keep the position until the end.
What's the morale like in the team at this point? Do they think that the win is possible?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was the goal straight away for Rodriguez and myself, winning the race, and yeah, speed looks good, and yeah, as long as we can keep the speed, I guess we have good chances of staying in P1.
And you've driven here before, driven endurance races here before, done very well in endurance races here before. How is it to be back in Portimao?
Always great to be here. Not only the track, I would rate the track within my top 5 in Europe, I'd say, or maybe of all the tracks in the world. I really like it. The whole region, you know, it's good weather even in winter time, which is very cold and bad in Germany. So always good to come here for coaching or for racing or whatever. Yeah, Portimao is a great place.
And I have to mention this because they mentioned it on the commentary, but obviously we are in GEDLICH Racing paddock, and your father actually shared a car at the 24 Hours in Nürburgring with Marcus GEDLICH. You say you've seen Marcus, you've managed to have a catch-up with him, so how nice is it to be racing in his paddock?
Yeah, I can remember times really. I was like that little back in the days, always watching my dad and Marcus obviously racing together. I think it was in the Alsen Porsche. And 24 Hour Nürburgring has to be like 2000, I don't know, 7, 8. I was about 10 years old back in the days then. Yeah, it's great. Great to catch up. You know, I grew up with racing due to my dad, and happy to call it my job today. And that I could kind of do the things my dad did in the past, which was always my dream as a little kid. And yeah, to come back finally to a racing series of Marcus even is something great. So it really shows the motorsport world is really small, and you're going to catch up with a lot of people you know for a while.
Well remembered, because I'm pretty sure that those are the correct details. It's a little bit of a role reversal then, isn't it, coming into this and you being the one driving?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe my dad even watches now, and we have opposite roles. Yeah, it's great, you know. It's good to be part of the motorsport world, really. It's quite small. That's why that's why you meet people very often. Not only twice, as you say, in life, but I think in motorsport it's 20 times, and it's always good to be, you know, within the family.
All right, well, let's hope he is watching at home, and good luck for the rest of the race. Thank you for speaking to us.
Yes, very well remembered there, Nico Menzel. It was 2008, according to Marcus, and he'll know. Tom Callender is into the pit lane. So the 48 Mercedes out from the lead of the race for what could be the final stop of the race. Certainly if they were to tank the car up now, it could get there. They have 6 minutes and 48 seconds worth of pit stop left to serve, and we have seen stops around the 7-minute mark for a full service and fuel. So this might well work just about perfectly from here for the number 48 crew, and I think it's looking more and more to me like this is going to be a really compelling run to the finish between Callender and Birch, Razoon and Landgraf, depending on quite how long Birch's pit stop happens to take here at the tail end of the race. No signs at all, of course, of a driver change here, so Jürg's Racing is done for the day, but Tom Callender, having done effectively just a GT Masters race on his own there, has another one to do, but the reigning champion in that category shouldn't have any problem with that.
Yes, now we are assuming here, of course, that he's going to peel right into the fueling zone. He doesn't have to. He could choose to do exactly what Razoon did a matter of minutes ago for Simon Birch, but no, in he comes. So that tells me this should be the final stop.
Yeah.
So by the time this car next appears on the circuit, their total pit time should be in excess of 35 minutes. Well, really, it should be 35 minutes, .001 or something, to try and make absolutely sure they're not giving away any extra time that they don't need to, because they're going to need every split second if they're going to give the fight to Razoon. But the pace that Simon Birch has been showing in the recent laps is going to make them very, very difficult to beat indeed. I think a purple middle sector on this lap alone for Simon, probably spurred on with a message from the team saying, right, the leaders are in, you're about to re-inherit the race lead, it's go time. With one more pit stop still to be done for the Porsche, they move back into first position, and now it becomes a waiting game. We're within the window, aren't we, where they could pit and get to the end, as we've just said. When will they blink and bring this car into the pit lane for what we imagine will be the final time?
Some counter steering there, notable from Simon Birch. The 992, it's still a Porsche. It's always been joked about that the Porsche 911, the engine has just slowly been moved forward with every passing generation, but it is still a rear-engine car, and it can snap on you. And Simon Birch masterfully controlling it. But there again, yes, it can snap. You can have the rear go wayward on you, but the Porsche engineering, which of course has been lauded as second to none for generations at this point, the car gives you the feedback you need to actually work with that. Make sure you make those corrections instinctively to keep the car going in the right direction, and that's what separates a good race car from one that maybe is not so compliant. That feedback and that just instinctive feel.
Well, it's always been said, hasn't it, really, that it shouldn't work, this design, should it? It should not be such a successful design when it comes to racing, and that's the exact reason that it is, because they've managed to engineer their way around the problem that they sort of gave themselves. Yeah, now this car is widely regarded as one of the more user-friendly GT3 cars out there, which you never really would have imagined would be the case, certainly more so than a lot of the mid-engine cars, the Audis, the McLarens, the Ferraris, that sometimes seem to take a little bit more getting used to. Is Simon Birch heading for the pit lane? Yes, he is. So, surely now for the final time. The Resoon More Than Racing Porsche is in the pits. Simon Birch, we imagine, will stop by maybe for a fresh set of tyres. They may have changed the tyres last time he was in, but even if he doesn't, he will certainly be going to the fueling zone where he will sit for quite some time. Is he going past the team? Yeah, no, he pulls into the team where they are awaiting with sticker tyres, look, so brand new tyres to go onto the Porsche. They'll brim the car with fuel and send Simon on his way with one clear instruction: go quickly and keep the Mercedes at arm's length.
Yeah, they've been holding out with that pair, haven't they? Just making sure he's got the best possible grip to work with in the final phase of the race. While this car is in for its final pit stop, which needs to measure at least 5.5 minutes, we will more than likely just about see Andrei Borodin move back into the race lead, albeit temporarily, and then the stage will be set to see exactly how it's going to go down between the Simon Birch and Tom Callender driven cars, Resoon and Landgraf, here in the Portimao 6 hours, brought to you by GEDLICH Racing. We see here pit stop going on at the moment for the team down at AKM Motorsports. Those gloves very well thrown onto the side of the car. Absolutely would have ended up on the floor if that was me trying to do something like that. Raffaele Gianmaria being eschewed into the car now, and he will take the final stint of the race. So AKM are making sure their hot shoe is at the wheel. They have served 30 minutes and 11 seconds of their stops, but they are, well, a couple of laps down on both of the leading cars. The Tom Callender car is actually only a lap clear, but I still don't think the AKM car will be that big of a factor. Maybe for second if there's a slip up somewhere, but we'll see. I mean, they have, of course, peeled off more time. We'll work out quite what an effect that is going to have.
Yes, we will. Quite a few teams, by the way, have now used up all of the 35 minutes. Steiner Racing, 35 minutes, 7 seconds. Lion Speed GP, the GT4 leaders, have used up all of their time, 35.25 minutes. Both of those teams going slightly over the 35 minutes, so not quite timing it to absolute perfection, which sort of suggests, doesn't it, that there could be an opportunity still for a bit of time to be gained or lost for either of the leading pair, who are both in the fueling zone, as is the AKM Motorsport car, which we now know has Raffaele Gianmaria back at the wheel, as here Andrei Borodin works his way through.
What was that?
I don't know, is the honest answer. It was a big wobble coming out of turn 5. Back out goes Tom Callender.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, that was
That's
good.
fine.
Yes, 4.7 seconds over the 35 minutes. That seemed quick to me, but no, that was absolutely, almost perfectly judged, yes. And, yeah, back out goes the Mercedes.
Just to circle back to that moment for Borodin, no, I was asking what that was in the sense of I saw like a piece of carbon fibre land near him, which is why I thought he swerved. I don't know if it was something off one of the cars ahead in the traffic. Here is the Resoon Porsche, now just moving towards the exit, but I think it has to stay parked for just a little while. A cold tyre moment there for Tom Callender, as one would expect, heading back out onto the circuit. And then we also saw, of course, looming Raffaele Gianmaria in the AKM Motorsport car. I'm very intrigued to see where all three of those cars come out relative to one another. I refuse to quite sleep on the AKM Mercedes because my maths isn't good enough to quite know where it's going to come out relative to them.
Well, it keeps things more exciting for us, doesn't it, if we don't know what's going on. So hope you're all enjoying this at home as well, the general sense of cluelessness. Right, the Resoon Porsche had to spend 5 minutes and 27 seconds-ish in the pit lane. They have spent 4 minutes and 17, so they'll be there for another minute and 10 seconds at the moment. But, of course, Tom Callender is coming through this time to only unlap himself from the Porsche. So he's going to still come out of this, I think, about half a lap behind once all is said and done. Through he will come then, the final corner. neither of these cars we expect back in the pit lane now between this point and the checkered flag, which is less than an hour away. And we are into the final portion of the 6 Hours of Portimão, this GEDLICH Winter Series race, and through goes Tom Callender back onto the lead lap. But how far back from the Porsche will he be when Simon Birch re-emerges from the pit lane in around about 30 seconds time?
Yes, he's going to want to try and maximise this lap. These next couple of laps could be very, very important. Of course, Birch will be skating around, at least initially, on exceedingly cold tyres. We really need to take a look at that Birch car as soon as it exits, because that first few corners for Birch will also be critical to make sure that he gets that all on the straight and narrow as the number 14 Razzoon Porsche departs the pits for what should be the final time in this race. The sun setting now upon the circuit as there goes Simon Birch out of the pit lane. That is going to be less than a minute, I feel. How many corners will it take before this Porsche is looking rapid? Certainly still being a little bit cautious there through the first couple of bends and pushing as much as he dare on the stone cold Pirelli rubber for now, but the heat rapidly getting into the carcass now as he slams down for the brakes at turn 5, and hopefully by the time he gets to 7, 8 and then that 9, 10, 11 section of the circuit, the most critical portion of the track from a traction perspective, he should be at least yielding some of the grip that he needs.
Well, they've lost about 5 seconds, I can tell you already, to Landgraf, because their total pit stop time, 25 minutes, 9.522 seconds. They were 9.5 seconds over the minimum. Landgraf 4.7. So, about 5 seconds, 5.2 seconds, the difference between the two of them there. So that's a small gain for Landgraf. They are, as you said, already on warmed-up tyres, but then we have seen Tom Callender already going through this pain, haven't we, of trying to get the Pirellis up to temperature, so it should all even out roughly. Simon Birch coming through now towards the conclusion of his outlap. Don't forget, he's still not actually back in the lead yet. Andre Borodin leads in the Greystone McLaren, and Rodriguez Menzel in second position, only 31.5 seconds back and gaining about a second a lap on the GT3 spec McLaren. Here comes Simon Birch, though, third position for now. This will eventually become the race lead again, we know. That's not the important bit. The important bit is how far ahead of Tom Callender's Mercedes is he?
Yes, and we're going to have to puzzle over that for a few moments longer, aren't we? Here is the number 14. Now, where, relatively speaking, as they go through turn 3, is the Mercedes. It's just coming up to turn 13 at the moment. I'm going to say that's around 40 seconds, maybe 45, between the top two. Here is Callender now, coming around turn 14 of this 15-turn layout. You see Gianmaria is now back out there as well, but I think he's a lap off the 48 Mercedes in his AKM Motorsport example of the 6.2-litre V8. Here now across the line comes Callender, and it is going to be actually 54 seconds, I believe. 53.2 seconds between Birch and Callender. So 53 seconds will be the gap between the protagonists in the overall battle as we go into the final hour of the GEDLICH Racing 6 Hours of Portimão. Let's get a look back at some of the action from recent times then. This was Oliver Webb capitalising on a cold-tired Tom Callender around the outside at turn 3. See you later. Yes, he would actually see him later. Simon Birch also getting tyres back up to temperature after both cars, Callender and Birch, were waiting at the fuel pumps for a little while. This was Callender now on fresh rubber, up to temperature, getting back past Oliver Webb as the McLaren was at the tail end of its stint. The Bentley of Whit Gamsky there, allowing the pros in their GT3s to fire by as MJC look to just register a finish here in this 6-hour race, by far the longest race they have done so far with the Bentley Continental GT3. Andre Borodin got back behind the wheel wheel of the 240 Greystone GT McLaren 720S. And I suspect there'll be one more driver change, whether it's for Pede or for Ollie Webb to jump back in remains to be seen. We've seen number 15 NM Racing team in with a couple of dramas so far in this race, and right now it looks like they are going to be about a minute and a half off the Lion Speed GP car, with both of them having served enough of their stops, and in fact 3 minutes over down at NM Racing team, their stop requirement of 35 minutes. The often stopping AKM Motorsport car looks like it's going to work itself out in third overall once the pit stops settle down. The 88 machine, the Menzel and Menzel car, no relations, also may well have the Cup 2 win here. It's going to depend on MTech Competition's Thomas Carlson, who's currently at the wheel. I wonder if Nico Menzel is probably going to hop back behind the wheel of the car from A-Works for the final stint, the number 88. Simon Birch has been occasionally extending track limits out there on track, as we saw there down at turn 7 into 8. But no harm, no foul, at least until the drive-throughs start coming. For Tom Callender, he might need a drive-through to close in on that Porsche before the end. This is the number 9 MTech Competition Porsche we were just referencing. Thomas Carlson now at the wheel, and currently, at least, second in the Cup 2 class behind the A-Works machine of Rodriguez Menzel. But it is in prime position right now. The Rezoon More Than Racing Porsche 992 GT3R. But this is the car pursuing Tom Callender, the reigning GT Masters champion, looking to try and make a statement victory in this race at the 6 Hours of Portimão. One of the longest races, if not the longest race he has ever done. He is, however, going to have to try and win it from behind. And that is not going to be easy with a driver the caliber of Simon Birch at the wheel. It has been thrilling to see these GT3 cars at full bore going through this 6 hour race. The tyre build-up making its way around the circuit gradually as well. It really is starting to feel like we've been through an enduro here, looking at some of the corners of the lap. That was Simon Birch just coming back out onto the circuit. And as we now know, as the pit stop cycle has calmed down, it's a 53-second interval between that number 48 Mercedes and the Rezoon Porsche ahead of it. That is more than likely going to be the definitive battle now. It will be the definitive battle now to the flag. And we hope you're seated, ready, and willing to join us for this final hour as we will watch the hunt down at the front. Great to see the 64 AKM car still circulating well. In general, the rate of attrition has been relatively minor here in this race. Everybody's been minding their P's and Q's, and even the cars that are crabbing are still running. That's Joel Herman's East Racing Motorsport number 41, running at the back of the overall order and third in GT4. But great to see that they've managed to I think slightly eradicate the issues with that car, manage them well, and will now try and reach the flag. We dive straight back in then to the final 48 minutes of this race. At the moment, your overall leader by dint of the pit window is the A-Works Porsche of Rodriguez Menzel, but they still have 10 minutes of the window to serve. How far ahead are they of the similar car from MTech Competition? Well, only about a lap and a half. So I think Menzel and A-Works may end up coming short here, finishing second in the class, although Carlson and MTech also have a lot left to go. In summation, I think 2 Porsches are going to be parked for quite a while before the half-hour mark.
I thought you were going to make the bold prediction that a Porsche would win the Cup 2 category.
Well, yes,
then,
that too.
which yes, is not much of a stretch, is it really? Yeah, that will be intriguing, actually. Second time in the race that the A-Works car has led, of course. They did lead, as I said, during a pit stop window earlier on. Andre Borodin has pitted in the Greystone GT McLaren. That's why the 88 car is now out in the lead of the race. But yeah, let's look at that Cup 2 situation then. So we'll call it 10 minutes realistically that A-Works have to spend in the pit lane. The MTech Competition team have 8.5 minutes, so a minute and a half left less, that they have to serve, but I think they are a couple of laps behind. So I think probably it should still be okay for Rodriguez Menzel. I think that, or whoever jumps into that car, if they do a driver change, they'll have time to, won't they? Let's be honest, for the final round of pit stops. The lead gap, it's not yet the lead gap, but it will become the battle for the lead. Simon Birch versus Tom Callender. Well, that gap is still a fairly significant one, 53.7 seconds between them, as there Tom Callender nips to the inside of Ian Loggie's Mercedes. And yeah, that's the corner at which John Curry had a spin in that GT4 Mercedes earlier on. Into the refueling zone goes the Greystone GT McLaren, but I believe that Izzy Browning has caught up with one of several legends of the motorsport world who are here this weekend, and I do not use that word lightly. Izzy, who have you got for us?
I have indeed. I've got Bernd Schneider next to me, of course, 5-time DTM champion, legend of the motorsport world. Welcome to the pit lane. Great to have you with us. Of course, you're sat in the garage watching the team go on. You're the team manager here at Landgraf. How has it been watching from your seat?
It's quite interesting. We have a good fight with the Porsche car, so mainly we are practicing for the new upcoming seasons, and with Tom. I mean, he's 16 years old and need a bit more experience, especially the ones on cold tires was important for us, so we didn't heat the tires. In the session we were suffering a little bit with that, but for him it's good for this year, and for Jörg was also good experience because he's racing now for 40 years and he never have been in Portimao, so now he got the experience in Portimao as well.
Yeah, there's a first time for everything. Fabulous to have such a great driver lineup as well. I mean, you are fighting for the win in this, so a little bit tense going into the final hour. But with Tom, I mean, just such a talented driver to have on your lineup.
100%. I know him since last year, so he came ADAC champion in Germany, and was quite surprising because he just turned 16 a week before the first race. Now he will be 17 in a couple of months, so I think it's a big talent, and I'm looking forward to see where it's going to go with him, you know.
And as I say, we're now into the final hour. As I say as well, they are fighting for the win. Going to be very, very close with the Porsches, as you were saying. How are the nerves feeling right now?
Yeah, at the moment, because the weather forecast is not straightforward, so there can be some rain in the last 10 minutes and everything can change. At the moment, the Porsche have a good lead. It will be hard for us to catch them because they're also really, really quick. So we have to wait what's going on in the last half an hour.
I'm sure there'll be fingers crossed in the garage. We'll let you go back and watch. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Thank you, thank you.
Great to hear then from Bernd Schneider, a true legend of motor racing. Now, this is a point that came to me just now while I was taking a quick break from the box, and one that Resoon Racing won't thank me much for making. Isn't it remarkable how clean this race has been? No safety cars or anything of that nature so far. I don't want to jinx it for Resoon. Anderson and Birch are two very lovely people, as are most of that team. But, well, it is interesting that we've managed to avoid anything like that so far, and they're going to be hoping it stays that way.
Yeah, well, yes, now you've opened that can of worms, I will step right in myself as well and say that it is usually the final hour of an endurance race where things tend to go wrong, cars tend to break down, drivers tend to lose concentration, the track conditions are at their worst, visibility isn't great, etc, etc, etc. So we've got all of the ingredients for something to happen. I do sort of hope that it doesn't, for your sake as much as anyone else's, because, yes, we don't want to put the mockers on anyone, but we are tantalisingly close to having a really thrilling run to the flag. If we ever could get Simon Birch and Tom Callender together, given how evenly matched they've been, well, that is a fight I would buy a ticket for, put it that way.
I'll use the no, don't hurt me, I'm Austrian too defense through my great-grandmother, but I feel like I can still find common ground if I have just jinxed that particular instant with them. So then the gap staying around, 43 seconds right now, as we now see the 240 car head back out on circuit, notably with Ed Peed now at the wheels. So the Greystone GT McLaren will be taken to the flag, seemingly, by Ed Peed and Matthew Graham, who promised us he was going to make an impact on this race by getting some quick laps in there, showcasing himself. He's going around in the big Bentley in the 1:43.3s, which is a pretty healthy time, albeit, of course, at the front they're even down into the 41s this far into the race. But we'll still be looking to showcase what he can do. We know how quick he can be, Matthew Graham, even when thrown into it last minute, and now on the back of Edward Peed. Now, Simon Birch there going through, still technically in second place, of course, because the Menzel Cup car just up the road is yet to have pit. So we will see a change of lead on track potentially here if the Menzel Porsche stays out for a couple of laps. But of course does need to pull up and wait for some time to serve that pit penalty remaining, or that pit stop time remaining, the 35 minutes that had to be served in the first 5.5 hours. We are 10 minutes left until 5.5 hours, so they do have to get their skates off.
Question for you.
I reckon I know what this question is. Yeah, go on.
So, they have to have served this pit stop time by the beginning of the final hour. Does that mean they have to be out of the pit lane by the end of the final half an hour, or in the pit lane by the end of by the start of the final half an hour?
I believe that the standard pit window etiquette would apply in this sense, which is that as long as you're in the pits by the time we're at the end, that is fine. But I'm sure I will get a Stefan Lehner text if I am wrong. Stefan, I am open to a contradiction on that front. But my understanding is as long as they are in and making that final pit stop, it's fine.
Okay, so the reason I asked is there are some teams who have 10 minutes left
Yes.
to serve. We are now within 10 minutes of half an hour to go, so I did wonder whether that would be the case. Right, lead change incoming here, I think. The two Porsches getting themselves together. Rodriguez Menzel, technically, is the leader. He is the leader, but not for much longer. Simon Birch comes up behind him. We know that the Cup 2 Porsche owes us a pit stop, and Rodriguez Menzel fancies leading for at least one more lap, if you wouldn't mind awfully, Simon. Simon flashing the lights at him as they went up the hill, does eventually find the gap to the inside, and Simon Birch reclaims the outright lead of this race with 38 minutes and 50 seconds to go. So back through goes the GT3 spec Porsche, and the 992 GT3 Cup car slips down to second place. Incidentally, you may have just mentioned this, Thomas Carlson's brought the number 9 MTech Competition Cup car in to serve its final pit stop. I did do the maths whilst you were away. They have to spend about a minute and a half less in the pit lane than Rodriguez Menzel, but I believe they're 2 and a bit minutes behind at least. So I think 88 should still come out with the lead, but of course it might be close enough that it could still change in the final stint.
Possibly. I wonder if they will both put their best feet first on that front. Rodriguez Menzel is now in. Regarding the best feet first analogy, I am talking about putting their fast drivers in there. Gustav Söderberg-Krö, who of course has been the pace man for MTech competition, and then Nico Menzel, who was still suited and booted when he spoke to Izzy, of course. So that would imply that he's probably hopping back in for the final stint.
Big flash of the lights again for Simon Birch, who nips to the inside of the now Ed Peed-driven McLaren. That car 2 minutes or so behind Raffaele Giamaria's Mercedes, which has not long come out of the pit lane for its final time. So not likely to see a big change there, I don't think. I think the lower podium places in GT3 are pretty settled as well. The big question, I guess, is where Menzel, well, whether Menzel in it, but where the 88 car comes back out.
Big development, actually. I was just about to mention the GT4 lead battle. After it's all come out in the wash, NM Racing have had more time in the pits than they actually needed. They've had 38 minutes, so they've served 3 minutes more than they were supposed to, effectively, with a couple of the dramas. Stephen Berntsen is leading the GT4 class for Lion Speed GP by 35 seconds over Ian Loggy. However, Berntsen is now getting a drive-through penalty for a fuel stop under 4 minutes. They spent less than 4 minutes in Refuel Alley, and that means that the gap between them is probably going to be about a dozen seconds once that pit stop is served. The 88 car we can see being serviced there. But that Lion Speed GP Porsche could be having to fight with NM Racing and Ian Loggy for the GT4 win here at the end.
Yes, that is interesting, isn't it then? I wonder whether a few teams forgot about that rule and they were so focused on the 35-minute thing that they just sat there until that time had elapsed and forgot maybe about the 4 minutes that they had to be actually in the refueling area. It's a quirky rule. I can imagine how it got missed in all the excitement, but, well, that has thrown a cat among the pigeons as far as the GT4 battle is concerned. There is the 24 car, Stephen Berntsen at the wheel of the Lion Speed GP Porsche Cayman, which is 33.9 seconds clear of Ian Loggy's troubled NM Racing Mercedes. So a drive-through is not 30 seconds, I wouldn't have thought. So this car...
22, 3.
Right, okay. So, well, that's close enough for me. That is enough, in theory, for the Porsche to come out in front. However, on the previous lap, Ian Loggy was 1.7 seconds quicker than Stephen Berntsen. With a 30-odd second cushion, that's enough for Stephen to coast home. He won't have that 30-odd second cushion for long, though.
Incredible how that has shaped out, isn't it? Ultimately, both teams have had their dramas. There was a shock absorber being replaced by for NM Racing team. They had a puncture as well earlier on. Patrick Kolb elected to serve a pit stop right at the start of the race, seemingly, or come in and fix something. Frankly, we don't know. But the car came in at the very start of the race and sat in the pits and had to lose a lap effectively as the race went green after the second formation lap was held in safety car conditions. But that is really interesting to see quite how that one unfolds. But both of them have had their dramas, and it's all worked out in a way that they're going to now seemingly fight it out on track for GT4 honours.
It is crazy, isn't it, how these things work out sometimes at the end of 6 hours of racing. No safety cars, as he said, to bunch them all together. And we end up with at least one of the classes seemingly ending in a nail-biter. There was a slightly hairy moment there as Simon Birch came up to put another lap on the now Matty Graham piloted MJC Bentley, and they both then nip up the inside of that GT4 Porsche as they head up the hill. Stephen Berntsen then falls another lap behind the overall race leaders, but that, quite frankly, is the least of his concerns right now. He crests the hill, potentially destined for the pit lane list time. On the previous lap, in fairness, he was 2/10 quicker than Ian Loggy, so maybe it was just a blip, that lap that I pointed out a moment ago, where he lost nearly a couple of seconds to the British GT champion, Ian Loggy, and we'll see now whether that's maybe a more representative look at their pace. Also insert into that battle, by the way, Ricardo Costa in the Monteros Competicios BMW, not running in the GT4 class for reasons we documented earlier on. It's not homologated, that older generation BMW M4 GT4 car, but it is still a GT4 car, and they're only 6 seconds behind Ian Loggy, so we could end up with 3 cars fighting for track position in pretty close proximity through this final half an hour.
It's shaping up remarkably well at the moment. Simon Birch in control at the front, it must be said. It will take dramas or twists in the tail for Tom Callender to close in sufficiently to challenge for this overall and indeed GT3 class victory. But the GT4 battle is looking very compelling indeed, as we see there the 240 car making its way through with Edward Peed at the wheel. How far back is he from? He's a lap off the Raffaele Gianmaria car. I was just curious to see how they had folded out. And yet, to your point, the Monteros Competicios car is also kind of involved as the invisible GT4 car as well. And of course, lest we forget, at the very start, or in the first half hour, 40 minutes of that race, that car was a lap clear of all the GT4s as the older entry, a TCX car running out of homologation, as you said. But yes, it's funny how all of those cars of a GT4 spec have ended up converged.
I've changed my mind again. We can call it an honorary GT4 car again.
Okay.
Now that it's making the race more interesting, I'm all for it. They took about a second and a half out of the Ian Loggy Mercedes on the previous lap. There is the Ian Loggy Mercedes. Excellent timing again. And the car, which looks immaculate despite the trials and tribulations it's suffered in this race, exits turn 5. And could it be about to put itself right into the mix for a class win? Ian was 4/10 quicker than Stephen Burnson on the last lap. So on the last 3 laps alone, he was 1.7 seconds quicker. Then he was about half a second slower, now 4/10 quicker. So there's no real rhyme or reason as Matty Graham's Bentley coasts towards the final corner, pulls off the road, mercifully, think resume, because this very nearly could have been that safety car we were alluding to. But that is a real shame. We really wanted to see this car run to the flag, as did the team. We made this point earlier on, didn't we, that, you know, the reliability was the big thing they wanted to get out of this race, and it doesn't look as though they're quite going to reach the flag.
That is a huge shame for MJC. And the Bentley, as we said, the longest race they've ever committed to with that car. Just the 3rd time it has raced in the hands of Team MJC, and not the way they would want it to end. Hopefully it's something not too sinister. Now it's stopped there, off the track, mercifully, as we said, but has stopped as exiting from a drive-through goes the Lion Speed GP car, and it's going to exit, yes, I think about 6 or 7 seconds clear of the Mercedes-AMG GT4, which in turn is about 4 or 5 seconds clear in the battle for 9th overall on Ricardo Costa in the Montelos Competizos BMW M4.
Right then, well, Ian Loggy is capable of lapping quicker than Stephen Burnson. He's proven that on several occasions in this stint alone. He now needs to find, as you said, a half a dozen seconds or so in order to challenge for the victory in GT4. Tom Callender, who's coming up to overtake Stephen Burnson, needs to find rather more than that if he's going to challenge for the overall victory. 2nd place within GT3, seemingly beckoning now for the Landgraf squad, but still a really solid result for them. What will happen in GT4? That is the big question. Stephen Burnson, Ian Loggy will get the gap properly at the end of this lap, but now the pressure is on for Stephen. He was in a position where he could afford to just drive at 90% or so, and the class win should have been theirs. Now it will have to be qualifying laps to the flag.
Yeah, it will, absolutely. We've got a really interesting 3-way dice here for 9th overall, but also for those all-important GT4 class honours here in the 6 Hour of Portimão. The GT4 class, always fun to watch in these longer distance races. You see them most commonly utilised, of course, in sprints, but they are solid endurance cars as well, and jolly good fun to race over a longer distance as Ricardo Costa tail whips the BMW slightly there. Regardless of not being in the class, he definitely is going to trouble Loggy before too long, isn't he, Ricardo Costa? What was the deficit last time? Only 3/10 faster, but by the time we've gone through 28 minutes and 35 seconds, yes, certainly that BMW is going to be in the fray.
Stephen Burnson then was about 33 seconds clear of Ian Loggy before that penalty. He is 4.8 seconds clear of Ian Loggy now, and Ian is 3.3 ahead of Ricardo Costa, who was a full second quicker than him on that previous lap. So whether he's in the GT4 class or not, Ricardo Costa could have a real bearing on the winner of the GT4 class, because if he starts interfering with Ian Loggy, that could be enough to allow Stephen Burnson off the hook.
Yeah, Burnson, who is the founder of the Sunder Motorworks team, which is quite regular in the GEDLICH Racing paddock. He is a pro driver, as it were, a driver coach. Of course, Ian Loggy, as he admitted to us at the top of the broadcast, has done thousands of laps of what is his home track here. Just 10 minutes down the road is Ian Loggy. So it's interesting. You've got a talented amateur, a decorated amateur in Ian Loggy chasing down a driver coach at a circuit both are quite familiar with, and it's going to be very compelling to see how the pendulum swings. At the moment, of course, Loggy has just massively closed in because of the drive-through. It's going to be the next lap time through that really tells the story. I must say, though, it's a bit of an ebb and flow, isn't it? The Mercedes is fractionally quicker in Sector 2, yet the Cayman in Sector 1 was a lot faster than Loggy.
Yes, that is interesting. I've also just had a bit of info somewhere on one of the many channels we're in saying that NM apparently are a little bit worried about fuel, whether they're going to make it to the end. So they want to push, but they've got to maybe manage the fuel situation a little bit just to add an extra bit of complication to this equation. How much of a risk is Ian Loggy willing to take? Well, given the fact it's not a championship, there are no points on the line, why not go for it, Ian?
And of course, by my reckoning, the fuel rules don't go away just because we're in the final half hour. So if they do have to splash and dash, it's splash, wait 3 minutes and 40 seconds, and then dash.
Yes, it's been an hour and 20 minutes in the car for Ian Loggy, but of course he had that in and out bit at the start, didn't he? So probably been about an hour since he pitted. I'd be surprised if that makes it to the flag without fueling again, but we shall wait and see. On that particular lap then, Bernson was fractionally, and I mean fractionally slower, a hundredth of a second slower than the pursuing Mercedes of Ian Loggy, and Ricardo costed at a 56.4 slower than the pair of them, as we now get a yellow flag at turn 15. Well, this will be, I presume, for the recovery of the MJC Bentley. Are they just going to do that under yellow flags? Question mark. So far, that seems to be the case.
It is on the kind of, they don't use it very often, but the internal pit entry road that is a good 25, 30 feet away from the track surface, as we can see here. So they are indeed towing it away, and that should be fine under single yellows, but still a rotten sight for Team MJC, who are here in numbers this weekend. Quite a few of the old crew from the Brit Car days are evident.
Drive-through penalty, Raffaele Giammaria for track limits. So AKM, who through all of this weird and wacky pit strategy that they've had, have managed to pick their way up into third place overall, are now heading, I'm afraid, into the pit lane very shortly for a drive-through penalty.
I was just going to say, I hope they don't do it while there's a Bentley being towed in, but the car now goes past anyway, and safely onto the apron goes the Bentley, so it's now out of harm's way and the race can continue unabated and uninterrupted. Simon Birch still leads the way then with 25 minutes, less than that even, left to go in this race. 55.3 seconds the gap between Birch and Callender, both of them lapping well in the 1 minute 42s, a 42.9 last time for Birch, a 42.3 last time for Callender, but that is nowhere near enough of an incremental gain for Callender to challenge for the race win. As it stands, we have seen Birch occasionally hyperextend those track limits, but I don't think he's anywhere near the threshold for any penalties or anything like that. A bit sideways there from the 24 Lion Speed car. Of course, they'll be getting the hustle on message to Stephen Bernson, because yes, still within 5 seconds is the second place car in GT4. There, Ian Loggy.
Yep, can't afford a mistake, just in case Ian Loggy can make it to the end, just in case he can get within striking range. They had the overall race leader, I think Simon Birch, coming through there to put another lap on them as well, as a lot of cars seem to have found themselves in the same bit of the track, which is often the way, isn't it? It's not the biggest grid of cars we've ever had, but they're all in the same half of the lap, so quite a bit of traffic still to be dealt with. And this is why it's so important, if you are Simon Birch, to not switch off here. Yes, you're the best part of a minute clear of Tom Callender. The race win is yours for the taking in 23 minutes time, but you've got to make sure within those 23 minutes you don't trip over a back mark, you don't pick up a track limits penalty, you don't damage the car on a curve. You cannot let your brain switch off, because there's still work to be done. Sadly though, I think Matty Graham's work may well be done for the day. That car, I would be surprised if we see again before the flag.
Yeah, unfortunately, that does look rather like they've called it there, doesn't it? Down at Team MJC, the slightly slow-moving East Racing Porsche there, just almost tripping up Simon Birch a little bit, and Simon leave a little black line there, fishtailing through turn 3, pressing on as he is. Never say quit and never say do an easy lap with Simon Birch. He will push on and push on. But the thing is, he can do it with this metronomic consistency. We said it earlier on. Even though Callender was setting some individual laps faster than Birch, the gap was remaining as it was, steady in that, at the time, 1 minute 22 bracket that we were dealing with. Be careful of those track limits, Simon, coming through 7 and 8 there. But the metronomic pace is exactly what Razoon and any endurance racing team want from a driver, and that is what Birch provides.
Yes, and he's certainly not coasting this home, is he?
No.
Pushing right to the limits there up at the top end of the circuit. 54.8 seconds his lead. It would be a big shock, wouldn't it, now, if Tom Callender were able to close in. Even if there were a mistake for Simon Birch, he'd probably be okay, but that doesn't mean he needs to be flirting with disaster quite as openly as he is at the moment. What a glimpse there of Stephen Burnson, who really does seem to be keeping Ian Logie at bay now, doesn't he? He was actually half a second quicker than Ian on the previous lap. And weirdly, Ricardo Costa's pace has now sort of deserted him as well. So he's dropping back away from those two rather than closing in. I heard a car in the pit lane, Adam.
Gia Maria serving his drive-through, I believe. So the AKM Motorsport car trundles through to rejoin the race, going into the final 20 minutes. And meanwhile, I believe down at Team MJC, Izzy Browning has caught up with someone at the team, and we're going to get a bit of a verdict on the big Bentley.
I have indeed. I've got Matty Graham with me. Matty, oh, that's painful, that one is. Just tell us what happened.
Yeah, so it was going so well, and yeah, just lost drive into the last sector. Gear 2, wheels weren't turning, so went on the radio. And yeah, I knew in my head it was probably going to be the end of the race, but I was trying everything in the car, asking the team if there's anything I could do. A lot of buttons in these cars and all new to me, so I was just playing about, but yeah, just ultimately snapped drive shaft and end of our race, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I know you guys were really keen to make it to the end of this race. Of course, not that long left in the race, so especially painful.
Yeah, it does rub salt in the wound a little bit. We didn't come here, you know, wanting to, you know, break world records or anything like that. We just had a main goal of finishing the race, and I know the team were really keen to do that. So it's just a massive shame for them. I feel, you know, really bad for Witt, who's had a few troubles with his car in the past, and the team works so hard, and there's such a good group of guys who all know what they're doing. But things like this just can't be prevented, really.
Yeah, out of your control. Commiserations. We're really, really sorry to see you retire at this late stage in the race, but thank you so much for speaking to us.
No, thank you very much.
Well, sad to hear from Matthew Graham in those circumstances. We'd have rather liked him to still be setting fast laps out there in the Bentley until the checkered flag, but hopefully we'll get to see Team MJC again. Very successful team on our shores in the UK, Andy, and also got to speak to them a lot this week, and they've said, you know, the relaxed atmosphere that you've got here, the competition that they've got here, they're really enjoying it. As Matthew said there, the objective today was very much get to the flag. Sadly, they've not managed to achieve that, but come Barcelona, if they do decide to enter, and there was some discussion as to whether they might join in, it would be great if they did, and maybe they can come back swinging in the Bentley later on in the year.
Yeah, that would be nice to see, wouldn't it? Hopefully with a bit more running under their belt. They'll have learnt a lot this weekend, that's for sure, which I'm sure they could apply to the Barcelona race and hopefully make it all the way to the end of the 6 hours. Remarkable though, isn't it, really? Again, not to tempt fate, but that is our first retirement. We are nearly 5 3/4 hours into this race, and that's our first car that is now confirmed to not be running at the flag. Everybody else still going. Hopefully we'll get the rest of them all home to the flag, but there were concerns about this before the race, weren't there, that we might lose 1 or 2 along the way. That absolutely hasn't been the case. So yeah, really, really impressive performances out there, but also preparation by the teams to make sure that these cars are capable of reaching the end of the 6 hours. Still a few battles to play out there, of course, but you know, that will, on the flip side of that, be the stark reminder, I'm sure, to Resume More Than Racing that they've not got this one just yet. Things can happen that are out of their control. A drive shaft letting go on the Bentley should serve as a reminder to them all that they are still 17 minutes and 20 seconds away from the end of this race.
Yes, absolutely right. It's never over until you've gone past that stripe on the main straight. There is Edward Peed going past the GT4 class leader, Stephen Berntsen, at this juncture. Berntsen hasn't done much racing in recent times, self-admittedly, having done some Porsche and Radical stuff, well, over a decade ago now. But in the last 2 weeks, he certainly had his fair share of racing time across the GT4 Winter Series, which he drove in that car a week ago, along with the team partner Jose Garcia, who was meant to be driving a Lion Speed Volkswagen Golf this weekend, but we saw at the very top of the broadcast in qualifying, unfortunately, the Lion Speed Golf had quite a sizable impact with Jose at the wheel, but I understand he's all right. But sadly, the car did not take the start ultimately, and so therefore just the one Lion Speed car, and Berntsen has been doing a good shift at the wheel of that. He and Patrick Kolb, the two you'd expect to uplift the team, as it were, from a lap time perspective. And at the moment, Berntsen still just about holding off Loggy, but it's been in that 4-second bracket throughout the last, 20, 25 minutes, and it could still go either way, albeit NM Racing Team, perhaps, as we alluded to earlier on, with a hand tied behind their back, because they are trying to make it on fuel, trying being the operative word, and the word that means they're not sure they're quite going to do it.
Yeah, they're both running remarkably even pace though, aren't they? I'll look one lap and Berntsen is half a second quicker. The next lap, Loggy might be half a second quicker. The gap really isn't changing a lot, but they're both running about the same pace, and about the same pace away from their previous best laps as well, which tells me that if one of them is saving fuel, maybe they're both driving to a certain number at the moment to try and make sure that the car gets home without the need for another lengthy visit to the pit lane. As we've discussed, if you need fuel, then that means you need to be in the pit lane or in the fuel zone for a whole 4 minutes, which would cost you an awful lot. Obviously, well, cost you 4 minutes. Stephen Berntsen, 5.8 seconds then clear. That time he was the quicker by actually 9/10 of a second, so a bigger gain that time. I think Loggy got a little bit balked by the Cup Porsche coming through. That was the 45, I believe, wasn't it, of Samantha Anderson? And that's just delayed Loggy ever so slightly, lost him a bit of time. He's got another quicker car coming up behind now to put a lap on him as well. Something, meanwhile, has happened to Ricardo Costa, who is now 18 seconds behind Ian Loggy. I'll confess I didn't see where that time was lost, but the BMW has suddenly fallen a long way back. His previous lap was a 58.5. Quite slow, actually. Yeah, 58.5, losing time mainly in the final sector, although he's a bit slow at the start of the next lap. So the Ricardo Costa Monteros Competicius car possibly ailing a little bit here in the closing stages. You'll have to wait and see if that comes to anything. Tom Callender, though, good performance from Tom. He's been rapid every time he's been in the car, not quite rapid enough to, in the end, really take the fight to Simon Birch, but again in this final stint, until I think the last couple of laps where maybe Tom has encountered a bit more traffic, he has really been running at an almost identical pace to the Resume More Than Racing driver ahead. A difficult situation this when you're racing a driver that you can't actually see on track, and you're just relying on the team to keep you updated on the lap times, updated on the gap between you and the driver ahead. It can be a little bit difficult to keep the motivation, but Tom Callender has kept on pushing. As I said, now his lap time's slipping away slightly. I think he's either been delayed in traffic or has now just admitted defeat. He is, after all, 6.5 minutes clear of Raffaele Giammaria in the AKM Motorsport Mercedes. He in turn is 2 minutes, so over a lap ahead of Ed Peed's McLaren. And then in Cup 2, 1 minute and 38 seconds separate Nico Menzel and Gustav Söderberg-Kröhr at the front of the competition for the 992 Cup cars. Third place, Fant Anderson, is several laps back. He is, I think, 9 laps back from the top 2. And then in GT4, as we've documented, Stephen Bernson 5.5 seconds clear of Ian Logie. It's the closest battle on track by quite some way. And, well, are we going to see a late change? It looks unlikely at the moment, but Stephen Bernson will certainly still be feeling the pressure.
Yeah, just getting a little look at the breakdown of how the penalties are stacking up at the moment. And I do think that there might be a couple of 5 seconds added to drivers in the battles in GT3 and GT4, but it's not going to sway it in the direction that would make things closer. If anything, I think Ian Logie might get about 5 to 10 seconds worth of penalty at the end of this on my interpretation of the regs and the screenshot that I got sent as finally after several hours of trying to get to the end, we just saw there the the East Racing Porsche of the Joel Herman car, the 41, with its rear suspension failed, having crabbed immensely for the last, 3-4 hours. Here it is now. The suspension took longer to go than I thought, but gone it definitely has. And now, well, I guess he'll try and get it back, but I just hope he does so without jeopardising anyone else.
Yes, this is what I was saying. This is when things go wrong in the closing stages. I'm amazed that that has held on as long as it has. He's all over the road with quick cars coming behind. This is very, very dangerous indeed. He understandably wants to get the car back to the pit lane so that the team can look at it, but realistically, with 11 minutes of the race to go, I don't think this car will be seeing the checkered flag either. And Joel now backs the pace right off as he drops down the hill and allows Raffaele Giammaria, amongst others, to come sweeping to the outside. He's gone down the hill, now he starts to climb up the other side. But that is cruel luck, isn't it? As you said, they've managed that situation for hours, and for it to finally let go 11 minutes from the flag is really unfortunate.
And it was the leading GT4 car from Lion Speed GP that it collided with 3.5 to 4 hours ago in the first place that caused this. And now East Racing is limping back, the Joel Herman car limping back there. And look at that 11Z being left on the tarmac by the car as it forlornly crabs back to the pit lane. It's going to be a rush job to get any fix on that, unfortunately, but they might need to go against the one rule of endurance racing, which is to always try and reach the flag, in favour of just being safe, because the car is quite obviously broken.
Yeah, I don't think they'll get that fixed in the 9 minutes they're going to have to analyse it when they get back. But Joel Herman, takes the Matty Graham route home. That was sensible. Takes the shortcut at the final turn. And the East Racing Porsche is destined for the pit lane. That's a real shame. And after hanging on for so long, it just had to go then, didn't it? Only 10 minutes or so from the flag. So then there were 10. All of a sudden, we've had no retirements at all race, and now 2 within 20 minutes or so of each other. One GT3 and one GT4 car. Hopefully no late drama to befall any of the Cup 2 runners, because that class is pretty settled, really, barring any such dramas. The Porsche limps back into the pit lane, and the team will take a look. But Simon Birch's Porsche, mercifully, is running just fine, and he still is showing no signs really of backing off, is he? Every time we see this car, it's moving around, squirming in the braking zones, riding the curves, wriggling off the corners. I think Simon Birch has enjoyed his time in the Algarve, hasn't he?
I liked all the adjectives there. That was a fun sentence. Yes, Simon Birch has been driving remarkably all race, and indeed all Portimao stay long. I don't think he went anywhere between the GT Winter Series race and this Portimao 6 hour. And in general, what a couple of weeks it has been for Resoon More Than Racing with this Porsche 992 GT3R, as Ian Logie proves to be a bit of an obstacle there. But the Resoon More Than Racing team have certainly given the Porsche 992 GT3R the debut they could have only dreamed of over the last 4 races that they've done with it, 3 in the GT Winter Series last week and this Portimao 6 hour. Meanwhile, a very broken suspension is what greets East Racing Motorsports as they work away to try and salvage a finish from this car, but I'm sure they will only send it back out there if it is truly safe to do so. 7.5 minutes then left on the clock in this motor race, and Simon Birch is on the way to a very strong result. 9.5 seconds between Berntsson and Loggy out there. So Loggy has lost some time recently. Whether or not he's been frantically told to drop fuel maps, I don't know. But he had a 1:58 last time by and a 1:59 this time by, whereas Stephen Berntsson is lapping in the 54s, and we know Ian Loggy can match Stephen Berntsson, but now for whatever reason he is not.
Yeah, I have to wonder whether maybe Ricardo Costa's going through the same thing, although he's not been in the car for as long, only 45 minutes, so he should be fine. His pace, though, has absolutely vanished. He's lapping in the 2 minutes now, which is quite a lot slower than he should be going. It's about 8 seconds slower than he was going earlier on in the race. In fact, he's in the pit lane, so Ricardo Costa in the pit lane is another one about to fall by the wayside right at the very end of the race. The unhomologated BMW M4 GT4 is in, and that leaves just 9 cars circulating. Well, the team are ready with a new tyre. In fact, lots of new tyres. They're going to investigate all 4 corners of the car, I'm sure, but with particular interest being shown to the right rear.
Yes, so hopefully all is at least somewhat well. They've obviously served all of their total pit stop time requirement. Everyone did ultimately stay on the right side of that rule, and even if they weren't, they couldn't serve it now. But an unfortunate end to a strong showing from Monteros Competiciones with their new bit of hardware that they have taken on for the 2025 season. I believe we'll be seeing more of that in this neck of the woods in the Iberian Supercars, and perhaps also in the club class of the GT4 Winter Series at a couple of more rounds of that season for the next couple of months. Hopefully everything is okay and they can get it back out there, but for now some wild gesticulation going on among the pit crew there. Meanwhile, Ed Peed is following the progress of Tom Callender at the moment, having just been put a lap down by Callender. Gap 56.5 seconds. The last lap for Callender was a second faster, and yet about a second has grown in the last 20 minutes in the gap. So again, Callender's peaks are high, but Birch's consistency is very good.
I'd love to look at the lap times, actually, for Simon Birch over his stints, because I can imagine they are, well, you've used the word a few times, absolutely metronomic, and yeah, that is why he's been so impressive, really, this last week or so. Back out on track goes Ricardo Costa. I'm not convinced all is right with that car. Hopefully he can limp it home for the remaining just under 5 minutes or so as Raffaele Gianmaria closes in here on the class-leading Porsche. Yes, it is, isn't it? Yes, the 88 of Nico Menzel. Doubted myself for a second, but Nico, who's had his more entertaining moments in this race as well at times, is well clear now at the front of Cup 2, and in that immaculately prepared car, actually getting away there from Gianmaria as they climb up the hill.
Yeah, absolutely. So Gianmaria will be watching on and going, gosh, who's in that thing? And, Nico Menzel is the answer. Porsche Carrera Cup Asia champion back in 2016. Of course, still regularly deployed by Porsche at GT3 racing events all over the place. He said to me, quite nice to be back in a Porsche Cup car, really, you know, where it all started, because GT3 is my more common steed now. Fishtailing away there, going over the crest of the hill at turn 11 as Ian Loggy just cuts across the 2 faster cars there briefly, but they both navigate that well. He also, I did ask him for his prediction on the winning car, you may have heard earlier on. I did ask him for the prediction of the winning car, and he did remember who he worked for and said the Razoon Porsche, and that might have been a little bit fortuitous, because it does appear he was right.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that was the team name that was on many people's lips at the start of the weekend. I think it has to be said, but they've had more of a challenge than I think maybe some expected over the course of the 6 hours. Certainly from Landgraf, it's been a to and fro battle. There's one more exciting moment to be had if you're Nico Menzel there, who sort of wobbled wide right in front of the AKM Motorsport Mercedes, which did exactly the same thing the first time the cars went through turn 1 nearly 6 hours ago. Very different track conditions now. It was damp, it was sketchy at the start of the race in the end, that rain never materialised into anything too serious, did it? And it's been a lovely afternoon of racing as Simon Birch's Porsche appears into shot, as ever, on the ragged edge.
Yep, Simon has not calmed down even a little bit over this race distance, has he? Great to watch. 2.5 minutes to go, so this should be the penultimate lap of the race. This time by, we are on lap 184, going to complete lap 185 this time across the stripe in this race. And the Resume Porsche has been making a very impressive progress all race long. The team of Birch and Anderson were always going to be strong. Anderson has, of course, done his share of the lifting across his stints that amounted to about 2 hours. But the majority of the driving has been done by young Simon Birch, and some 4 hours in, he hasn't shown even the slightest sign of relenting from a pace perspective, has he? He's been very quick indeed. Berntsen and Loggy, incidentally, the gap between them, 25.2 seconds now, so Loggy is well back from the GT4 leader. That battle has somewhat subsided at this juncture. For now, it is that run to the flag. Everybody starting to hear things, get a bit worried that maybe they won't reach the flag, but again, every team has done a very good job to get this far. Everyone got to 5 hours. The last hour, as you said, Andy, has played its part a little bit, but I think the standard of the field as a whole in this race, not just in terms of how far everyone has gotten, but also in terms of how undelayed the race has proven to be, tells you a lot about the quality of the paddock as a whole.
No, indeed so. It's been massively impressive, this, and a thoroughly entertaining race as well. It goes to show you don't need 30 cars on the grid to provide plenty of storylines and plenty of entertainment. That first hour of the race was phenomenal. There was never a dull moment. And, you know, if we do get a few more cars on the grid for Barcelona at the end of the season, we're in for a really special treat. But the final lap of the race has begun. It is lap 187 for Simon Birch, and the Resume More Than Racing Porsche 992 GT3R is well on its way now to victory. Not its first victory in the Algarve in 2025, but its first victory of this sort of length of race, and Simon has done a fabulous job. So too, though, it has to be said, has his teammates been a great team effort, really. Thomas Anderson, in a way, won them the race, really, because he was able to keep the Landgraft team car of Jörg Wiebahn at bay for quite a long period of time towards the mid part of the race. Had he lost more time, then actually Simon Birch might have had more of a fight on his hands once all was said and done at the end of the race. But because the two of them have performed so flawlessly, it looks as though they're destined for a victory by getting on for a full minute.
Very rarely, if ever, in this race have we seen the lead overall be greater than a lap. At no point have Birch and Anderson really had a comfortable, truly comfortable margin in this race. And now they're going to get the honour of seizing a new trophy in endurance racing and making the very first etching. They are one corner away at Resume More Than Racing from winning the event, and indeed out of turn 15 comes Simon Birch to take the inaugural 6 Hours of Portimão from GEDLICH Racing, and it is going to be a big celebration down at the Resume camp. By little over a minute, it will be Birch that wins it. Next on the standings, but not across the line, will be Tom Callender in the number 48 car. Who will be next across the line? It will be one of our Cup 2 Porsches. That is the Svante Anderson driven car. They'll be happy to have reached the flag there and stayed in amongst it throughout. Third in Cup 2 is their reward for the efforts. The GT4 winners will be across the line shortly, I believe, but not before another of our GT3 cars. Here comes Raffaele Gianmaria to take the third position overall and in the GT3 class. Cup 2 winner Nico Menzel crosses the line almost a lap clear of the number 9 M-Tech competition car, which takes second. There's your GT4 winners, Steven Berntsen, along with the rest of the Lion Speed GP crew. Tom Callender eases it home across the line to take second overall. Fourth in the GT3 class and overall going to Edward Peed, along, of course, with Oliver Webb and Andre Borodin. But I'm just seeing there at the very end, Tom Callender was slowing, and in fact, he pulled in there at the pit exit. So at the very, very end of the race, perhaps something was amiss with the Mercedes. Maybe it ran out of fuel. Nonetheless, the number 48 Landgraf Mercedes reached the line, but only barely. One last twist, a 150 the lap time, losing 8 seconds on that final lap. Something went wrong there at the end for Team Landgraf. The inaugural GEDLICH Racing 6 Hours of Portimão has ended with one last twist, one last deviation from what we expected. But the one name on everyone's lips in this paddock was Resoon More Than Racing, and with a special nod to Simon Birch in particular. And both Simon Birch and Thomas Anderson have fulfilled the paddock-wide prophecy and taken the first ever trophy awarded by GEDLICH Racing for the 6 Hours of Portimão. They are the overall winners of the race, and a hearty congratulations to them on the achievement. A-Works and Nico and Rodriguez Menzel will take the Cup 2 honours. GT4 going to Lion Speed GP. Cup X, of course, the class of 1, the Monteros Competiciones car, the BMW M4 GT4, finishing 10th overall, last of the finishers to have crossed the line at the end. But for now, Thomas Anderson is the first to arrive to congratulate Simon Birch on the victory here in the GEDLICH Racing 6 Hours of Portimão. A very well-earned embrace there from both parties, and there'll be some well-earned champagne on the podium to boot. The Resoon team with the pit board at the ready. And after a long day where they did not put a single foot wrong, the Resoon More Than Racing team take in the celebrations. The P2 car is not going to arrive down there, as it's on the opposite end of the pit lane. As we can see, the number 48 Landgraf car currently being retrieved by the team. And the AKM Motorsport car has also come to a halt just after the checkered flag. So the Mercedes GT3s at the very end of the race have had their dramas, and the Porsche of Resoon More Than Racing and Simon Birch and Thomas Anderson is going to be the only car parked under the podium as it stands, because Raffaele Gianmaria is somewhere, I think, around turn 3, turn 4, having come to a halt, and Tom Callender's car pulled up at the end of the main straight. So strange, but that's no concern for Resoon Racing, getting the picture opportunity in there, celebrating their race win here at Portimão. But a very strange coincidence that both Mercedes there have pulled up right at the end. And the rescue pickup towing in the Landgraf Mercedes, not the way that Tom Callender wanted to return to paddock, but still very valuable racing experience for him there. A long distance race of which he hasn't done so many in his career. I'm sure Landgraf will be happy with second place, but I'm even more sure that our winners are elated, and we can find out for certain now, because Izzy Browning is with Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch.
I am indeed with our inaugural 6 hours of Portimao winners, Thomas Anderson, Simon Birch. Congratulations. I spoke to you on the grid. I said pole's not the full job done, but you have gone and done the job and you are our winners. Just sum up the emotions right now.
Yes! That is fantastic. It is so incredible strong driving by Simon. I have to say, it's if you see his lap times, it's so consistent. So it's really, really good. We are happy.
Perfectly summed up. Fantastic emotions. Simon, we saw you out there. I mean, we thought it was going to be maybe quite close towards the end at one point, but really you just hammered it home in the final stint and you guys had done everything you needed to do.
Yeah, it was perfect in the final 2 stints. First stint was quite good. We managed to keep the distance, and I knew in the end he had a lot of more track limits than us, so it was basically just keep the distance and then it was home.
Well, a fantastic race from both of you. How much does it mean to win this race?
You know, it's always fantastic to start the seasons out with wins, and that's why we are driving. We want to win, so it's fantastic.
Adding another trophy to your list as well. I'm sure the season will bring many more. We saw the emotions with the team, you know, straight to come and congratulate you. That must mean a lot as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's fantastic, and also incredible team behind us. They know a lot about this car, and we have got so much experience already in the season start. So the preparations are perfect.
Well, I'm expecting some good celebrations on the podium. We'll let you get up to the podium. Congratulations once again, guys. Our winners of the 6 hours of Portimao.
Great to see the embrace there between Birch and Anderson. Fairly young man, of course, still Simon Birch, but he has been paired up with Thomas Anderson for quite some time at the wheel of various cars, including GT4s and KTM GT2s as well. So Simon Birch and Thomas Anderson winning the race ultimately by 1 minute and 8 seconds after a rogue slow last lap there from Tom Callender and the number 48 Landgraf team. But for now, the circumstances of what happened at the end to their rivals will not matter to Resoon more than racing. Meanwhile, the A-Works A-Works Cup 2 winning car winning by just on a lap over Gustav Söderberg Krö. The MTech competition team, incidentally, should be very happy with their performance. I don't know quite how much long-distance racing they have done previously down at MTech, but I know they have done a few. All the same, A-Works, a very, very experienced team, and obviously with a very strong driver in the form of Nico Menzel as well. Gustav Söderberg Krö also matching Nico Menzel for lap time pace as well for large parts of their stints together when they were on the road at the same time, which is a really good showing for Söderberg Krö, who is still in the fairly early stages of his racing career in cars, having graduated from karts less than 5 years ago. Of course, we heard from Nico Menzel towards the end of the race. He's from a racing family. I'm sure he was driving, not before he was walking, but perhaps before he was in school. We have the 48 car being pushed back at the moment towards the podium, where the car is, of course, supposed to be in P2 position. I'm not sure that AKM Motorsport and Raffaele Giammaria are going to be there. In fact, yes, they are. The car's just been towed towards the podium now. So Raffaele Giammaria and co will get to celebrate around their number 64 AKM Motorsport Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. I was a little bit concerned that they wouldn't quite get there. In the meantime, we can look back at what I understand to be some rather deluxe highlights of the race that was here in the 6 hours of Portimao. It started in wet conditions, at least greasy conditions. Thomas Anderson was the pole sitter for Resoon More Than Racing as this one got underway at Portimao, the inaugural 6 Hours of Portimão. Marco Antonelli running a little bit wide early doors, and that allowed Jörg Wiebahn to quickly go by. The lead changed after a few minutes of the race as Oliver Webb started picking his way through the field, leading the early stages for Greystone GT. And Marco Antonelli suddenly woke up about 20 minutes into the race and gained 2 places in short order. The second one on Thomas Anderson gained with a little bit of a hip check along the way. Antonelli, though, would soon be into the pits for a unique short stint strategy that AKM Motorsport was implementing. Further back, or further on around the race, we saw the Porsches of various types running around the circuit. Simon Birch would soon grab the keys, hypothetical keys, to that GT3R and start setting fast laps around the circuit. Some Porsche Cayman warfare going on as well further back, several laps apart at this stage, mind you, as the GT4 leading Lion Speed car went out wide. Joel Herman saw the opportunity to dive to the inside of the first corner, then maybe leant slightly too far to the outside going around turn 1, and the result was a suspension damaging and ultimately suspension braking impact, unfortunately, for the East Racing Motorsport car. That was another driver change going on down there at Resume More Than Racing. The first stint for Simon Birch was complete around 3 hours into the race. Thomas Anderson hopping back behind the wheel for his second and final appearance in the race, and he was doing a good job of matching Jörg's pace in the Landgraf Mercedes. There was a spin towards the middle of the race as well for Monteros Competizos in their BMW M4 GT4. They did reach the flag in 10th position. However, some dramas, small dramas at least, for them on their way to the flag. Oliver Webb was on the attack, having been given the number 240 car once again. In fact, no, this was Peed, I believe it was actually. Ed Peed at the wheel of the number 240 car at that time in the race, just making some track time up while being a couple of laps down. Nico Menzel made an uncharacteristic error at the top of the hill at turn 10, but that would be one of very few feet put wrong by the number 88 A-Works duo during the race. Meanwhile, Raffaele Gianmaria was giving chase in the 5th hour of the race there in the AKM Motorsport machine, in fact 4th hour of the race at that time. And then there was an unfortunate issue, one of many for NM Racing Team. Jonathan Curry picking up a puncture on the approach to turn 15 in car 15, and ultimately would only lose out by 35 seconds in GT4. What could have been without some of those errors and issues that happened for NM Racing Team. They also had to fix the suspension in the first hour of the race. They had to spend 3 minutes more in the pits than the rules say they have to, and that was ultimately what cost them the GT4 win. The big Bentley was still running around for Team MJC, as we saw there. Their main objective was to finish. We were very much hoping that they would succeed in doing that. This was Tom Callender making his way by Borodin, who did 2 stints of the race. We're unsure initially whether we'd see Andre Borodin twice, but he did decide to brave a second stint in the highly physical McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. The Resume More Than Racing Porsche was holding a gap around a minute. Sometimes it went up to a minute 20, other times it went down to about 50 seconds. But all told, the Porsche was in control of the race for much of the distance. Unfortunately, about 25-30 minutes short of the distance, the Bentley came to a halt on the inside of the final corner, got towed back in to the pit lane, and that would be the end of the day for Matthew Graham, Wick Gamsky and Team MJC. Some more squabbling going on right to the end, in some cases for overall position, but mostly just for pride among the final drivers. That was Ed Peed dispatching some of the traffic as he took the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo from Greystone GT to the checkered flag and 4th overall. But no one seemed to be able to match, if not the pace, the consistency of Simon Birch. Unfortunately, East Racing's long crabbing suspension would finally give up the ghost less than 20 minutes from home, And Monteros Competizos also had to do some late servicing on their car to make sure it reached the checkered flag. But at the end of it all, with 187 laps in the rearview mirror, it was Resoon More Than Racing that claimed the win in the inaugural GEDLICH Racing 6 Hours of Portimão. A minute and 8 clear of Tom Callender from Landgraf. And of course, with him, Jörg Wiesmann as well. Raffaele Gianmaria in 3rd position for AKM Motorsport. Ed Peed in 4th position. Nico Menzel in 5th place, number 88. Gustav Söderberg Krö in 6th position. Svante Andersson rounding out that Cup 2 podium. That's the designation in white, in 7th overall. Stephen Berntsen winning GT4 in 8th place overall. Ian Loggy in 9th place, or John Ian Loggy to give him his full name. Ricardo Costa rounding out the finishers in 10th position. That was the last car to take the checkered flag. Unfortunately, Matthew Graham in the Bentley, the MJC car, withdrawing, as did the East Racing Motorsport Porsche of Joel Herman. So, relatively low attrition until the 5-hour mark. Everybody was still running in this race. Delighted that we got so many teams having a good race, but no one was able to defeat Resoon More Than Racing. So we are just awaiting the last drivers up on the podium at the moment, as everybody is rounded up for the ceremonies to be conducted by Andy McEwen. But of course we will see class podiums for all of the classes, GT3, Cup 2, GT4 and TCX up there, which means gathering a lot of personnel, and that can sometimes take a few minutes. Of course, we've alluded to it a lot during this broadcast. We will be doing 6-hour racing again before the end of the 2025 GEDLICH Racing Winter Series, and that will be the 6 Hours of Barcelona from the 14th to 16th of March 2025, the perfect way to either end your winter season or begin your summer season, depending on how you want to classify mid-March. Either way, we're expecting a good entry for that race. Some returning faces and faces anew in the paddock, set to be in the paddock for that weekend. And prior to that, of course, a week prior, the season finale of all 4 mainline Winter Series championships, the GT4s, the GTs, the prototypes and the formulas, from the 6th to 9th of March at Barcelona. We're only ever taking very brief breaks here this season in the Winter Series. 2 weeks until we arrive in Valencia, less than 2 weeks until we arrive in Valencia for the 3rd round of the GT Winter Series, along with the GT4s and the formulas. Another 2 weeks, and then it's Aragon, followed by the 2 Barcelona events in the first 3 weekends of March. Our Portuguese leg of the Winter Series season is ending here today, though, and I must say, across the 20 races held by GEDLICH across the last 3 weeks, it has been a highlight to see the 6 Hours of Portimão unfold. No, we didn't have the biggest entry. We did lose a few cars in the couple of weeks preceding, and indeed in the test days preceding this event. However, all of our teams that took the start today really worked hard to be there at the flag, and unfortunately a majority of them succeeded at doing so here. And with any luck, they will, in their majority, be back for the 6 Hours of Barcelona, and perhaps some of them will be tempted to try some shorter format racing in the GEDLICH Racing GT Winter Series before the conclusion of this year. The sun setting over the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve at the moment. Then it gets dark quickly around these parts, but hopefully the drivers make their way up there before we need any floodlights down at the podium. Whoever is missing and remaining absent, hopefully they can hear me. If you are top 3 in any of the classes, you need to be up on the podium, guys. But hopefully they will join us very soon indeed. So 187 laps was the total in that race for Simon Birch and Resume More Than Racing. It was a statistic I mentioned earlier on in the day that the WEC 6 Hours of Portimão, the leading GTE car back in 2023, sorry, performed 206 racing laps. Of course, the pit stop system there in WEC is a lot less casual. The pit stops are a lot quicker. And indeed, the conditions, I think, were better on that day, certainly at the very start of the race for us here as well. And I think the fact that the Porsche of Simon Birch, Tom Callender and so on were setting those times in the 1:41s really shows you how quick the GT3s are these days. Of course, GT3 has now taken the place of GTE in the World Endurance Championship. Those cars now represented at every major endurance race in the world, and there's a good reason why. We see it week in, week out here in the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series. We see these cars consistently putting on some of the best show you will see anywhere in motorsport. Speaking of the best shows in motorsport, Andy McEwen, you've got one more show left in you. The podium awaits. Let's go there now.
Far too kind, Adam. Thank you very much. We are ready then. We've got most of the grid assembled on the podium for our podium celebration for the 6 Hour of Portimão. Lots of classes to get through, so we'll try and get through them as quickly as we can. Starting with the TCX class, we've got 5 drivers, hopefully, to get onto the top step of the podium. A big cheer down below, please, for our TCX winners, Guillermo Oliveira, Ricardo Costa, Paulo and Bruno Lima, and Enrique Oliveira, who are hiding behind me. Onto the podium they go, and all 5 of them have made the trip up here. That is good to see. They were a factor, actually, amongst the other GT4 cars in that race, but lost some time with a late pit stop. Still, though, they got the sole TCX entry home in one piece and ran some impressive pace as well as they learnt ahead of their 2025 campaign. Right, we've got Oleg Karchevsky from Pirelli on hand once again to present the trophies, along with Mario Montero from Quinta das Arcas, our champagne sponsors, and Samuel Lorenzo from Garrafera Sores as well. So 3 different representatives to hand out the trophies for all of the classes. Another big cheer for our TCX winners. So congratulations, there are 5 bottles of champagne waiting. I think they're going to be saved for the party later on. Yes, there's no champagne spraying for our TCX winners, but they will party on into the night, I am sure. So congratulations then to the TCX class winners. Ricardo Costa does get the cork off his bottle and nearly catches us all by surprise. Right, a quick redressing of the podium before we move on to Cup 2 for the Porsche Cup cars, and really interesting race here that ebbed and flowed with every pit stop made by our leading cars. There were 3 cars entered. They all made it to the end of the 6 hours, and we start then with our 3rd place finishers in Cup 2, Anders Steiner, Nats Kimby and Svante Andersson. Big cheer from Anders Steiner behind me as he makes his way onto the 3rd step of the podium. 2nd position in Cup 2, Gustav Kroh, Matthias Aschmann and Thomas Carlson. Well done, guys. 2nd step of the podium for them. But in the end, it all worked out in the favour of our eventual Cup 2 class winners, Nico Menzel and Rodriguez Menzel. Onto the top step of the Portimao podium they go. In the end, it was a 2-driver entry who came out victorious in the 6 Hour race. The trophies, again, will be handed out by Oleg, by Mario and Samuel. And a group of very, very happy drivers on the Cup 2 podium. A tough race that for the Cup 2 drivers. We saw, didn't we, in the early stages, actually, Nico Menzel in particular really taking the fight to some of the GT3 cars. In the end, he had to settle for just a class win, but not a bad afternoon's work. Trophies held aloft then for our Cup 2 podium finishers. They will gather again for the photos. And I wonder whether any of this lot will choose to spray the Quinta das Arcas champagne. They seem like the party in kind, these. I wonder, is the party going to begin on the podium or back at the race resort later on, maybe? Lots of photos taken, a big crowd of team members down in the pit lane in the fading light here in Portimao. A big cheer once again then for our Cup 2 podium finishers. They reach for the champagne bottles. There are corks coming off. This is good. The first proper champagne shower of the day as the Cup 2 podium finishers begin their celebrations. And everybody else gets as far away from the podium as they possibly can. And the Quinta das Arcas champagne sprays in the air. And lots of drivers to celebrate up on the podium. Congratulations again then to the Cup 2 podium finishers after a really entertaining race. Right, I think the last of the champagne has been sprayed and we can now dress the podium for the GT4 category. Well done to our Cup 2 drivers who are slowly going to make their way downstairs to continue the celebrations with their teams. Now, in GT4, what a battle we had. This went right down to the wire, in particular between our top 2 GT4 teams, kept us guessing right to the flag. We'll get to those in a minute. First of all, though, our third place finishers in GT4, Ulf Hildebeck, Doug Verlan and Jörl Hermann. Well done, guys. Third step of the podium for them. But what drama we had at the front. 2 teams doing battle for the victory in the end. Only one could win, so it's a second place finish for Luis Liberal, John Curry and Ian Loggy. Onto the podium they go, and so near yet so far. They were worried about fuel in the closing stages, I think, and had to settle for second place. And that meant that the win in the end went to the number 24 Porsche. Our GT4 winners, Jose Garcia, Stephen Bernson and Patrick Kolb. A big cheer for our GT4 class winners. The Porsche in the end reigning supreme, but they were given a real run for their money by, in particular, the NM Racing Mercedes of Ian Loggy, Jonathan Curry and Louis Liberal, who survived a puncture, a high-speed spin and a late fuel scare to still come home in second position. Once again, Oleg, Mario and Samuel hand the trophies over. Beautiful trophies they are as well for our 6 Hour of Portimão event. And I'm pretty sure we'll see some champagne flying again here in a moment or two. In fact, I can tell you that already Jose, Stephen and Patrick have got hold of their bottles of champagne and are, I think, maybe getting ready to get the jump on the rest of their fellow podium finishers. Hoping to get a few more GT4 cars out for the Barcelona race later on in the season. But even the ones that we had this weekend put on a great show, our GT4 podium finishers. And sure enough, the champagne will fly. 1 or 2 drivers want no part of that, but the majority of them are happy to spray as they cool off after what has been a very tough afternoon's work. Well done, guys, on a strong result at the end of the 6 hours of racing. 1 or 2 trophies, I think, have been taken casualty in all of that as well. And I think maybe Ulf a little bit slower on getting the cork out. Stephen Benson gets a big dose of champagne down his back. I'm sure that will cool him off nicely. Will have been quite hot work in the cars, particularly in that number 24 car, as the nerves started to climb in the closing stages. Now we have 1 more podium to do, 2 more sets of trophies to be dished out, but it's the same group of drivers who will be collecting both of them because our overall top 3 finishers were also the top 3 in the GT3 category. So we'll welcome them onto the podium just the once, but they'll be taking home double the silverware after finishing in the top 3 positions overall as well. We're missing a couple of bottles of champagne, I think, but we are almost ready then to get our final podium presentation of the weekend underway. Our overall and GT3 top 3, third position in both classes. Marco Antonelli, Raffaele Gianmaria and Aaron Fahadi, who are, I think, hiding behind the podium, so we might give them another cheer in a moment. Third place finishers in GT3 and overall for Mario, Raffaele and Aaron, and they head to the third step of the Portimao podium. Second position, though, a hard-charging second place in the end, goes the way of Jörg Wiemann and Tom Callender. Second place, they came within a minute of grabbing the victory in the Landgraf Motorsport Mercedes, but it's second place in the first ever GEDLICH Racing Winter Series 6-hour enduro race. In the end, they were left in the wheel tracks of a car we've seen doing quite a bit of winning over the last week or so here in the Algarve. It is a victory in the 6 Hours of Portimão for Thomas Anderson and Simon Birch. The Razzoon More Than Racing squad are great in number, and they're all being very vocal down in the pit lane as they celebrate with their two drivers, Thomas and Simon, who were absolutely impeccable in that race. No matter who was in the car, no matter what opposition they had out on track, they always seemed to come out on top. The pit strategy meant that they didn't lead the entire race, but they were always ahead when it mattered. And they are your deserving race winners in both GT3 and, of course, the overall classification. So the final set of photos will be taken. And the GT3 class, which was expected to be the most competitive, it certainly gave us plenty of entertainment. And again, hoping we'll get a few more of those cars on the grid for Barcelona at the end of the season. Well, there is one last champagne shower, I think, to be done. Once again, everyone give a massive cheer to our top three in the 6 Hours of Portimão. The champagne sprays on the podium once more. And in particular, the Razzoon More Than Racing teammates are keen to get the party started as they dominate to win the first 6-hour race run by the GEDLICH Racing organisation. Well, what a day, what a weekend we've had. Some fantastic racing over the last 2 days, some fantastic racing over the last 6 hours. Let's reflect on everything that's happened with Izzy.
Yes, what a day indeed. Adam and I just enjoying watching some of the celebrations going on, particular celebrations still going on with our winners. Of course, we have to talk about them first. Amazing, amazing drive from them, really, wasn't it?
In general, the last 2 weeks couldn't have gone any better for Razzoon More Than Racing in the GT Win Series in the 6-hour Portimão. It was a venture into the somewhat known through some test days in the new 992 GT3R Porsche, and a 6-hour win here at Portimão. That's the ultimate vote of confidence that they've got this car nailed down, and they've got some mega silverware to put on the trophy cabinet, so that's awesome for them.
Absolutely. Hello, Andy. Welcome. Welcome to the pit lane for the final time. Yeah, just talking about our winners. I mean, of course, it takes two to win the race, but a word for Simon Birch, because super impressive from him today.
Yeah, I mean, just the quickest driver on track really at all times, wasn't he? But so consistent with that as well. To have speed and consistency like that, especially given how on edge the car looked, you know, that is really impressive. But it really was a team effort. I made the point in commentary that actually if Thomas had dropped even, you know, another 15 seconds or so in his stint, the pressure would really have been on for Simon, and that might have just changed his mindset going into the last stint. So Thomas did a fantastic job. He was the quickest of the drivers in his stints generally, and when he wasn't a lot slower than his pursuers. And then, yeah, you can always, it seems, trust Simon to get the job done when it counts.
Yeah, absolutely, a team effort, and the celebrations down here were fantastic when they pulled in behind us. Okay, GT4s as well also put on a great show. Fantastic job from them, and closer than maybe we anticipated at the beginning of the day.
A little bit, yes. Well, yes and no. The Porsche class always struck me as something that was going to be interesting. You know, the Cup 2 class. We had an interesting mix of some of Scandinavia's best teams and also some of kind of Germany and Western Europe's best teams as well. And A-Works did come out on top, but MTech competition, they know these cars like the back of their hands. They supply a lot of the parts to teams in Porsche Carrera Cup Scandinavia, and they had a very good lineup as well. So it was always going to be touch and go, but Nico Menzel is one of those Porsche masters. You get maybe a dozen of them every generation. I think he's probably one of them, and he helped himself and Rodriguez Menzel to the title in this one.
Well, Adam's gone for the Cup 2s then, so we'll stick on them. No, that's okay. You made a fantastic point. We'll stick with them then, because a really nice way to come into the paddock. Of course, his father sharing the car in the 24 Hours of Nürburgring back in 2008 with our very own Marcus GEDLICH.
It is a small world, isn't it? Particularly the motor racing world. It feels vast sometimes, but some of the sort of interconnecting stories that you come across in the paddock are absolutely fascinating. And you know, no surprise that he's found his way back here. So many people that we spoke to, that you spoke to really during the race, were saying how much they enjoyed being here, what a friendly atmosphere it is, and it does help when you go back a long way with the person in charge, I suppose. But yeah, really interesting story and a really interesting Racing Cup 2 as well. That really was a class where it was almost impossible to predict because everybody was serving their pit stops at very different times. A lot of the GT3 teams were sort of matching each other to an extent. The same was true in GT4, but in Cup, maybe I was just missing something, but I never had any clue the way that was going to work out until the final half hour.
Yeah, always great to hear the paddock is friendly, because that's, I think, what we feel as well. Very, very friendly paddock. Great to be here in Portimao for our final weekend in Portugal for the Winter Series. We'll go back to the GT4s then, because I know that you've probably got fantastic points about the GT4s as well then, and I shall let you take it away.
I was making it in descending order somehow, and I'd got zoned out a little bit there. Yes, GT4s, it was always NM Racing team to me that stuck out as the potential favourite there, just on the consistency of their driver lineup from a performance standpoint. And they lost out by 30 seconds, but they spent 3 minutes extra in the pits. So what could have happened if they'd been a little bit more consistent? Nonetheless, Lion Speed GP were the ones who came out on top. They come from the world of the Nürburgring 24-hour and all the other major 24-hour races. They know that getting to the flag first is the important thing. Getting to the flag and making sure you do so cleanly usually gets you there first, and it worked for them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, that does bring an end to our weekend and an end to our Winter Series leg in Portugal. It's been a fantastic couple of weeks that we've had in Portugal. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. And it does bring an end to our Portugal leg, as I've said. But don't worry, because the Winter Series will be back in just under 2 weeks in Valencia. Thank you so much for your company over the last couple of weeks. And make sure you join us again in Valencia.
Hartling for down racing. They both go deep into the corner.